My co-caster today is going to be my brother, Kuba, so you can introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Kuba, and I'm Mike's brother. I do play a lot of AoE4 as well.
And we'll just enjoy the series between, hopefully, between VortiX and Jordan. So VortiX, being this very well-known StarCraft 2, also Warcraft 3 Pro, right? And also an avid RTS player, of course. And Jordan coming from Age of Empires 2, and he's probably one of the best people playing AoE 2 in the world. So it's going to be quite a treat.
He used to play, and basically he was competing with Viper for the first place for a really, really long time, and now he's playing AoE4 and at a really, really high level. So,
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, I hope. So we're just kind of waiting for the players to get into their lobbies. I don't actually see VortiX being logged in right now on my friend list, which is a little bit worrying, just a teeny tiny bit. So hopefully he does actually crop up over there eventually, I might just try adding Jordan as well, just in case, so we shall probably have that going for us momentarily. This being said, yeah, it's just going to be like a very short wait, I believe, and we'll just try to kick things off in there. Really looking forward to this game. So we are just obviously forced to wait a little bit because the players are still banning, the players are still picking their civs, right? It's going to be a little bit of a downtime before everyone is just basically set and ready to go. Yeah, so we're just gonna kind of give it a little bit of time.
Yeah, you can actually see the live bracket on the Smash.gg, and basically you can see the timers, you can see the games once they have started already, and Yep.
So we're just kind of looking at the bracket right now on stream, and there isn't really much to be said other than, it's just a lot of very good players there. I'm really looking forward to seeing how exactly that pans out for everybody. So obviously Viper, getting started with his game. It's a lot of those really, really good players overall. Just kind of getting into the series, starting their picks, initiating their first games. It is going to be very interesting to see how exactly those people fare. And obviously, it's kind of wild because there are always some new people, some fresh blood coming in. Like, there are lots of names that I have not seen before on this in this bracket, and they're all people who are from the top 100 in the world. So obviously, very, very skilled players altogether, which honestly means that we'll have a lot of interesting possibilities as the day progresses. I see VortiX is online right now, so we should have that series underway in a very, very short time. Yeah, I can't really wait to see how exactly that really goes for us. So just kind of slowly loading into those games. I do believe VortiX is just picking still. So that is going to be the very first match of the day. And then I'm not really sure whom we'll be following. I do actually enjoy just kind of picking a single player and just, going after their records. The last time we did that with Leenock, we actually followed him all the way until he lost to Viper. You can actually see that, if you guys are interested, that there was like a very good series of the Viper versus Leenock on my YouTube channel, which I do recommend you guys follow and subscribe to. So self-advertising being out of the way, yeah, we're just gonna wait for those guys to get ready. Do you have any guesses as to what they might be playing initially?
My guess is that the Mongols are gonna get banned, so...
Yeah, so players have a single blind ban, which means you can overlap those now. So I think that changed from the previous edition of the tournament, where we had like some of those bans just being kind of... yeah, everyone could ban like a civ, right? And there was no overlaps, because I think one player would ban first and then the second player would go second. Now it did change, so we are actually working with a slightly different situation altogether, where players can overlap their bans, and then we might actually have more variety in terms of civilizations being actually used as well. So that's kind of the thing. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to those games to see how exactly those bans pan out, or people actually maybe avoid banning Mongols, because you can always assume that, you know, since your opponent is likely to ban them, you're not going to do that, right? So we've actually seen Mongols go through a few times. Those are always very exciting games, which Mongols tend to win. But it might be kind of cool to see how exactly it goes, especially that both players would then be able to pick Mongols, I believe, right? So, right, I don't think the picks are mutually exclusive. So we could see some mirror matches in Mongol versus Mongol world as well. That would be quite cool to see too. I'm just going to double confirm that, because I'm not really sure about this. I'm not really sure if they can actually just. I think they're picking blind, so it is definitely possible for them to kind of, you know, double pick the same civ. I'm pretty certain about this. There is no other way to do it. So it's not like they're not picking like one after the other, because you could just pick a direct counter, right? It wouldn't make sense. So I do believe they're just kind of picking blind, and you can actually have Mongol versus Mongol matchup. That's kind of likely to happen if, you know, that particular pick does actually go through. So yeah.
Yep, I'm just checking it out as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm absolutely certain about this. Yeah, the rulebook says that it's blind picking. They blind ban and blind pick for that weird wonky interface that I think AoE2 also uses.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a bit weird. I played in the very first tournament, so I know how weird it is. It's very weird, guys. It's very weird, but it works. Like, as long as it works, I think it's okay. Yep. And you can see that no players actually have initiated their first games yet. There's like, you can look at my friend list, like most of the pros are here somehow. I managed to convince everybody to actually add me. So we have lots of people here who are like relatively famous, and like very few are in games. Like Lucifer has started his series, but everyone else is still picking and getting ready to go. So we're just going to kind of wait for those folks to just, you know, fire up their games, do their bans, and just get started. And then there are maps. I do think it's quite interesting to touch up on maps as well. I think that since the last kind of big tournament, we've seen lots more Delhi Sultanate being played on those hybrid maps as well. So we might actually see some more Delhi today. Because I think Delhi is like one of those civs that takes a lot of getting used to, like China or Rus. I think they're like very complex, and they take lots of skill.
and they have a really different playstyle than any other civ in the game, actually.
Yeah, and Mongols also have a very different playstyle. So
yeah, but Mongols are broken.
Yeah, they are, but they do play differently than everybody else as well, right? It's definitely the case.
Actually, basically every single civ in this game plays differently. So saying that one civ plays differently than the other civ, well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty cool. So the difference here, I do think it's kind of worth to mention that, like, the differences in most of the other RTSs between the civilizations or the races have, generally speaking, been in terms of the unit compositions that those civs could produce, right? In AoE4, the focus is mostly on infrastructure and on economy. So that is the major difference between the civs. The unit differences are negligible, right? Because you have Mongols who just come with Mandugai. Am I right here? I think they only have Mandugai. They're
Mandugai, yeah.
And they are so different than every other civ in the game anyway. So it's not units that make the difference here. It's how the civs play economically and how they macro up, which is pretty cool of a concept. I really like this because that makes the game significantly easier to balance as well, I think, in the grand scheme of things. Because like you don't have like very divergent civilizations or races like you do have in like Warcraft 3 or StarCraft 2. So I do think it's going to be like way more interesting as the game kind of develops, right? I think that every single added civ, if they can come up with lots of different quirks for the economies, I think that's going to be a cool addition, and it's going to be interesting to just see those civilizations just play because they're so different. Like look at HRE, for instance, right? With their very narrow focus on relics, and then the craziness of the Swabia Palace or Schwabia Palace, right in the Imperial Age. So it's pretty cool. Hello, Shepherd. By the way, nice to see you around. Glad that you're here, coming for the cast once again. So
you would win.
Yeah, obviously. No, I would not. I'll get smashed. I'm like top 1k, and this simply because Mongols are broken. I started playing them recently. That's the only reason. Yeah. And English are also pretty cool. I actually started enjoying English a lot. I do think they're like one of the strongest civs. Like from my very subjective point of view, I do think English they have lots of potential, man. They have so much potential compared to the majority of the other civilizations. Like you can do so many different things with the English. I think it's similar to Mongols in that regard. We can, just play very macro-oriented style with, double TC defensive play because they facilitate lots of defense. You can be aggressive, just go full ram ranch style and just demolish your opponents in early game. You have lots of different opportunities with that civ. So I do really enjoy the English. I do think they're quite cool, especially that they're relatively simple to macro up with as well. So you can just do that without any craziness, like unlike the Rus, right, who are crazy hard to macro up with in comparison.
Yeah, exactly. Like the English don't have that many weird bonuses when it comes to their economy. The economy is very straightforward, whereas the Rus just using those scouts requires so many more actions per minute. It's actually insane.
Yeah, the Rus is actually crazy. I think that it was just one of the weirdest thing to me. Was kind of learning to play Rus and just getting my head around, the macro of the professional scouts, and then getting the relics, producing units, getting very good, because they have you need to hit lots of very sharp timings, right? So the hands are important, and kind of coordinating the mid game. It's lots of insanities really that are involved into executing proper Rus play in comparison to the English, where just generally speaking shit out archers and get away with it, right? That's the very basic premise here in those games. So yeah, that's kind of weird and different, I believe. So VortiX that's always the case. We pick a match, and that particular matchup just doesn't freaking start. Like everybody else is in their games, but VortiX not even in his freaking lobby. You might actually want to reconsider. Do we have any other possibilities? Any other players who might be worth following, Kuba? Have you actually looked at
there was Leenock. Leenock against... Wait. Let me just check, because I've seen him already, that he already has started.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. We could actually watch Leenock. He's always exciting to watch.
Yep.
He has lots of exciting games. So you might actually just go to Leenock versus someone, even for the first game of the series, and just, pivot to VortiX, since they're clearly taking their sweet time here.
It's Leenock against Bra, so...
Against whom?
Against Bra.
Do you know the guy?
I think he also was playing a lot of Age of Empires 2.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna very quickly going to modify the title here to Leenock. Leenock is amazing, man. I love me some Leenock. Versus how do you spell the name? B-R-A-H?
Yes.
Oh, that Bra. Okay. Let's see. That's good. That's good. Okay, so let's see Leenock versus Bra. Since VortiX is being particularly sloppy today with his. Wait, no. I think he might be he might be going into the menu right now, into the game, because he just disappeared from my friend list. That's kind of an indicator that something is happening. So let's just give it like 10-30 seconds more, perhaps. Let's just kind of work with this, perhaps, and just say, because let's face it, I really would love to see that matchup. I did actually, like, Jordan was one of those actual AoE2 players whom I enjoyed following and watching, even though like AoE2 has never been my most favorite game in the world. So that's obviously quite cool, and yeah, that's why I'd really like to see his game versus VortiX. But they are nowhere to be seen still. You know what, let's just, because before they get started, we will probably be done with the first game anyway, and unless it's just a slugfest, taking like a gazillion hours. So let's just go for Leenock. If that is an interesting matchup, I will probably stick to this as well. So we're just gonna load into Leenock versus Bra,
Right.
And yeah, we shall see how that develops. And it is going to be English versus the Rus. So it's a very dangerous matchup for the Rus. I don't like this kind of the Rus side of things is relatively frustrating to experience. So without any further ado, guys, yeah.
Could you please?
Yeah, I'm gonna start. So in the blue at the bottom, playing the Rus, it's gonna be Bra, the player whom I don't really know too well. Allegedly a semi-pro, I guess, at AoE2. That is basically the description, I guess.
And in the red we have Leenock.
Yeah, Leenock is crazy. He's a Korean SC2 pro who has recently transitioned to Age of Empires 4. He hasn't seen much success recently in AoE, in StarCraft. So I think that's the reason why he has been transitioning into that. You can see, by the way, Leenock immediately opening with double scouts, so that's kind of the thing you can do to counter the Rus who need to get the hunts, who need to kill the wolves, right? There are actually very nice spawns of wolves over here for Leenock, so you can actually claim quite a bit of that gold, or deny that extra gold from his opponent just very, very quickly. Just snagging those 2 wolves, I guess, going in towards the TC should just net him, a very easy denial of 50 gold, and yeah, it's just going to be very frustrating for his opponent to discover that lots of those hunts and animals
and
are
lots of
already
wolves,
gone.
yeah. Lots of wolves as well.
Yeah, it's going to be
Keep in mind, each of those wolves gives 25 gold and 25 hunt.
And it's actually quite a peculiar start. I'm kind of, generally speaking, used to seeing the Rus, just getting 2 villagers onto the wood. There's just 1 here right now, so it's just full focus on getting the food, right? I guess like that's just about the rush. So he just wants to get, Bragg just wants to get to feudal as soon as possible. Maybe against the English, it's just a quirky thing, allowing you to maybe survive a little bit longer, right? Against this archer harassment, you can, hit that timing at a little bit better rate. I'm kind of guessing this might be the case. You see Bragg, by the way, pulling that wolf towards the TC fire, obviously a bit more efficient than a scout at dealing with wolves. So he just disposes of that animal very quickly and just moves on.
And he gets the tier 1 hunt bonus already, but he has very few sheep under his town center though. So
yeah,
that might
that's
be a
true,
problem.
that's true. So that he has not, maybe he's just gonna circulate, he's just running around, I guess. Look at this, oh, that's so frustrating. Look, Leenock has been able to snag 3 wolves again. That's 75 gold, that's just kind of floating through the map. You have to be very careful, you have to micro disc out a lot, because the wolves tend to kind of lose the aggro if you run away too far, and then, obviously Bragg can reclaim that that hunt. So it's actually a very nice opening. Oh, Bragg actually gets one of those wolves. So he snipes one, and he's actually going to just give up on the other 2. So 50 gold more, once again denied by Leenock. Leenock, by the way, does actually spot this hunt over here that has not been found by either of the players, I believe. He's going to just go and claim it as well. I do not really like this from Bragg. Like, that's a very bad opening, initially anyway.
And he's gonna lose basically all the deer.
Yeah, there's one hunt here that he's gonna claim.
Yeah.
But it's looking quite nasty so far.
Yeah, it was actually a great decision by Leenock to go for the double scouts early.
Yeah, guys,
denying
how's the volume,
denying
by
the
the way?
hunts.
Chat, tell me, is the volume okay? Is the, both casters equally loud? Is the game volume too quiet or too loud? Just let me know on the chat, okay? So because I had like some reset, my settings on OBS reset, so I'm kind of working from scratch here. So we are looking at, we're looking at this, Leenock actually claiming all the wolves, claiming a lot of the hunts. It's a lot of stuff denied from the Rus. Obviously, Rus is very comfortable with 250 hunting bonus. That's kind of something that you're aiming for. There's also a lot of gold that you get, that propels you towards that castle age up that you generally speaking would like to get as the Rus, right?
Yeah, that's a really bad misclick by Bragg, by the way. Those are 5 idle villagers.
Yeah.
That he clicked right next to the age up building, but they were just standing there doing nothing.
Yeah, so
also, he has no food.
Yeah.
Also, he has no food below his town center, so
yeah, he can't actually produce. Oh, he actually does drop it. So there is no downtime for the TC. This kind of has been producing villagers consistently, right? So it's kind of good, I guess. We see English actually going up a little bit more slowly. That's actually reasonable, and that is actually highly indicative of the fact that they are going to rush you. Because if the English are very slow to their age up, they're generally speaking just, banking up resources. There's like more villages operating, just gathering stuff. So this means that the English can actually produce a lot of archers. You can see Leenock sitting on materials that are sufficient to produce like 4 right now. So you can just get 4 of those ridiculously powerful English longbows. Also, there is a villager moving across the map. Again, that's something that Bragg spots immediately, and that's a very, very good indicator of some sort of aggressive play. I think this villager is dead, though. I'm not
and
really
that
sure
the villager has 4 scouts on him.
Yeah. So 4 scouts is too
good.
much, right? They do enough damage to just, contest that villager's health and just take him down completely. And obviously, it's not good for Leenock. He was kind of hasty with this. I do think this is kind of greedy play as well, because you can kind of anticipate there's going to be lots of scouts on the map for the Rus. Oh, he loses 2 sheep for this, so it's not too bad actually. That's again 10 gold denied. But yeah, that's a little bit annoying, of course, losing the villager
Mike,
for free.
Mike.
Good. Yeah.
Could you please turn on the stream on Discord as well? Because I'm slightly behind because I had to watch
I didn't realize it. Sure, of course.
Yeah.
I just So you're not watching. You're not watching the same thing I'm watching. Yeah, that's quite bad. I'm so sorry. Yeah. So give me a second. So you can kind of do some casting here. Look at the villagers or something. I'm going to very quickly fix it.
Yeah, we have already 6 longbows, probably 7 on stream from Leenock, and probably once he'll have around 8 or 10, he'll...
You got it, by the way, you got the stream.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Okay, I can turn off this shit.
So, yeah, we see a move out. 9 archers is enough to one-shot a villager. You see the distribution, by the way, of the villagers across the board for Leenock, right? Leenock has 3 villagers on gold, which means he can get those upgrades from the blacksmith immediately as he constructs it. He can also go MAAs if he wishes to do so, but I'm not really sure if that's kind of the correct choice here. I do believe he's just gonna go across the map with those archers and he'll try to inflict some harm on his opponent, especially that he is aware there is a stable out there, right? So playing against this is going to require some spears, and he's producing them, and he's just gonna go and be a little bit more aggressive.
It's gonna be all about that micro, sniping those spears and trying to keep your archers alive.
It's very conservative of a tower, isn't it? This one over here.
Yeah, but keep in mind that I think it's right in range, so that if a scout was running around near that gold, that tower would not be seen.
Yeah, so... but you could pressure this, right? I think, I understand what he's doing. I'm just kind of curious why he's so safe with this play. So what generally speaking you see people do is that, Mongols do this, the English do this as well. They contest the wood lines, and this is a very nice opening. This area over here is not protected by... Maybe he's just going to wait. He's going to accumulate some units and then go there.
Yeah, also a weird thing, he didn't even try to contest professional scouts 3 deer.
Yeah, no, not at all.
To the right of him. Yeah, basically 5 deer carcasses just disappeared. Or sorry, 4.
Yeah, so it's the question of what exactly he's gonna do with those, because he produced lots of units, right? It's not a fully committed attack yet, but it is going to be an attack nonetheless. We don't see a blacksmith, so it's not going to be like a direct ram ranch, right? You see this happening sometimes, by the way, just going, people just go directly for those rams and go from there. I think he might just be setting up, right? It's kind of a perimeter he's establishing, right? He can always just run away to this tower now, and he's just going to, build another one over here and just keep his opponent honest and busy. Yep. So that is probably going to be the case. By the way, thank you so much, Mumbles Cares, for following on YouTube. Welcome to our humble cast. Lovely to have you over. Now, those archers, there's actually 9 archers on the side of Bra, so it's actually a decent force altogether. You probably want to have double archery range, which he does possess right now, because, obviously the English double produce archers, so you need to match them. And Leenock is actually moving those archers in bunches so that he probably doesn't want to get picked off by those stray scouts or horsemen, right? Which is, I do believe, quite a reasonable play. Now there is a small engagement over here, and I do believe that Bra is actually going to have the, he's going to be the first one to get the blacksmith going, so he might actually have some upgrade lead as the game progresses. I think this is a favorable exchange, by the way, for Bra. You have to remember that the English archers are a little bit slower than the normal archers. It's a negligible difference almost, but when one party is chasing the other, it does actually work. So obviously when they're running though, they're going to take some extra losses. So I do think this almost an even trade, maybe actually favoring Leenock in the end even.
To be honest, in my opinion, Bra was actually trying to kill that villager that was trying to build that tower.
He's to this, and that's actually so
still trying. Yeah.
Leenock is actually super sharp on this reaction. He gets that villager run it back. If he has to run it again, that's a dead villager though. So he loses it. Actually, nice split fire from Bra. So he actually does target those villagers and the villager and the archers at the same time. So those archers take some extra damage. And this is going to be.
Yeah, to finish the tower, Leenock will have to actually pull another villager from his eco. And it will take a really long time for that villager to get there, and he actually Bra might be able to intercept that villager again.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Oh no, it's being No, but that's not actually a villager.
No, I think what I generally speaking like to see is when people bring two at the same time. Because he lost two villagers already. It's not a small loss actually, because he's the aggressor here, right? So he is supposed to have an eco lead coming out of the aggression. So far he's like, minus two villagers from that attempt. And obviously his opponent just, consistently producing villages, getting a lot of the extra food gathering from those deer who are very efficient. Right, they're like a very good source of food. Overall, it looks like Bra is going to just kind of go up to Castle Unscathed and potentially, just dominate the game with the horse archers. It's kind of looking like it so far. Like this tower is going to be denied completely for now.
No. There's another villager I think coming. Yep.
But... yeah, it's sure. I mean, there is a villager here, but how exactly are you going to get there at this point against this many archers?
There is no way. I don't think that Leenock is aware that there are so many archers on the field right now from Bra. And once he sees it, I think he's just gonna retreat and maybe reconsider.
Yeah, that's what I like to see actually. I'm not really sure what exactly we're going to accomplish here. And obviously English are quite okay in mid game versus the Rus, right? It's not like they directly lose the game when the Rus hits castle. Unlike many other civs, because the Longers are very good of a tool at dealing with the horse archers. So we should just see how exactly this happens. Obviously we see that Brock is ready to go up to castle. He actually does engage against those archers of the English as well. He has to be very considerate here though, because this tower obviously does add a significant amount of DPS.
And even the spearmen and the scouts and the villager can actually fire arrows, so they are able to help in this skirmish.
Yeah, so that's what's happening here. 3 spears, 1 vill, and a scout loaded up and just shooting away. Obviously you want to kind of go back to that tower range before you start fighting, and that's what Leenock does. I think he's gonna get like nice end of those engagements overall, because he's just kind of a little bit stronger at this point. He's like, I really don't like this from Bra, because he's throwing away lots of units, and he doesn't need to be doing this because he's very close to actually hitting up the castle age. And then you have knights potentially, you have those horse archers, very strong units. Horse archers relatively cheap for what they can do in comparison to the even to the longbows. So I do think like it's a way better exchange for Bra if he just kind of is patient and waits.
But we also have the potential of ram range, and we already see the first ram coming from Leenock. So...
that's the scary part, because Leenock is on a timer right now. There is this Abbey of the Trinity. Actually, once again, Bra idling villagers. He did not shift click those guys. Remember to shift click your vills, because you might be very busy once that castle age up happens, and then you obviously have nothing to do. They have no kind of incentive to just micro your villages then, so it's usually just a good practice to micro them beforehand, just shift clicking. He's not producing a warrior monk yet, which I'd really like to see, because the sooner you get those relics, the better for you, especially that the English can contest those. And
you can actually get like 3 relics basically for free to north of the map.
Yeah. So, 2 of them are very close to his base. You can probably just go, by the back of it, like just going around and just snagging.
I'm not sure if he has already seen the relic stuff. No, he has, and he already has seen this the hunt that is there.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So those are actually veteran archers for the Rus right now as well. So it's quite a dangerous thing. And obviously the villagers are very good at dealing with any siege units, so they'll just ban this very quickly. And there is nothing that will basically tank for Leenock anymore. Obviously you can always redirect the fire of the TC, but there's nothing that he can actually threaten the infrastructure with anymore. And he's nowhere near to the castle age, I believe, unless he has just clicked up. No, not really. So he's actually
keep in mind that the single mangonel will basically dismantle all those archers.
Yep.
And I think that Leenock is very much aware of that, and...
Yep. Those are better just early knights for Brass though, so he's not upgraded them yet. He needs some extra gold to do that, of course. I'm not sure about the monks. Is there a monk? No, there are still scouts here. I'm really baffled by this. You would like to see a few warrior monks just kind of, walking towards those 2 relics, maybe even getting the sacred side going. Oh, there are actually spears from Leenock here, so he's aware that this might be a contested relic, and he's just going to camp it with those spears. Though you have to say that aren't you surprised, because that's just usually the goal of you going up to the next age, right? The goal is to get those relics back to your economy and just have that free gold income, which is not the case at all for Bra right now. He's not really getting those benefits of the Rus
Yeah,
fast
he basically went to third age, and there's nothing going for him because of that. He's not getting any upgrades except for veteran archers, and
yeah, he can sell
that's
some
about
food. He has 2 tickets, right? He has 800 food. He can sell that food for gold. Oh, I think he just did it, by the way. He can stop. Oh, thank God. Okay, Bra is aware now.
Yeah.
He is actually gonna go and contest it. He probably just does see this as well. So he's aware there are some spears over here. He's just going to get rid of them first. And then
yeah, he's just gonna send 3 archers. Yeah.
That's very good. That's actually good. Like, proactive move. And yeah, there is just a small force of Leenock running around these relics here, which are very unlikely to be contested first, because,
Leenock, I think, thought that Bra has already picked up a few relics, and he was just running around with warrior monks, while Bra was having none of that, and he actually just forgot about the ability to produce the warrior monks.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Well, you can't just bleed out knights though if you are Bra, right? They're expensive units overall, so losing them like this not the best idea ever. Plus, he has so much food right now. I'd really kind of like to see him maybe add some variety here. Just kind of.
This is a very bad trade for Bra.
Yeah, of course. But if you have 1.3k food, you can just build double barracks, just produce infantry. I'm not sure why Rus doesn't have to. Leenock, by the way, did go up to castle very late, but he did go up, so it's going to be an equal footing in maybe 30-40 seconds once this upgrade for the archers goes through.
Yeah, but once he sees that mangonel, there's gonna be a siege workshop going down instantly, I think.
Yeah, it's very scary. I mean, I've seen people dodge mangonel shots, at very high elo, if you look at the Muslim streams, for instance, or Terra streams, they're able, because you can see the direction in which the mango is facing, right? You can only shoot, in this very, very narrow angle here. So you can actually micro your units if you are good at microing anyway, you can actually just dodge those mango shots rather efficiently. So it's not that bad.
But still, even if you dodge the mangonel shot, it's not gonna be dodged 100%. You're still gonna take some damage from it.
Yeah, sure, of course. But I've seen actually Dimu, fight against triple mango without any anti-artillery and win. So it's not impossible to do. This being said, though, there is a mangonel and there is actually a Springle being built in response to that mango. So 3 shots from a Springle does actually take down the mangonel here, which is probably what we'll see in a second. English are also producing men-at-arms, so that is obviously a very cheap, effective unit that can tank a lot of archer shots, because archers have relatively low damage, and those MAAs have extremely high armor values. Especially those English MAAs get that extra bonus from armor clad, which is extra +2 ranged and melee armor, which is insanity. It just means that the archers are basically doing 0 damage to you almost, right? It's insane how efficient this is. By the way,
with full upgrades, it's exactly 1 damage, so it takes a lot of shots to kill that man-at-arms.
I mean, still, you need to upgrade this unit fully, right? You need to have the armor clad, you need to get the upgrade from the blacksmith, you need to also get that tier upgrade to veteran. It does take a little bit of effort. Leenock are actually quite reckless with those farms, don't you think so? I don't really like this farm placement because they're very vulnerable.
And there is no way for those villages to actually hide.
No. So I'd really like to see them at the. Oh, there is a space. There is a nuke over here in the back, so you could probably utilize this. There is a mango coming through over here as well. There is no emplacement on this tower, so it's just going to go down like this. It's not going to be even annoying. I'd really like to see Leenock get some stone and just upgrade some of those towers. It's too late for that though right now. It's way too late for that. By the way, Bra is actually walking towards the relic here, trying to contest it. I'm kind of curious whether Leenock does recognize this and just shoots down the monk with the villagers. I'd really like to see this. Please.
And because those, keep in mind, those are English villagers that have bows. So
yeah, they have short bows. Everything that is English shoots arrows, right? So even So oh no, Mr. Monk, you don't want to be doing this. You don't. Oh, that's very silly. Oh, yes.
And
now it's gonna be 3 4 shots. No, it takes a while, so I'm not really sure. No, he's dead. He's pretty dead.
He's dead.
There's actually such a big micro mistake from Bra. Again, very, very
if those were any other villagers except for English, then those would be probably 2 or 3 villager picks by that warrior monk. But those were English villagers which can actually inflict really good damage against raiding units like warrior monks. So
very peculiar that it's a big mistake from both players. I think Leenock should be, should have eyes on the map. And Bra, of course, that was very stupid. That was just silly. And very unfortunate overall. That is not good. By the way, Leenock has not upgraded the longbows yet. He just is working with those basic units here. Not veterans even. But he is very good at dealing with the cavalry. You can see how good English can be against the Rus. Right? Just shooting those arrows at horse archers. They just go down with a single volley.
Yeah, Leenock has already had the critical mass of longbows. That's gonna be really hard to deal with for Bra.
He has had it for a while, by the way.
Yeah, but the thing is, the only thing that can deal with it efficiently would be like a really big Mongol shot. So.
But they're Springald, so it's not easy, especially that you have some men at arms as well that can just walk up and tank up a few shots. They are really good. Like those are 6 ranged armor MAAs. They'll be taking like 2 damage right now, 3 damage from those archers. And a little bit more, like, 8 damage from those horse archers, right? Yeah. So it's a bit of a scary situation right now for Bra, because he was ahead in this game for sure, and he's actually going to be forced to kind of relinquish his advantage in this. But I think there is like a large engagement coming in as well. Like there is large force here. There's a force of longbows from behind as well.
Bra might be losing that mangonel. Bra's losing that mangonel.
Yeah, he
Bra
loses
lost one mangonel.
and that's actually a very expensive loss to begin the fight with, because that is his only answer to the longbows and MAAs. Especially that he's getting pincered right now. It's not good at all. Mind you, Horse Archer is relatively good at dealing with artillery because they have very high base damage, so they ignore the high armor of RT units. This being said, so
the
what? Like,
there are no
Mongols left, so actually fighting those Springals is not efficient at all. You can see how.
And here come the man at arms. Look how many there are.
Yeah, there are just so many MAAs here from all directions, just pouring in, just obliterating the forces of Bra. And it does seem like it's gonna be GG, to be honest. I'm not really sure how he recovered from this complete wipe. Because look at the forces of Leenock. Leenock has so much in terms of supply. Like, there is 26 military for Bra. I think it's like about 60 for Leenock, easily. Yeah, 62. It was very accurate.
It's 50. It's actually 50 supply difference between those two.
And it's mostly military, which is even worse, because English are just going to demolish you right now. They're just going to wipe the floor with you. I'm not sure horse archers are a good response to mass longbow. I really don't think so. So you actually see Rus going down to English in the very first game of the day.
Mike. I have a in real life situation right now, and I have to take a break.
Sure.
Like really shortly.
Yeah, if you go back, you go back. Sure. Yeah, just message me on Discord. I'll add you back to the chat.
All right. Be right back, sir.
So yeah, seeing this situation over here, I'm not really sure what exactly Leenock can do right now. To be honest, like he's just gonna get obliterated. I'm not really sure the stable TC player is going to be any efficient at all at dealing with this attack. You have the possibility, if you're Leenock, to just build 2-3 siege rams, or just bring your own mangonels maybe to the fray, and then just go for this kind of all-in siege. And we'll just see that in a second, I believe. Right? It's just inevitable at this point. Like the advantage that he has been able to eke out is super big. So it is probably just a matter of time before this fight happens and Leenock just takes it all home. This being said, there is still some potential. Of course, like there are 2 mangonels that are always quite a big threat. So it's not like Bra is completely done for, he's just partially done for now. That's a large force of Leenock. Look at how many units he has. It's 36 longbows, 20 MAAs. There are additional towers coming, of course, because the English do like to have that extra network of castles bonus. Maybe soon to be upgraded to the network of citadels if we see a keep. And it's actually kind of coming. Leenock obviously just probably realizing he is ahead, doesn't want to just throw away his entire advantage in an instant, so he's just going to be playing it safe and steady, just gathering the extra stone, building the keep, probably somewhere here uphill, and then just contesting his opponent's base, and that is going to be the end of it, unless there is some miraculous play from Bra, which doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon anyway. Especially that obviously the sacred site is being completely occupied. This one has just been denied. And the one in the north west is very much in control of Leenock. Alongside this little relic, and this relic over here also not contested at all by Bra. So it's not a good spot to be in if you're Bra. Obviously, you're just basically looking at the clock and just waiting for the inevitable attack that is just going to come sooner than later. I'm kind of wondering how conservative exactly Mr. Leenock is going to be here. Maybe he's just going to wait a little bit longer, just to get a little bit more of a safety net, just maybe max out on the army, just like SC2 players like to do before they they execute the final attack. That's generally speaking a good move because we have such an advantage on the map that you can probably just afford to wait. And obviously your opponent's comeback is potentially is just way worse than your attack potential is. Yeah, so you can just kind of take a sweet time. This being said, though, Brad does actually build a keep here, so it is going to keep this perimeter relatively safe. This doesn't mean, though, that it is going to be entirely safe for Bra, because there is a large force of Leenock coming from the south and attacking this wood line over here, putting a lot of pressure down, of course, forcing lots of those units to move down. And the nice thing is, like, you can just back out with those men-at-arms right now. They have 8 ranged armor, so they're barely taking any damage from those horse archers. You can just put a lot of pressure on those archers immediately right now, which is actually happening right now. Bra actually goes up to Imperial. So that's actually quite a peculiar choice. I really did not see this, actually. I'm kind of baffled by this. I had not seen that coming at all. Leenock, by the way, very close to going in himself, so I'm not sure if he wants to commit to this fight at all. But yeah, I actually was not watching patiently enough. I was not paying attention to the fact that there was a high armory on the way. And yeah, Leenock is actually kind of on a timer right now. He has to kill his opponent very quickly, or he just has to go up to Imperial himself, which is probably the play here right now, with those villagers moving up in a large quantity. I think he's just going to go for Berkshire Palace, and he's just going to put on some extra pressure with that really powerful keep of the English, right? I'm not really sure where exactly that's going to come, by the way. I'm not really sure where exactly he's going to place it. This being said, it is going to probably happen somewhere on the map, and Leenock is indeed going up with 7 villagers. Actually, not here. Hello, Leenock. Oh, he's just gonna go for it. The Berkshire Palace is gonna go in the middle of the map, and that is going to be the play here. He's just going to take full control over this middle sacred site. Also, there is obviously a monastery being built, so you can snag the relics now. You can take those sacred sites. The middle one, of course, fully in control right now. He can pretty much just take it for granted almost with those 2 keeps, including the most powerful keep in the game. So he's pretty safe here right now. Obviously, those archers being very annoying here in the south still. This has not been dealt with at all. And even those elite force archers do have to actually, bring their best to the fray to actually deal with those veteran longbows. So I'm not really sure how exactly this is gonna pan out, actually. Leenock is working with 180 supply to 114 for Bra. So it was looking quite okay, but honestly, he is super far behind in terms of economy. Like, he has very little. 71 villages to, I would say, about 100, 109 even, for Leenock. So Leenock is actually very far ahead here. Leenock is extremely far ahead at this point. So yeah, that is quite scary. And obviously there is a small attack here from the south as well. There are some archers coming up. And there are some men-at-arms as well, just putting on extra pressure. And you can see even those elite horse archers not really doing too much. So, like, those fully upgraded English men-at-arms are actually very powerful. Like, feels like they're almost a separate unit at this point, given that tech is unique to them, that ironclad upgrade is just unique to the English alone. So, yeah, that's just crazy how strong those units are, especially against anything that is ranged. And you can see that actually there's a lot of pressure being put on both sides of the map for Bra. And Leenock has a very good idea as to how to play late game here. So he's splitting his opponent's attention. There's like very small squad of horse archers here actually attacking from the south here, like attacking this eastern edge of Leenock's base. But I'm not really sure how much they can accomplish, to be honest. Especially that they probably should be dealing with this incoming attack, because it's just massacring the economy of Bra here. The Rus has very little to offer, You have 180 supply for Leenock, about 102 for Bra, so even with the Streltsy, I think there is very little that can be done. Streltsy are actually very good against any heavy armored units, because they have extremely high attack values, but I'm not really sure if like 2 or 3 Streltsy, or 4 even, can actually effectively deal with what Leenock has accumulated in this game. And you see probably those monks bringing back the relics, right? No, this actually is not capitalized on yet. Okay, there is a a Monk actually coming to the middle right now. Actually, there's a huge fight at the bottom here. Those archers being sacrificed for some villager kills, which I think is reasonable because Leenock is working with a capped population. He can actually throw away some units for villagers right now just to get this economic advantage to a even better point. There's a cleanup also in the north, so those 2 points of pressure are going to go away completely. However, you can see that Leenock is actually decapping the sacred side, obviously depriving his opponent of extra gold income. So, there is a sacred side being captured in the middle as well, there is a cannon. Leenock has a super large economy to back any of his plans up, actually. Does he have an upgrade? He must have it, right? No! Oh my no, he doesn't have the gold trickle. So Leenock forgets about the most important economy upgrade for the English, I think. He doesn't have the enclosures, which is this passive gold trickle for the farms, which he should have got like immediately when he hit Imperial, because it basically provides you with infinite gold income as the English. He just doesn't have it yet. And it's actually super unfortunate because he's denying himself a lot of resource income. So Leenock doesn't have the most important tech for the English in the game, I think. Because this basically means that every single farm being worked by a villager just does generate extra gold every 3.5 seconds. So this would be a lot of extra income for the English, of course, and that's just something that he's not using. Surprisingly enough, you know, given he has so many farms, right? He has so many farms. Now we have this small, weird siege coming in from the middle. I'm not really sure what this can accomplish because, let's face it, Leenock has a monstrous army right now. And yeah, it's just going to be the matter of how long you can hold on to your day alive as Rus. I don't think the answer is much longer, especially that there is a huge macro mistake from Bra. And he loses the entirety of his forces, probably dropping below 100 supply right now. He is at 92 indeed. And that is probably going to be all she wrote, because there is obviously cannons from the English as well, and putting pressure on the skip over here. And I'm not really sure what exactly can do. Those Pringles, of course, going to be sieged up on by those men-at-arms. You can also sacrifice them as Leenock. You have so many resources. You have so much in the bank. You can produce extra artillery. You can use those skips to produce your siege forces as well. And I do believe that this is going to be all she wrote for our dear Rus player here. So Leenock obviously just disposing of his enemy, of his opponent very, very nicely here. It was looking quite dire when he was behind on the castle timing and, you know, just not really getting much done in the mid-game, and then he just kind of snowballed out of control with a few good plays. You know, this kind of pincer move from top and bottom, right, from north and south was really what probably just gave him the advantage in this game. So I'm very kind of happy to see this. And yeah, Bra just taps out, guys. Bra just goes out of the window here in the very first game of the series. And Leenock very convincingly taking the very first game of the series here. Very nice play of the English. I think we've seen Leenock play English before, and he has, just generally speaking, been an expert on the civ, and he just does showcase this once again. Which is great, honestly. It's just great to see this. Guys, if you're new to this stream, please consider dropping me a subscription on YouTube. It is free, so obviously it's just going to help me, you know, continue streaming and such. So I do appreciate any subs on YouTube, follows on Twitch, or whatever else you find suitable. This being said, yeah, we're just gonna wait a little bit for those guys to get ready for game number 2. Maybe they're just already in it. I would probably like to. Oh, Beastyqt added us. You might actually follow Beasty for the next series. That's actually super cool. And Leenock is not in the game yet, so I'm not really sure what's happening there. I'm not really sure what happened with VortiX, by the way, in his series. Has he played his first game? No, this is a very old game, I think. So I think VortiX's opponent did not show up at all. So we have a no-show, so it's good that we did not wait for that. So you just have to wait for Leenock to get started with game number 2. And we can just very quickly browse, you know, the bracket and see what exactly awaits us later. Because you probably will have some extra games coming up in the future. Maybe some results are up already. So just quickly have a look. So, anything striking. So Black Widow 1-0, right? Zertin moves on because his opponent was not there. Donkey King, again, taking a 2-0, probably a forfeit game as well, so no show. Over here, Leenock actually advancing versus Bra, so this is the second game of the day, apparently. maybe Brad just gave up after the first game. What exactly happened there, I'm not really sure, because I was pretty certain it was just one game. So this series concluded, actually. Very, very weird. So I'm not sure what Brad did, but maybe he just rage quit from the series, or maybe we were just late. And it was just a very quick two-match series. So we cannot actually check with Leenock. I'm gonna just very quickly message him. So Leenock is actually done, apparently. That's what the bracket says. Maybe Leenock had the free draft of Mongols, he just picked Mongols and won. That's kind of looking like a likely scenario at this point, to be honest. Oh, he gave up the second game. Okay, so it's just a forfeit. Cheers. So that's how it went. So he just gave up the second game. So yeah, Leenock taking the first series very easily, to be honest. I'll just look for the next games then that we can probably watch. Let's just very quickly see what exactly we can actually spectate. So, by the way, Jordan didn't actually show up at all. So Jordan did actually forfeit his spot. DauT takes 1 versus Codex. Lucifer 0-0. CMGIC is 1-1 versus Neon Racing Cat. Neely still in his match versus his opponent. Yeah, nothing really interesting right now that we could watch. Nushel Bar versus Viper is still ongoing, but this is on the main stream, so we're not gonna watch that for sure. There's no point, because there's nobody who'd be interested in watching that on Twitch from two sources at the same time. Yeah, we could see. I'm not really sure. Do you guys have any preferences? Would you guys like us to watch any specific series? Because we can watch anything from the bracket right now. I might actually post the bracket quickly. You can pick a game. I think we have most of the players from the bracket on the list, so you can just go to the bracket. I posted it on the chat, guys. You can click it. You can pick a matchup that you'd like to watch, and then we'll obviously just go there and watch it. Because Leenock did actually take his series absolutely for free. I'm curious about the Mista's games. Like, he's obviously a very good player too, so maybe just going to Mista is gonna be the play here. Let's see who Mista is up against. Unless you guys have any other suggestions, of course we can adjust to this. Oh, Coco DFX, that's actually a very good player. And I think my brother is back, so I'm just gonna very quickly add him back to the chat. Hey Kuba.
Yo.
So Leenock took game 1 because he just had better macro in the end, and actually his opponent gave up, so there is a 2-0 there, so we're not gonna watch the second game because there is not gonna be a second game. I was thinking of going towards Mista versus Ho-Ho DFX. What do you think?
Let me check.
Unless Kasvar is playing someone good, then we could also watch Kasvar.
Kasvar was playing Micah.
Oh shit!
And he already won because Micah got disqualified.
Oh no! Ah, crap! Oh shit! So probably a no-show, right? So let's go to. So he's probably practicing now. Let's go to Mista versus Ho-Ho. I'm not really sure what else we could watch actually. I do think that Mista versus Ho-Ho is going to be the interesting game here. Yeah.
It's in pool 2. Give me a second. I'll check it out. Mista.
But this is a very long game. I'm not sure if you want to just kind of start a 51-minute game. I'm really not sure about this, because if they finish, then they might just kind of go forward and we will miss out on more tournament games. I'm not really too certain about this. Maybe Summer is 1-0 and that'll be interesting to watch. Anyone 1-0 who we would like to say? Do I have Simtom? He's playing versus Shalami. Let's go to Simtom versus Shalami, guys. Let's watch it. That's actually good. Because they're 1-0 and that's the second game of the series with Simtom actually having a lead. That's actually very good because specifically, yeah, Shalami is a very good cheeser. So guys, without any further ado, in the top, in the blue, playing the English, actually, it's Simtom. And in the bottom?
And in the bottom we have Shalami playing as the Ross. Again, the same matchup as we've seen in game 1 with... what was it? Leenock?
Yeah, Leenock
Leenock against Bra, yeah.
And Shalami is a crazy player, guys. Shalami, I think he's Hungarian, that's what his name kind of indicates anyhow. Shalami is really good on the ladder, he is the craziest cheeser of them all. You have really, if you have watched any kind of high tier streamer, or if you've played like at the, let's say rank 250 or above that, right, you must have met Shalami at least once. He is crazy good at cheesing, he has so many weird strategies, but he's also a solid macro player at the same time, so yeah, it's going to be a very peculiar matchup, I think. I'm very hyped to see how exactly those guys, just pick it up here. And we have
some hunting contest, and yeah, I think that Shalami, no, he's not going for his sheep, no.
No.
He's giving up because he's lower
weird.
HP.
I think he was microing somewhere else. That's the only explanation here. He gives up 2 deer, I think, for that as well.
For
so
free,
it's not too great. So there's a contest over here, there's a scout over here just kind of not getting anything done, really. I'm not really sure what exactly Shalami is able to claim here. This micro battle does actually go in favor of Shalami, indeed he gets the final deer. But there is so much sheep actually taken by simtom from the get-go. Is simtom an Age of Empires pro? I think he is, right?
I think so. Yeah, I've seen him playing, I think.
I also recall him from those bigger tournaments of AoE too. I'm like 75% positive. And Shalami is just this insane cheeser, the craziest of them all. I'm really kind of curious what he brings to this matchup, because obviously the English versus the Rus is going to very frequently favor the English, as we've just seen. Of course, being able to put on the pressure and force your opponent to make mistakes is, generally speaking, going to give you a small advantage anyway, right? So that's what might happen. I really have not seen the English. I do actually think that English are very good at playing macro game as well, just kind of going up to 2 TC defensively, right? Because that's almost free. You can defend with the TCs very efficiently, even against Rams, because you can hit those extra arrows that basically shred anything. So English are actually very good on defense, so going up to 2 TC is a good idea very often, but I don't think... Oh! I might have actually just...
That's...
he actually might go
4 villages a stone. Yep.
Yeah, well that's because there are 2 possibilities, right? You can also use this, you can utilize this mining camp to build stone walls, and just kind of attack your opponent with stone wall rush. Have you seen that before?
I've seen it before, actually, I think twice, and it's a very, very dangerous strategy.
Yeah, Chinese love to do this, right? Because Chinese are very fast builders, so they can just get get those stone walls up very quickly. So it's not necessarily double TC play, but he has a lot of villagers on wood at the same time, and very few on foot. So that's what the build is, by the way. You just take 2 villagers to build the council hall. You take 4 or 5 towards the stone. The rest of them goes towards the wood, and by the time this finishes, right? By the time this construction finishes of the landmark, you should be able to just start your TC. So you should have the TC before 6-minute mark if you're playing the English properly here.
And Rus is most likely going towards that professional scouts once again. He has a lot of sheep under his town center, so there's not going to be any food shortages.
Yeah, no, none at all, for sure. Yeah. So that's absolutely the case. So yeah, it's going to be quite a peculiar thing, really. So how exactly that proceeds, because I don't really, generally speaking, like going towards the macro games against the Rus, right? Because they have like very strong units. But it might actually be the TC, because yeah, he's going after 300 for sure. So it's going to be like an instant TC drop once this finishes. I do think that simtom knows his business as well, so I'm pretty certain that he's actually aware of the ramifications of this call that he makes, right? So that he is going to have to play against Castle Age Rus when he's still feudal. Because let's face it, you cannot get up to Castle if you start double TC before like 11 minutes, I think. I do believe it's going to be like the 11-minute mark. If you go up to 2 TC, because you spend a lot of food on double production of villages unless you're playing the Abbasid, right? So I don't believe this is possible at all for you to go up to castle before that mark if you double TC, unless you're playing the Chinese.
That's such a greedy play, but he's not stopping to collect the stone. I think he's just gonna collect like 50 more for maybe some like a tower emplacement or something. No, he's collecting even more. This is so weird.
I mean, that's actually good because what you're doing to your opponent is actually picking English as a mind game already, like at its own right. It was probably scouted. I think it has been already. Now it has definitely been scouted, so he knows what's happening. But you know, he forced some defensive play anyway, right? Just getting that extra. Of course, this is not a loss because this is going to increase your wood income anyway. The wooded fortress increases the drop-offs at the lumber camps nearby, but it's still kind of frustrating.
The wooden fortress actually, you need to collect 900 wood in order for it to be worth it. So
that's not a problem, is it, for Rus? Because you're just collecting. Because the thing is, you collect wood. Now that kind of is the evolution of the old strategy. Because you used to just kind of use the professional scouts collect the food. But now you collect the wood, and the food is not sold by the Golden Gate, right? The only thing that you sell at the Golden Gate is actually wood. So that's what I think Shalami is gonna do. He's just gonna pawn off all that wood, get the extra gold income.
Yeah, you can switch the players. Oh no, actually, we can see his resources.
He doesn't have much time left, by the way, to be like, you know, at this optimal level. He needs to start aging up around 7:30. So he has like a minute left to collect. This is realistic? No. He's gonna be slightly late. So I do believe he's kind of behind on hunts. Let's look at the numbers actually. No, he's actually very good on the hunting. In terms of hunting itself. So I'm not really sure what happened here, but he's kind of behind the clock for sure. Because he should have been almost up right now. He needs. Like, if you're
and he realizes it and pulls all the villagers to food.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, if all the hunt is right next to the town center, there's gonna be a lot of idle villagers if you don't like micro them like crazy.
No, but he drops
there's gonna be.
Look at how much he drops those carcasses though, so it's actually fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
So he microed that, so he dropped those carcasses properly. So I think he should now, at this rate, he should have the income. Yeah, he should have the income to just age up at 7:30 or something. Maybe at 8. So at 8 he's gonna, because you like to be in castle around 8:30. That's kind of the, maybe even a little bit sooner. So that is gonna be possibly the play. The English, of course, probably also kind of slowly going towards the castle, but that's gonna be a bit longer of an endeavor, to be honest. Because
double TC pumping those villagers, that's gonna cost a lot of food. Actually, triple TC. Oh, what the hell are we seeing here?
So that's some shenanigans. Actually, triple TC. That's if you're talking about delaying your castle age up, like this is
that's gonna greatly delay it.
Castle. And the problem is that once that's the thing. Once the Rus hit castle, they're really strong in terms of the military they're able to produce, right? So. It is Shalami obviously able to click up right now. 8 villages, 15 now. That's more like it. That's what you're supposed to do, to be honest. Right? Just bring as many as you can, because this age up is going to give you a lot of a huge bump. So you just want to get to that bump in power as soon as you can. I'm not sure if Shalami notices or is aware of this third TC. There's actually like eco cheese at this point, triple TC, because the thing is like you might actually go up to 4 TC with the King's Palace later. Can you imagine? No. That would be insanity. I'm not really sure if you can even support your economy of this, to be honest. 36 villages and 34. That's not a big difference yet, right? 6 villages is not that huge. This is going to skyrocket. The problem is like, what do you do against horse archers like with this sort of economy? Especially that, you know, as simtom, you need still to mine gold to get up to the next age. It's not like you can just ignore this this node over here. Because there's no other nearby gold, right? So you also relinquish all the map control, so every single sacred site belong to the Rus.
I think that he just is heavily relying on Shalam not scouting that triple TC and just being like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna pick up the relics and yeah, I'm gonna be ahead because I have relics and I have some sacred sites. Well, he's gonna have triple TC vill production. That's not something you can underestimate.
And it also means that you can lose villagers and you're okay still, because having triple TC and such a huge economical backbone is just going to propel you into the late game. It's just a matter of making it there in the first place though, which I'm not really certain or confident as to whether he can do or not.
I mean, once he sees like first military coming from Shalami, then he's probably gonna add some himself. By the way, he has produced 0 military units during this game, literally nothing. So it's just pure boom, and we'll see how it goes, because he has literally the only military production that Simtom has is his council hall.
Yeah, so... but what is he doing? What is Shalami doing here? Like he's now dropping that. That's very late. 10:17 is too late to start. You are supposed to have 3. That the proper build is 3 archery ranges by the time you finish your age, because then you start immediately producing horse archers. And that would have helped you so much if you're against this build, because you can just basically deny this gold over here. You can deny the stone. You can maybe or you can obviously harass this wood line here as well. So I'm really surprised that there is nothing happening, because obviously Shalami is just falling behind at this point, because Simtom is going to, around like I think 12-13 minute mark, Simtom is going to be able to go up to castle. You can just build, the white fortress, I'm not sure what no, not white castle. What is that called actually? The
one that produces, the one that produces Treb and the other units.
No, every single keep for the English produces Trebs, or can that's just the regular keep. The third age up is just a regular keep.
Yeah, but oh, I mean the third age up, yeah.
Yeah, because he can just do it soon, right? He's gonna be able to do it soon.
Yeah.
It's such a
I think it's White Tower. It's a White Tower.
White Tower, yeah, White Tower. Thank you. Yeah, of course it's a tower. Yeah, he has enough now. Shalami's gonna go up to castle soon. He queues up some extra villagers. He can just go up to castle in the matter of like a minute or so, and he's just gonna be there without any punishment with triple TC. Unless he's like, I'm kind of beginning to believe that he might just go up with, King's Palace. No, White Tower it is, actually. White Tower it is. Thank God, because that would have been disgusting to see quadruple TC. From the English. Now, there's some mild harassment coming, but honestly, just one villager dying to this. Like, he sees the triple TC, he realizes how far behind he is economically right now. Because he had to kill so many villagers to actually, make our opponent pay for this. And it's not gonna be easy.
Actually impossible for him to do anything about it, because that eco is gonna be protected by 3 town centers and a keep. Like, there is no way we can raid it within with a lot of knights. He's gonna have Cavaches, but what are those Cavaches gonna do?
Yeah, you put your opponent on a timer because they have to recap those sacred sites, and they have no military production yet. So right now you're still kind of saying, okay, yeah, I'm kind of fine. Especially that this gold trickle from those sacred sites with triple sacred site capture is actually quite significant. He probably has 5 relics too.
He's gonna have 5 relics really soon. Yeah, there's that extra monastery.
Can you reach it actually? Maybe he
can reach it. Yeah, maybe he has not scouted it.
I'm not sure if he knows, because he might have spotted the wall and just realized, okay, maybe I don't want to go there. Yeah, the English actually go up. They get the market. So still no military infrastructure. Is he just going to rely on outposts? Seriously?
Yeah, with towers emplacements, I think that. He's just gonna rely on that and not give a damn about any. I think that Shalami can because Shalami can only produce Cavaches right now. I don't know if Simtom knows that, but those Cavaches, they cannot run under the town center fire, and the towers actually murder them. Right? Yeah.
Like, I won a few games playing like Rus versus Rus, just running back to my TC and getting the fire support from it, because it's just so much damage. Like, they are super squishy against like fires. It's like against arrows, right? So, yeah, that's actually kind of baffling. Right, how do you actually access this base? Like, especially if this, wall line actually extends here. How do you actually get into this base? And the English, I'm really not sure what's happening here, because the English are booming like crazy, right? And we have like 82 villagers to probably like 50, right? 46. Like,
oh no.
Of course there is some passive gold income right now. You cannot go there. You cannot go there, son. You are super dead monk. The deadest of the monks.
That relic is gonna be denied.
You have to remember, this is like, I think 2 minutes down the drain for the sacred site capture. You cannot see this because you don't have the interface for sacred sites here. So there is no like, I'm not sure why Sacred Tracker doesn't include the time. That's weird, but it doesn't. So you have to remember, there is a timer, and at some point Simtom is going to have to leave his freaking base and go to those lands, go to the sacred site just to recap them. So that is definitely important. Now, this being said, he has a lot of time to do this for now. He can just probably extend this game a little bit longer, just be confident. Because you have to remember, if you lose a fight against someone who has the sacred site, you probably lose the game. So you do want to get something to exert the pressure. What I would really love to see from Shalami, is so passive. It's like, it looks, I have to say this, it feels like a way lower elo game than it is. That's how I used to play when I was like 1200 elo. Because you just sit at your base, make army, make TCs, make units, and then you go. There's no proactivity at all.
There were no scouts like looking for what simtom was doing. That's why simtom was able to actually get away with triple TC. There's no way that should have been possible.
Now the thing is, like, if you're Shalam, you can build a tower, 2 towers here, like wooden fortresses, right? 2 over here, and this makes, you know, capturing them sneakily like way harder. So that is the problem, right? If you have, like, you know, a ballista in place, like the springle placement over here on this one and on this one, it's actually very difficult to attack them, and obviously Shalami has 1,400 wood. So you can just go and do it, seriously. Just go and make that freaking tower at the walls. Exactly, that's actually the play. And there is a keep here that is very hard to siege. If this goes up, it's going to be very difficult for simtom to reach it. So he has a very nice economy, sure he does. But if he doesn't do something very soon, he's going to lose the game. Because, you know, the more you allow the Rus to, the more infrastructure you allow the Rus to construct, the worse it gets for you.
Yeah, and actually, Shalami is floating a lot of money, and he's gonna snag that relic.
Yeah, Shalami has so much money. I'm not really sure what he's doing with that money because he is not pop capped, and he certainly could be because he has so many resources. There's like a lot of extra horse archers. There's lots of firepower, but he's actually winning this fight quite nicely. He should back away.
But keep in mind that Shalami cannot replace that army, while simtom can just wait for literally
Shalami
1
can
minute.
replace this army. He has 2,000 gold.
Yeah, but
He can
his
make like
army is not costing
70
any.
mangos, man. He can make 70 mangos right now. Obviously exaggerated, but you get the idea, right? Oh, see, that's the danger. You do this, and your opponent just takes all the sacred sites and just shafts you quite hard. And I'm not really sure, so I think that's gonna come down to a singular push right now. So simtom is gonna go build his own keep. That's what the resources are saying anyway. There is a keep dropping right now as well. Hello, keep. And he's just going to have to contest this, right? He realizes, okay, there is a keep. I would really like to see a sprinkled emplacement here, of course. That's a possibility. Maybe even boiling oil, but
There are no melee units in here, so
no, yeah, but
is...
you need to make some melee, I think, at some point if you are simtom.
I think he's just switching his
focus here. Like he might actually, I think he deleted that keep altogether, right? He's just gonna move to the west. So he's faking the attack on this one, and he's actually going to switch towards that eastern keep here. But there's a second layer of walls, man. This is actually getting scary because I do think there's like 4 or 5 minutes left, and if you can just hold on to your dearest life, you can probably just win. There are 2 TCs, by the way, so it's not like, you know, Shalami's not producing any economy at all. There's also, you know, quintuple relics? 5 relics anyway for Shalami here, so he has a lot of passive gold generation. That is reflected by his staggering amount of 3,000 gold. You'd really like to see a market at this point.
Yeah, I mean he has
the gold
Rus
game,
market.
It's limited to
golden gate, but
1 per minute, right?
Yeah.
You cannot trade in it outside of the tickets, so you have to get a market. And yeah, there is an attack over here in the west. So in the east, actually, because archers are not really too adept at breaking walls, mind you, right? Actually, I have to say, if you take those villagers, for 10 seconds, they just burn the wall down to ashes.
Actually,
and he's not doing this. Like, this is basically the easiest capture in the world. So this means that Shalami cannot, you know, capture this anymore. There's a very small fight over here as well. There are some spears actually. There's no micro on the side of Shalami, so he's gonna probably lose those horse archers. And the English are just easily gonna break through this wall. Why wouldn't you use the villagers here? That's not even creative at this point. It's just kind of take your units, move, and destroy the wall kind of play. There is a trebuchet actually putting some pressure on this keep as well. So there's lots of there's a multi-prong here happening. I would really like to see
keep in mind that trebuchet is basically safe. Like the horse archers are.
So, but the thing is, like, I do think we have a timer, right? And we're not sure what the time exactly is. We should have probably noted it. Like, once we get the triple cap next time, we should probably note it. But there is a move out as well. There are villagers actually coming in towards this sacred site because the horse archers were forced to move away. And they might actually just get there and decap it on time. No, not really, huh? Well, there is actually a very serious decap effort over here. So there is a key being dropped, so it might be a bit harder now. Oh, this is getting tense, because if this is repelled, if the skip goes up, actually it's going to be a very serious problem, as long as Shalami can actually keep this location, which doesn't seem to be the case anymore. He's losing lots of units here. Even villagers actually assisting with their fire. And
so it might be like less than a minute. It's probably less than a minute.
Yeah,
for,
if that's actually
Sacred Side
happening,
victory.
right? And there is, there is a fight over, and I think might be more. I think it was like 12 minutes, so we have like a minute 30 left. But there is a fight over here. This is getting decapped slowly, right? The middle as well is getting decapped slowly, but there are villagers just standing here idly, not doing much other than standing here. But yeah, this is actually defended. So Shalami keeps his stranglehold on the eastern sacred side. But there's also an emplacement, like a sprint. No, there was something being produced here. I'm not sure what it was anymore. But there are villagers.
I think it was a trap. It was a trap for a while.
Is there a trap?
He
He cancelled it. Okay, yeah.
He cancelled it, yeah.
Simtom goes up to Imperial, by the way. This is actually oh, this is GG, man. So Simtom destroys this sacred site. He actually does deny it. Shalami realizes Imperial Age. This is done for. He has no way of staying in this game, and he just gives up. And that's GG.
Yeah. He lost a lot of units that basically Simtom was able to replace those longbows, but Shalami couldn't replace. He had a lot of gold banked, but he wasn't able to actually utilize that gold in any way.
Oh, there is Beastyqt versus Chrysaor. Let's just go. Sorry, Kuba. Sorry, we can skip
for
the
sure,
analysis.
for sure. Yeah,
but yeah, there's Chrysaor is a very good player. I'm not sure where he comes from again, but I know Beastyqt. We all know Beastyqt. We all love Beastyqt, I think. So it's going to be the series that we're going to spectate next, guys. It's going to be Beasty versus Chrysaor. I think that's how we spell his name, anyway.
Yes. And we have Beastyqt as French. Oh boy. So we have Beastyqt as French, playing as the blue player, and...
Yeah, let me just very quickly switch, sorry. In the north, in the red, is going to be Chrysaor playing as the English again. We have seen a lot of English today, haven't we? It's not the first English matchup we are actually witnessing on the day.
That's actually the 3 games out of 3 that we've watched today were English against someone. It was actually English against Rus. This time we have English against French, so basically it's another cavalry-heavy civilization.
Yeah, and I do think that this matchup specifically still favors the French, because the English knights have not been nerfed too much, and I do believe...
French knights.
I mean, yeah, the French, of course, yeah. So I do think you can get lots done with those early knights against the English, even with this extra TC arrows, right, that you can fire, because this gold is very exposed, for instance, right? So this wood line is kind of exposed, it's relatively far from the TC. So you probably need to protect it with some extra effort against the English. You can probably just build a tower here, build a tower here. It's already an investment though.
Yeah.
So I do believe that the French should be favored in this matchup still. The small micro mistake, by the way, from Beastyqt, he should have just double constructed this mining camp. So the way you should do it is you basically just take the first villager, make him build a house in the mining camp. The second villager just rallies on that mining camp. So that
maybe he was
immediately.
Maybe he wanted to make a mill for that very quick wheelbarrow, but he forgot about it. Some players do like doing it as French.
Yeah, I saw this as well.
Because what you can do is pick 5 gold and then start building that mining camp, which basically means that when you finish that mining camp, you can instantly start that wheelbarrow.
Yeah, but he's not doing this here, right? I've seen this a lot in the past, but...
Yeah, he had 0 on wood for a really long time, so that definitely was not the case.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the question is what exactly happens here, right? We see actually a very early lumber camp from Chrysaor. I'm not really sure about this. Like, I think it's strongly indicative of the macro play, right? So if you go for something like this, it's kind of often the case that you also go for stone later. He's not gonna...
That's a really fast age up.
Yeah, 230. Yeah, no kidding, no kidding.
230 with 3 villages.
4. Oh, I thought he was pulling the 4th. No, it's just 3 indeed. Yeah. So it's not gonna be a macro game. He also pulls the villages from gold, which is kind of peculiar because. I do think lots of English players like to keep villagers on gold because that just kind of facilitates, early blacksmith upgrades, for instance, right? You can just get lots of the, extra arrow upgrades or bonus. Sorry, I'm kind of confused here. You can get the Ram Ranch set up very early, but I don't think that's the case here because you don't really want to be doing this, right? You want to kind of stay defensive. I think playing against the French inherently means that you are on the defense here. By the way, thank you so much there, Toby, and Neely actually rated us with 169 viewers. What the hell, Neely? Thank you so much, my man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, guys. Well, that's amazing. That's the biggest raid I've ever had. Hello, people. Hundreds. What the hell, Neely? Welcome, people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That's the biggest raid ever, people. So we are casting Chrysaor versus Beastyqt right now. So yeah, Neely, I thought you were playing the tournament. So how is it going for you? How have your matches gone? Because we are actually witnessing the epic English versus French over here, and yeah, it's a late school of cavalry, I would say. What do you think, Kuba? What do you think of this?
Yeah, that's a really late age up. He should have gone up by, like, I don't know.
4:30 is like I think you can do it by 4, right? That's what the English have almost managed. So 4:10, 4:15, right? It's gonna be like 4:40, 4:30 for the French. Not really too late either, but it could have been faster.
With 3 villagers, yeah. So that's. I think he's going for professional scouts. Yeah, that's a professional scout build. Yep.
Yeah, that's a common thing for the French. Sure. So you, instead of just going for I'm not really sure if I like. I mean, yeah, I don't think at a very high level you can actually harass with knights, right? So that's the problem here. So which obviously means that yeah, you probably just want to go for those professional scouts and just get the extra food income, right? Just get the game off the map and bring it to your base, because you can just, you know, produce those scouts very, very quickly with School of Cavalry, right? It produces units at 20% faster rate. So the
School of Cavalry actually increases the production rate of every single building, every single stable.
Oh, it's stable, yeah, that's true, yeah. But you can use this one just as a stable, right, initially. Because you don't need another stable, whereas most of the other civs just need to produce a stable and then actually spend from there. So it's quite beneficial for our French player, right? You can actually get a lot of game off the map very, very quickly, which is great, I do believe. By the way, thank you for the follow, Seahorse Gallop. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, we were just kind of going to have a look at this. So there's some longbows actually moving across, and there is also a spearman. So I do think that Chrysaor did actually catch this very quickly, and he realizes what he's up against. Because obviously this opens.
I'm sorry, Beasty. It's Beasty.
No, Chrysaor did. So Chrysaor did actually notice that this is going to be professional scouts play, and he's probably going to be able to punish it.
Beasty actually noticed the army moving out of Chrysaor's base, so
that's true.
They are both fully aware of what the opponent is doing.
I agree, and that's good for Beasty, because if he had not noticed this, he would have probably been dead. Because those English pushes can be very, very lethal, man. They can be just absolutely devastating. You can see this Royal Knight #1 popping out, #2 also following in suit, and there's archery range drop. So it might be a very nice response, though. You have to remember there are actually spearmen here. English do come, you know, there's a hardened spearman baked in it inherently, right? So you don't have to get the upgrade, which means you get like a lot of forces very, very quickly. And there's pressure on the gold, as we have already said. This is an exposed gold for both players, so you can just, you know, harass your opponent and force them off, which is really bad for the French, because the French really need the gold. So you can just go here, but there is nothing stopping Chrysaor from, you know, just kind of looping around, just getting the gold access over here from the south.
He has to scout it first, and I think that he already.
No, actually, he doesn't know there's gold here, right? Oh no, that's a
bug.
No,
he knows. He's just a spectator bug.
That's a spectator bug. So he's aware that this is happening, by the way. So that's quite cool.
And before that scout dies, he's gonna actually see those villagers on gold, and probably he's gonna just instantly loop around and try to harass that.
Yeah, that's definitely the case here. I mean, for now I think he's comfortable here. I'm not really sure. So you would read optimally, I think you'd like to deny both goals, right? Because this means that the French cannot just build their favorite unit, which is the knight, of course. But Beasty is actually going to loop around himself. He's actually going to chase down the scout over here, and he might actually just, you know, make an advancement onto his opponent's base in the north. That might be the case here. So he might actually get some villager kills, especially that this is actually quite exposed right now. This wood line is not entirely safe, and again, this is actually walled off from the west, but there is still some opening here to be had, despite this one spearman just, you know, holding ground and defending that position. I'm not really sure Beasty what plan Beasty has right now for this game. He has not produced too many archers. I think if he had been just consistently making them, he should have had like 7 or 8 by now. He has like just 4, but he
he's fully he was not
no.
expecting this loop around.
Oh, that's
he's gonna
brutal.
lose 1, 2.
Oh,
3.
losing so many villagers here. There's 4 villages dead, I think, at very least.
That's 3.
That's
4,
3 villages, I think 4 total, right? And just,
yes.
yeah, it's just super nasty. 5 now, oh, Beasty's
5.
just not paying attention at all here. He does
I think
send
he was...
Yeah,
he was expecting those archers to come from the front, but he didn't expect them to loop around instantly and just go for the gold.
Yeah, no, he did not expect it at all.
Devastating, actually.
Yeah, that's a huge mistake. You're really not sure what happens now because you can obviously start mining this gold, but for how long remains to be actually seen. So there are some spears, but obviously Beasty does have some archers who can just focus fire the spears, just dispose of those archers of his opponent just using the knights. That might be a decent trade. He actually micros out those knights quite well as well, so he's going to retain most of his kind of expensive units here. And there are just 2 spears left. I think the knights can actually take on them. There is 1 knight charging from the back once again. He hasn't started regenerating. It's a very good fight for Beastyqt here.
Yeah, it was a mess. Actually, both players microed really well. Chrysaor actually shift-clicked the spearman to force attack the knights. So basically, he picked 1 knight at the beginning of the fight for basically free.
Yeah.
But both player micros were really insane, and I gotta give it to Beasty because he wiped that army.
Yeah, the archery, I mean, that was perfect archery. It's not like that hard to shift-click these spears though, right? You have to remember that. So I really do not believe Chrysaor did stand a chance in this fight overall. If it was microed properly by both players, I do believe Beasty did actually have the upper hand for sure. So,
yeah, but he did get the value for it because he killed 5 villagers with that army.
Yeah, sure, of course, yeah, but I agree, that's true. Impossible to argue with this. So he is, I do believe that, yeah, Chrysaor is kind of ahead of the back of this and can just play defensively now. I think that's kind of gonna happen anyway because he has lost most of his units, so he cannot just kind of go across the map and risk losing another army like this. Which
keep
I
in mind
think
also
he's just
that...
going to do this anyway, yeah.
No. Keep in mind that French DCs actually work, I think it's 20% faster in H2. So basically he evened up the villager count.
35 to 30, yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
So economies are even Steven now, that's good then, right? But I'm kind of, there is a big question mark for me around this attack here. Obviously 8 spears is way more than 5. And they're just, well, 5 knights here, it's a decent army to be honest, and Beasty just continuously producing those. He's also producing archers, so it's going to be an extended feudal game for sure, but the question is like how exactly do those units deal with this very large force here? So do you think you can repeat it again? Can you repeat your previous success and just, kill all the spears off? Again, Beasty...
I think Beasty is going to lose another bunch of vills. Yeah, that's one. I think there's going to be at least 3 villagers.
Yeah, 3 villagers down. And
that's perfect.
That's very good. Like you can just even back away, right? That's the thing. You can keep a scout alive as the English, and just kind of wrap around the base of your opponent. You can just get a lot done, and that's actually happening here. Beastyqt obviously losing way more than he would be willing to concede. There's a scout who dies, but it is a very nice price to pay for what he actually managed to get done already. And actually,
Chrysaor has no more scouts, so he cannot fight in the forest.
In this black forest here, true. And I do think that, you just have to run as the English right now, because if you lose this force, you might as well just lose the game. There's so many knights here that they can probably just dive their TC. And look at how fast, like this is actually a critical knight number as well, where they melt the infantry. And that's exactly what happens. Beastyqt just wipes the floor with Chrysaor's army. He has 9 archers, maybe like some of them are gonna get away, not many of them though. I'm actually wrong here, he just gets away with most of those. So 8 archers saved, all the spears done and dusted. And this base for Chrysaor is actually not the biggest one in the world, so there's no big economy for either player. Actually, Beasty presses the issue here. What do you think of this? Do you like this fight for Beasty?
That's a really weird fight, especially that he from the previous encounter his knight didn't heal yet.
No.
So basically he has, I think he pulled 5 knights total, 4 knights with low HP from this previous fight. So
yeah, but we have to commend Beasty on his mic, right? He's just very good at pulling out the knights on time. He just gets them out of trouble and just very low HP.
in the previous battle, he lost literally 0 units, and he took down 9 spears. So that was really, really good.
Yeah. Guys, just a quick reminder, if you are enjoying the cast, remember to follow. We do cast most of the tournaments that are ongoing. I also stream, not daily, but like 3-4 times a week. I'm like 1k, top 1k player, top 500 for Mongols. So, I'm not that bad. Just, yeah, do follow if you're enjoying yourselves here on the cast. Let's continue.
It's not that he's bad, it's just that the Mongols are good. But...
Yeah, I'm terrible. I'm terrible at this game, but Mongols are too good, man. Mongols are too good.
And we see, once again, Chrysaor hoping for a few villager picks.
He's gonna get them, isn't he? Because Beasty is very reckless with those kind of outposts here. Like, he just builds the mill and he says like, okay, I'm happy with it.
Oh no, and here comes the scout, and he's gonna see it. And that's gonna be there's gonna be at least 3 villagers there.
Why is he not moving? Why is he moving? I know
because
why. They're nice in his base, actually, so he's dealing with a raid. And that's actually very bad, because, he could have cut them off if he had just kind of blocked this passage. Oh, whoa!
Yeah, even the English, he lost 1 villager in total. Chrysaor was so much distracted that he forgot that there was an army literally next to that mill, and Beastyqt noticed it before Chrysaor actually started attacking. So
good play.
Those could have been 6 dead villagers. Instead, he just loses 1 and shakes it off. And that's a really nice play.
I mean, this wood line is not a good wood line anymore. And that's kind of slowly becoming a problem for Beasty as well, I think, because he needs to get some wood from elsewhere, right? So this one is quite exposed, because that's basically the normal path for units to go towards you. So before you can get a keep here, it's going to be very difficult to gather resources from here as well. So I think Beasty might be slightly wood starved at this point. You need archers to deal with the spears, so... Okay, so the response for Beasty might actually be the Castle Age, right? I think he has been gathering resources for this. He goes up with the Guild Hall, and there is a small... I don't like this, by the way. I hate this for Beasty.
I really hate this fight, yeah.
You shouldn't be fighting when you're going up, unless you're just kind of playing distraction. I think that's what Beasty is actually doing. So he's actually distracting his opponent, just kind of saying, okay, yeah, come fight me. I'm just gonna kite you around the map forever because my knights heal. And I'm just going to keep you busy while my 13 villages build the age up landmark. Whereas Chrysaor actually, nowhere near age up, actually he's on 86 foot, 360 gold, 70 gold. So I think he needs like 2 minutes. Yeah, he needs 2 minutes without spending resources to go up to castle himself, and Beasty's just there. And he has enough resources to just really start the upgrade almost.
Really good job by Beasty by basically picking like 5 units of, it was 3 units of Chrysaor for free, and pulling out those weak knights that basically are just gonna heal. Yeah,
he's super good on the Frenchman. Like, that's what you like to see when you are playing against the... Okay, that's what you hate to see when you're playing against French. Like, when they just kind of take away all those units, they save every single of those precious knights. That's insanely good, actually, for Beasty here. Beasty is just holding this game so well, man.
Once again, Chrysaor just trying to loop around, hoping for a few villagers picks, which he's probably gonna find. Mike, could you move the camera, please?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. So there is actually a small fight over here at the bottom of the map as well, right? Yeah, again, villagers dying, but those are veteran knights. These are veteran knights, Kuba. And they're just very good, like, they can just almost demolish this with a single charge. Okay, I actually don't want to charge into spears anymore, because there's no micro required anymore to for them to brace and stun your knights and deal heavy damage. So that's definitely the case. But yeah, this being said, it's looking quite nice. It's looking quite nice for Beasty overall. So
and Beasty is seeing this army
in here. He has regular archers. I would like to see some more archers from Beasty, actually, so that would be very nice. Beasty is floating lots of resources by the 1,000 foot. So I'm actually surprised when people don't, because there is no incentive for you if you don't start with this science building here, right? There's no incentive for you not to get men-at-arms in feudal, sorry, in Castle Age for French. Because you naturally force your opponent to build spears, and MAA is just naturally counter the spears. So I do think that would be like a very good idea here for Beasty to build just 10-15 men-at-arms to just very nicely manage against those. Because even if you have mangonels, I think in the later stages of the game it's just not sufficient to deal with the spears just for knights, because they just scale super well. Those are very cheap, efficient units.
Yeah, you could also think about mangonels.
Yeah, but that's not enough usually. That's what Beasty's doing, by the way. So
Beasty is doing mangonels. He's just skipping the archer tech. That he's probably just gonna save those resources for extra knights, building monastery for those relics. Yeah. Oh, and probably we're gonna see a really long game. Even though...
Yeah, this might be Castle Age, right? Because we see Chrysaor like almost there, like he's gonna go up with King's Palace, I think. That's a kind of logical extension of this game, just getting the second TC. Alongside the Age Upright would be very, very nice for our English player. He's just gonna do it over here in the eastern side of his base. Kind of nicely placed within this wood line, right? So he has a nice opening here to just stay alive. Whereas those archers, those spears, of course, in the eastern side are going to maybe able... Yeah, they might be able to hold off against those knights a little bit longer. And obviously getting the veteran spearmen is going to be huge, because they can just basically demolish knights once again. So having a tier disadvantage is very, very nasty right now for you. Obviously also getting the crossbows. You know, you cannot produce crossbows from this landmark, because it can only produce longbows. But you can obviously just build 2 more or 3 more extra archery ranges and just, you know, produce more archers from there. That's gonna be great for you. So crossbows are very good against the knights.
Could you move over? I want to see what the Siege Workshop is doing. For Beasty is producing...
hold on, I can just show you.
It's producing a mangonel, so that's gonna be a mangonel response.
Yeah, it's
for
kind
that
of given,
bulk.
right? It's kind of a given, though.
No.
I'm not really sure. Like, I would probably like to see a keep at some point for the English, because it's just a very strong piece of infrastructure. Like at the front of your base, you can just kill off a lot of units, because English have just really strong keeps. So I would really like to see something, maybe even like another wall off here. Like, wouldn't you say it's a good idea? But then again, like,
because Beasty is actually keeping Chrysaor on his toes, but with those Royal Knight raids. Like, basically, he was keeping those knights to the right of his base for a really long time, and basically when he saw that the archers were in the front of his base, he just moved in, swiped a few villagers, and lost 1 knight to it.
I really don't like it, by the way. I really don't like it from Beastyqt. The thing that he's doing here, can you see what he's producing? Just
why didn't? Yeah, but why didn't he just move into those villages? Those would be
I mean,
5 dead
he's
villagers.
macroing multiple places at once, so he's just not gonna be perfect. Like, he's not gonna be on point with every single play he makes, right? So that's probably why. But yeah, I'm really not sure. Like, you look at how many spears there are. Those are veteran spearmen. And I do think, like, Chrysaor has like 30 of those, right? 32.
Yeah, that's a lot of spearmen that you need a lot of mangonels. That I think that you need something else than mangonels to deal with it. I think you actually need
even archers. I would really like to see some MAAs, because they're like universally strong. I mean, maybe I'm kind of a fanboy, but I really like the MAAs.
You actually... The only thing that he would need for those MAA, it would be just a barracks. There's not all that much tech, because you already have the defense upgrades for them, because you're making the knights, right? So adding like 5 or 10 MAA would be so good for this army.
Yeah, especially that you are then tanking for the mangonels as well, right? And you're not risking the knights, because you can just use the knights as a flank to attack the archers. So I mean, probably he knows that he cannot afford it now. That's my guess. But he has 200, he has 800 food, 900 food. He'd just get 10 for like within seconds. Okay, that's obviously, sorry, that's an exaggeration.
Ooh, that's gonna be a lot of dead vills.
That was a nice shot. But no, actually, just one going down. Obviously, this tower probably not long for this world, so 4 will follow. But there is double TC for Chrysaor, so he's okay. Hello?
But he cannot deal with this army, I think. I think he's just too scared to engage those mangonels.
Yeah, he cannot just kind of
even in
stay
target
like this.
formation.
He has to just wait a little bit longer. He has to fall. Oh, BC actually... Oh! He was aiming, so he is using that special ability. I think he's attacking ground here. And he's actually just predicting his opponent's movement. He actually got a very nice shot once again with those mangoes.
Yeah.
That's why I said I would like to see a keep, because the keep can actually withstand the mangonel fire nicely. And it can just repel a lot of those attacks, right? This would have been very nice for the English, especially the keep is also a siege workshop.
And he's just gonna force force Chrysaor off those farms.
That's a bad farm placement,
that's a lot of his food income, by the way.
I think that's objectively a terrible farm placement too. Like you have so much space in the back. There's no reason for this farm to be here. Absolutely no reason at all.
Also, that's a really bad fight for Chrysaor because keep in mind those units are gonna be really close to each other when they fight near the buildings, right?
Yeah, you don't want
and Mangonels are just gonna wipe the floor with that army. Look at those longbowmen; they are all on really low HP. It's like basically one Mangonel shot and the whole army just gets destroyed. Mangonel is turning. Oh no, are we gonna? Yes, please! I want to see it.
Oh my god! Perfect attack. That was ground targeting once again from BC. He's just gonna get like a, I know, 15, 16 archers killed with one single shot, and that's all she wrote. He taps out, and Beasty emerges victorious in the first game in the series.
That was a great shot by Beasty.
Yeah, that was lovely.
I was just basically waiting for it, looking at the battleground. It was just no way for the archers to engage the knights or to engage anything, unless they were clumped up. Sorry.
Yeah. Crazy. Look at the drop, but that was the supply drop. That was the Mangonel shot, I think. This one here. Like, boom! You're dead.
Definitely, that was a Mangonel shot. Oh shit, my voice stopped. Oh.
It's fine, it's fine. Okay, guys, so please, thank you for joining the stream, by the way. If you're enjoying yourselves, remember I'm also a YouTuber. I'm more of a YouTuber than a Twitch streamer. So if you do enjoy the content, you can also use the link below to go to my YouTube channel and just, use it at your own convenience. I'm not really seeing any messages on the chat for some reason. Kuba, have you seen any messages on the chat on my Twitch? Because I'm not really getting anything for some reason.
I have to turn it on.
I'm only getting YouTube messages for some reason, not Twitch. But yeah, this being said, guys, I'm very happy that you're here anyhow. Really glad that you're joining the stream. We're gonna go into the second game immediately, because I do believe they're just playing again. Where is Beastyqt? Here. So they're in the game, so we're just gonna go immediately into game 2, by the way, because that's how it goes. And yeah, we shall see how it progresses. But if you're enjoying yourselves, guys, just remember, join my YouTube channel as well. We are streaming on YouTube too. So just keep it in mind. And we're just going to go straight into game number 2 with Beastyqt holding 1 game advantage here. So in the in the west, of course, on the left-hand side of the map is going to be Beastyqt playing the actual Holy Roman Empire. And it is high view, isn't it? No, it's actually mountain pass, shit. So Beastyqt actually getting this HRE game here in, and yeah, on the west in the red.
We have Chrysaor playing also as the HRE, and it's a mirror matchup. Oh boy.
It's kind of making me chuckle, because I'm not really sure why people like HRE so much these days. Like, if you can get to Schwabia, right, you can get up to Palace of Schwabia to Imp, right, that's fine. It's such a risky decision, though, because every single other civ can just run you very, very easily because they know that you're super tunnely, right? Because HRE is kind of tunneling on getting to Castle Age at the very least to get that extra
those relics
boost, like quote unquote, right? Because the relics are indeed a boost. And actually a mirror matchup is really bad for those civs because the map generation isn't perfect in AoE 4. And you can get some players who get way better access to relics than the others. Like in this
For example,
case, Chrysaor can just wall this off, and he has 3 relics to his own. Whereas
basically, Beasty cannot access the relic behind the Chrysaor's base. There's like no way for Beasty to do that. Look, it's like it would be like really, really difficult. I mean,
you can imagine Beasty just taking a villager relatively early on, just walling this and this, right? Just kind of cutting off those surfaces. I'm really not sure what they're gonna do though, because that's a very unconventional matchup, I believe, right? I'm really not familiar with HRE versus HRE. Because that's a relatively rare pick, so the fact that both those guys have actually decided to take it here is going to be... It makes up for an interesting game for sure, but I'm not sure how that is going to work.
Exactly. My thoughts exactly, actually.
Kuba, could you check the Twitch chat? Because I don't see any messages there, which is weird. I have not got a single message from Twitch. Where,
I'm checking it. There are no messages on Twitch, so chill.
Millie's viewers, talk to us. How are you feeling? How are you liking the stream? How are you liking the cast? Tell us, please. And do actually remember to go to Twitch, to YouTube as well, to sub there. Because, as I said, mostly a YouTube channel here. Now, there is an age-up Arcane Chapel going up for Mr. Chrysaor. in the eastern side of the map, and Beasty is kind of behind here. He still needs a little bit more food. He needs like 70 more food to go up himself. By the way, don't you find it kind of strange that landmarks are built of food and gold?
Yeah, I do, and they are repaired with wood, by the way.
Yes, like even stone walls are repaired with wood, so...
Yeah, every single building in this game. That's so weird.
Unless, like, why would you build... That's like kind of a flesh tower, basically, right now. It's disgusting.
Oh no.
Rotten tower of the HRE, right? Jesus.
Yeah, I really do love this placement of the chapel for Beasty. Yeah. Oh no, it doesn't cover the.
It doesn't cover the goal at all. So it's just gonna be the mill and the wood line. So not a big fan of this.
For Chrysaor, it covers only the wood line, I think, and wood line and the gold. Look at it.
Yeah.
We wanted to cover at least 2 resources, and for Beasty it's
it
berries.
actually covers everything here, because you probably go professional scouts here. Maybe you don't actually, in this mirror I don't think you do, because you want to go up to castle as soon as possible. Right? It's like if you're behind with relics, you're screwed, so you just want to go to castle. I don't think you'll be getting professional scouts here. I don't think either of the players wants to do this. They don't want... okay, generally speaking, there are 2 very big upgrades for HRE, because their villagers carry extra load. So if you get the wheelbarrow, it actually just makes the villagers way more efficient once again. Just kind of doubles up the efficiency almost. Obviously I'm exaggerating a little bit. And then of course getting the professional scouts allows you to get the safe food income while you're kind of, rushing this castle age. This being said, over here, we don't see that, right? Because if you are spending... Both upgrades cost gold, and if you are playing against another HRE or against Rus, I think, as well, you really want to get up to castle as soon as you can, because this just allows you to essentially get that extra income source, right, from the relics. So obviously you also deny yourself the relics if you're doing something wrong. If you get to castle after your opponent, like you miss the timing by a lot. So I'm not digging this. There might be something behind this, so I think Beasty might have like another kind of idea as to how to play this matchup. So he might actually not want to commit to castle rush. He might just kind of, because this is kind of indicating that he's gonna get some infrastructure going, right? 7 villages on wood right now. Is going to be there's a stable, and there's probably going to be a little bit more as well.
He already tried stopping Chrysaor from walling, if you saw this. Yeah, he basically lost a scout there, and he's gonna probably try and deny this wall, but I don't think that he's gonna be doing time. So yeah.
Weird? Question mark? I'm not really sure about this, because I do believe that like relics are way more important. Of course, like maybe Beasty just realized, okay, I'm screwed in this regard. I'm probably not gonna get this relic, because if Chrysaor just goes up to fast castle, just parks a monk over here, or prelate in this case, right? Because they have prelates, not prelates, by the way, they're called prelates. So if you have that parked over here, you can just snag the relic, and those 2 other ones are basically for free. So yeah, that's how it is. So Beasty, maybe cognizant of that fact, he's just gonna say, okay, I'm fine with this, I'm just gonna get extra food. I'm going to just outswarm you with my MAAs in castle and probably win the game there. I think this might be the game plan for Beasty here.
And Chrysaor is already up to the castle age.
That's insane.
Going up with Ragni's Cathedral.
See, that's kind of the insanity of the HRE. If you get the gold tagged with this landmark, right, with the Aachen Chapel, you can actually get quite a lot done here, right? Because you can just go up to castle very quickly, because you just bolster every single food source, and that's gonna be like, I think. Oh, by the way, that's remember what I said about the prelate parking? So he's gonna park.
Yeah, the prelate is gonna already.
The prelate is gonna walk over here and prelate this relic. So that is going to be that. Sorry, I have to just block some trash on YouTube chats, because there is some garbage spam. This being said, yeah, it's kind of interesting, to be honest, to see this. Yeah, I don't think actually my restream is working, because it's not doubling up the messages onto Twitch for some reason. So we are streaming to Twitch, but I have no way to read the Twitch chat, because it's not even copying the messages from Sis, who, by the way, is there. Welcome, Sis. So this being said, Regnitz is up. There are prelates on the way. There's a prelate here. There's a prelate here. and there's probably a pre-latte here as well, actually just being mauled by this wolf here.
No.
So I'm not really sure what the plan of Beastyqt is, but he has to do something soon, because Mr. Chrysaor is very, very nicely set up for this game right now.
And that's gonna be 900 gold per minute, because those 3 relics are gonna get basically triple value.
Yeah.
So that's basically like having 9 relics in there, and
there's 20 villages. I think
that's 20 villages on gold permanently.
Yeah, that Beastie doesn't get, because he is just doing professional scouts. That's what I said. I think that's why people prefer to just go up to castle quickly, because it's just a lot of kind of value that you miss out on as well, right? It's kind of important. I do think Beastie might be fine in the long run because he has lots of those animals, right? Lots of the game he is bringing back home. So maybe, like, all in all, you know, it's not going to be too terrible. Now we have this entire deer hunt over here that he can still bring around.
Yeah, but the thing is that with this map, you cannot really access opponents' deer. You cannot really access opponents' hunt. Like,
yeah,
there's no way for him to really push this, especially with that sprinkled emplacement on the tower.
Yeah, thank you, Walter. Thank you. You're most welcome to join the chat then, if you're enjoying yourself. Now, yeah, so that sprinkle towers here, I think there's going to be another layer of walls as well, so I do believe that Chrysaor is going to commit to...
No.
Yeah, this is going to be very annoying. It's impossible to break this now. You need cannons almost to break through stone walls efficiently, right? Even trebuchets don't do enough damage.
Yeah, so, especially if those sprinkled emplacements, like...
So Mr. Beastyqt is going to pick up those relics now. I'm not sure if he pulled a villager out of the... Yeah, he pulled one out of the Akin Chapel, which is kind of, again, like, not efficient in terms of resource gathering, because he probably missed out on more resources this way. It's a large bush, right? It's like 40% gathering rate boost, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when it comes to that professional scouts.
Yeah, because then you just...
That's a lot of food.
Yeah, you just miss out on a lot of food. And on the other side, though, is Chrysaor going up to him? No, so... Beastie's gonna have more food. Beastie's definitely gonna have more food here. There is a siege workshop actually going up as well, so I'm not really sure what the plan of Chrysaor is here. Is he dropping any barracks? No. He has no military production, no military infrastructure. There's like a single stable from Beastie that was just built to get the scouts going, right? There's also barracks, probably safety barracks. By the way, I really don't like this. Like, if you're building your production buildings, especially the first ones in the mirror matchups, I really like to see them on the back. Because then, like, if there is a sneaky ram range, like, you instantaneously lose the game if the opponent just gets those 2 buildings, right? There's no way for you to keep producing units. You just basically have no production, you lose the game from the get-go. If your infrastructure, if your production is in the back of your base, obviously it's no longer going to guard that TC, but there is nothing preventing you from building it here and here, right?
Especially that you have no idea what the opponent is doing, because the only thing that you've seen was sprinkled emplacement and walls.
Yeah. So it's actually
basically, he cannot actually see even the stone walls. So
can you see what I say? Do you see where BC is going right now? Mr. Schwabia, that's the best. I think, in my humble opinion, that's the best landmark in the game. Like the power up for the HR, if they can get to it safely, is just huge. And that might just alleviate the relic issue, right? Because obviously Beastie is slightly behind on the relics now, but once he gets this, he's gonna have so many villagers that it's just going to be great for him. He's just going to have a huge advantage, because he can just basically produce villages for like 11-12 food, as far as I remember, right?
Chrysaor is gonna go for the Palace of Swabia anyways really soon himself, but he's gonna be behind by a minute or so.
I mean, nothing stops you at that point to just take all the villages and build, right? So the difference is not gonna be huge, actually. It's not gonna be big.
But anyways, it's gonna be Imperial against Imperial archery matchup, and
yeah, and the scary part is there is just one more relic on the side of Chrysaor, which means there are 3 more relics on the side of Chrysaor, which means he has like a little bit more villagers. But yeah, over the course of this minute when he'll be building this, maybe like, I think Beastyqt will have made enough villagers to make up for that almost. So it's not as bad as it looks. I think it mostly will come down to the macro play, right? And how well those guys handle this bullshit. That's hard.
And to micro the cannon micro
Yeah,
properly.
what I like to do on this map actually is what Beasty was almost successful at doing. So I like to actually just take a scout. I know everyone I play English a lot, so or Mongols now. So I like to just take a scout and just block the wall placement, right? As long as I can. And then like by the time that the villager is getting the wall to wrap around that scout, I probably have a few archers out and just kill them, right? So and then you just kind of walk into enemy's base and win. But this is not the case here. It's going to be a very long game here. The Shrabia is almost up for Chrysaor. And yeah, it's going to be weird. Hello, Haunted GTA, by the way. Glad to see you back. I think Beasty is a more experienced, more seasoned player, right? So he should have the mental edge, at least. I think he comes into this matchup with the winner's... how do you say it? Attitude, maybe,
one matchup.
Right? Yeah, he is definitely he has the upper hand mentally in this game. The question is like how well he executes this. By the way, look at this. That's why wheelbarrow is so important for the HRE. So this lumber camp. No, this lumber camp is going to be the only lumber camp that can provide you with a buff for those villagers. Right, so once this would be kind of taken care of, then the villagers will have to go back and drop the resources back at this mill anyway. Sorry, back at this lumber camp. So that's the thing. And so if you have wheelbarrow, that's actually fine. The villager is actually getting the wood even from here, from this part of the wood, and it's still, I think, mathematically better, because they retain the buff from the Akin Chapel. That's quite cool. Let's look at this. So this Akin Chapel, not as good, but there is a prelate here. So the prelate, I'm really not sure what Chrysaor is doing, because he's not placing the farms near the Akin Chapel, so he doesn't even have a monk or the prelate.
I think he forgot that he's playing HRE, to be honest, because it's 40% farming bonus that you're missing out on, and I think that's gonna be a game changer.
Yeah. Yes, by the way, that's spam, so you can easily ban that shit. If you see those weird messages on YouTube, that's spam. You can easily dispose of those. So you just take care of them if you want to. Yeah. By the way, guys, I highly encourage you to actually follow or subscribe on YouTube once again, because we are gonna be streaming the tournament tomorrow as well, and you'd like to probably stay in touch with that stream too. Whoa, so this being said, there is a culverin over here. So anti-artillery, so probably, yeah, Chrysaor just wants to macro up very hard. But this, I really
he just wants to get to that late game.
Why don't you have it? Why isn't he using the best... by the way, this is probably the best feudal landmark.
Yeah,
you know, just the
ability... it's also the best farming bonus in the entire game, so...
Yeah.
He's not utilizing the bonus of his civilization that he's supposed to, because it's literally 40% more farming. And wait, I think it's 30, maybe, because of the way that farming works in this game, because of the farm mechanics. Still, that's so much he's missing out on.
Yeah. That's quite weird. Yeah, so that's kind of weird that he's doing this. Although he does have a prelate here, right? Somewhere you see that those villagers have gone golden, so there must be a prelate. Yeah, there is a prelate.
A prelate can keep 10 villagers buffed, right?
Yeah.
But the chapel can basically keep the 40 villagers buffed for one population cap.
Yeah, especially if you place the mills nicely, right? If you place them here, then you can just buff everybody who is around. By the way, there is no monk here, there is no prelate here, and he's still mining this gold. I don't think it's optimal. Anyway, so I think we're kind of getting to the point where we can stop talking about bullshit and just kind of focus on the actual game, because the guys are slowly arming up, getting some sort of forces on the map. But those two cults are going to be very annoying. Actually, they're going to be the pain in the neck of Beastyqt, because they can kill cannons, I think, very, very quickly, right? They have like 85 basic attack and 200 extra versus siege. So
cannon, they two-shot cannons.
Yeah, they two-shot cannons.
Basically.
Yeah. And there are two cults, so they will one-shot the cannon. So you probably need to get some countered cults to deal with this.
Yeah, exactly. Or at least get one more HP upgrade.
Yeah, that's a very strange thing.
Beasty should get that HP upgrade on those bombards as soon as possible.
Yeah.
because that would mean that Culverins would need 3 shots instead of 2.
Oh, yeah, as you say it, he starts getting it, right? So he realizes it. I really like this from Beastyqt, so he's the... I also probably would like to see him try to break this part here, because it's way harder to defend this as Chrysaor, I think.
Yeah, there is no gate. He would need to build a gate, so...
You can just make a Mangonel and just, obliterate anything that kind of packs up here. So it might be that.
That's true.
So we have those units here parked at the other side of the wall. 3 Culverins, 2 Mangos actually, and a lot of infantry. I'm not sure about the upgrades actually, so very poor upgrades for Chrysaor. Oh, he has 3 blacksmiths, so it's going to change soon. But he's not using this one. Like, every single StarCraft 2 player who sees it just cries inside, I think, because like if you're a SC2 player, you realize how important upgrades are. And I say this in Beastyqt, being a seasoned SC2 player is not getting upgrades either. That's brutally annoying. By the way, Beasty did go for your favorite upgrade, which is TheViper. Whereas, I'm not really sure what is happening here, but there is no monastery, so I don't think there are any TheViper on the way here. There's double university, though. No, this is TheViper. Shit, this is monastery. It looks like university. Sorry, a very similar model, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a very similar model.
So that doesn't change the fact that we have a bunch of infantry here that's just not doing anything. And there is a bunch of infantry here not doing anything. So it's such a passive game, actually. I really don't know what to say.
Yeah, basically both players understand that the player that attacks loses everything. Because those Mangonels at the side of Chrysaor are just gonna obliterate those men-at-arms. There's nothing he can do. And actually he's making Landsknechts. Oh, damn!
If you mix them with MAAs, that's actually a very nice combo, right? Because those Landsknecht bros, they do actually deliver lots of AoE damage. So if you have a nice mix of units, it's very hard to target them because they're kind of small models, right? So unless you have like a shitload of Mangonels, you can actually deal with large packs of infantry very quickly. So it's not too terrible.
That's 7th Culverin from Chrysaor. Oh my god.
Yeah. There's trade, by the way. I have not seen a trader from HRE for a while, because they, generally speaking, don't need that much gold. But there is a trader here nonetheless. There is a small attack here, Beastyqt walling up over here, getting the stone wall up actually, and yeah, there is actually a breakthrough over here though, so there's going to be some sort of keep? No, just an outpost actually being placed.
Such a passive game.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, because what the hell do you do if you're Beasty right now? You just kind of wait for your opponent to go through, right? Oh, so there's this scout. Okay, so he sees all those Lance bros and all the MAAs on the other side. He's actually gonna back away, surviving 7 HP. So he has seen things unimaginable. He has seen the unspeakable. He survives, not for much longer, I believe, though. But this is a decisive push from the side of Chrysaor actually. And he's actually going to attack. Oh, there's actually.
Oh my god, those Mangonels are gonna obliterate.
But I think VC just mismanages those cannons very badly, though, right? I think the infantry fight is going to favor Beastyqt because those Mangonels did actually switch fire over to that cannon. But yeah, this is actually a very big win for Chrysaor. Actually, I think he managed to max out sooner than Beasty.
Yeah.
They're equal in terms of numbers, but I do believe BC just has more economy than his opponent. And
at the same time...
Oh, BC has 150 eco! He has no army space!
He's overboomed.
At
the same time, keep in mind that Chrysaor cannot really deal with buildings. He cannot destroy buildings at the moment. He has no cannons. The only building destroying units would be the men-at-arms.
Yeah.
Because those Culverins, while they excel at dealing with siege, they're very bad at taking down buildings, and so are the Mangonels. So
that's true, but like, we can just add a cannon. That's not a problem. The problem for Beasty is 150 supply in villagers, and his opponent doesn't.
5k wood in bank.
Yes, he's gonna have a nice bank. He has 6k wood in the bank, as you said. But yeah, you probably need to kind of throw away some villas, or otherwise you're screwed, right? That's kind of how it's gonna go. Thank you, the new JR, for following. Welcome, man. And yeah, Beasty realizes that he's dead, and he just
surrenders.
Out.
Yeah,
weird game.
I think he just underestimated the power of Mangonels. Because those mangas shred infantry, or basically any land unit.
Does a single calf one-shot a mango?
Yes. Mangonel, without the upgrade, yes. And if the Culverin has the chemistry upgrade and the Mangonel has health upgrade, it still one-shots the Mangonel.
How do you know this shit?
I have no idea, because I played this game in Excel.
That's the thing. Beastyqt did 160 villagers. Guys, there is a point in every game where we stop making workers. In StarCraft 2, it's between 80 and 100, generally speaking, right? That's the point. Unless you're just obviously being aggressed upon, then you have to slow down. The thing is, though, that what's with my friend list? What's happening here? Oh, okay, that's because I was looking at offline friends. Where is Mr. Beastie? Oh, they're in the game already. We're just gonna go over. Anyway, AoE 4, I would say about 120 villagers is enough. 130 is a lot. 140 is going to go excessive. He had 155.
150.
This means you can only have so much. You can only have 40 supplying units. That's too little. He just lost the game straight up. Very, very sad, because this was going to be potentially an hour 30 long game of consistent trading, but BC just did actually mess up quite badly. This being said, the past is the past, the series is the series. Would you like to introduce our first player, Kuba?
Yes, we have Beastyqt playing as Delhi Sultanate. Oh boy. It's Delhi, right?
Yeah, it's Delhi indeed. And the map is looking like Danube River, right? Danube? No, it's Mongolian Heights actually. Mongolian Heights, haha. And Chrysaor on the northern side of the map, on the Mongolian Heights, is gonna play the French. And it's kind of interesting to see what exactly he does. Because
he rushed the first scout instantaneously and tried to deny that dock from Beastyqt.
You have to do
and actually he denied that. Yeah,
you did, because
he actually didn't. If you don't, then those fishing ships are just gonna demolish and block you from passing that river for until basically you can deal with them. And without any ranged units as French, like early ranged units that you can mass. I mean, you can still make archers, but French archers are regular, right? They have no bonuses.
I mean, neither do the Delhi archers, right? So it's kind of normal. Yeah, I think this is gonna go up eventually, and I'm not sure what exactly Chrysaor has in store, because he's not going towards the dock at all yet. He's not getting wood at all. I think he just doesn't do it all.
Once the Delhi gets their first dock, and you want to start your dock, you're basically screwed, because if the opponent scouts it, they can just send one fishing ship to basically deny you from getting water at all. So especially on this map, where you know that the river is going straight through the middle, there are not that many places to dock. So oh boy.
Yeah, I agree. So it's kind of going to be a passive game right now, with a small disadvantage to the French. Because I really like to get a dock. I really do believe that the dock is like a second TC, right? So not having it is just such a big disadvantage. So I really don't like this for Chrysaor anymore. Like, obviously Delhi not too strong in the field age, but this is going to basically equalize things for a long time. Obviously you can get first of all, you can wall this, right? So this stops the knights from advancing for a long time, unless you get archers, because then you can just deny the repairing villagers. But for the time being, if you are like on top of things, is that you can just wall off those 3 shallows, and you deny any access to your base, and you just buy yourself time to keep building your economy, right? Which is exactly what Delhi want to do. I think they're kind of a boomy civ as well in a way.
Keep in mind that they can be cheesy, and especially on this map, they can be really cheesy. Because if you do hold control over the water, you can then wall off those sacred sites in the corners. Like, look, they are right next to the river. So if you control the water, you can basically send one ship to each side, and there is nothing the opponent can do unless you have a lot of siege, like late game siege.
Can I ask you? Sorry, can I ask the chat? Is the volume okay? Is my brother who is casting with me? Is he loud enough? Is he too quiet? Am I too loud? Just kind of let me know. I can regulate this. Guys, just do tell me. This being said, though, yeah, I agree with you, right? So getting that control over the water, like I don't think you can reach this side with a ship, right? You cannot just kind of reach the outer circle, like this part with your.
You can with Castle Age ship with
yeah,
cannons.
Yeah, but by then it's going to be like a very... I think it's gonna be a solved game by Castle Age, right? I think it's going to be like
I
winning.
think that Beasty is gonna go for the sacred sites because Delhi can really easily cheese you with the sacred site victory. So
yeah,
I really look forward to this match. Oh boy!
But Sanctity is going to be very late now because they changed the tech, right? They changed the tech quite a bit.
They did change it. They did change it. So basically, it comes up. The Sanctity, you can start researching Sanctity in Feudal Age, and we're most likely gonna see Beastyqt start researching it the second he's Feudal. And the thing about Sanctity is that it, first of all, triples the income from every single sacred site, and also enables you to capture the sacred site earlier, while in the past it was one of the most broken packs because you could just go basically place that holy building the second you start the game, start researching it, and by the time you went feudal you were able to actually capture sacred sites. Now it's no longer possible, but what you can do is you can start researching it in feudal, then go up to castle, and basically the second you hit castle you can utilize it.
Yeah, but
so
you see,
basically
BC is not doing this at all. BC is just going to go for efficient production. So you can see this might be a bit more of an aggressive game then, because efficient production is allowing you to, or does allow you to actually place a scholar within your military production building. And it just means that you can just double produce from the building. So it's like 1 barracks is 2 barracks, which is very good, by the way. It's very cool. Because it just means you spend less wood on infrastructure. Again, very good stuff.
Yeah.
Like, any production boost is great. It's like China, right? Just worse.
Yeah. China, but worse.
But you spend less to do this as well, because the Dome of Faith, right, does actually allow you to build those scholars at a relatively cheaper rate. Wait, is Beasty still... He's still Dark Age?
Yes.
What's happening?
Look at the amount of sheep he has. Look at the amount of sheep he has.
Yeah, but like, what is happening here? It's 6 minutes. Okay, I think 6 minutes is the point in time at which you should already be going feudal, even if you're going for the water play.
He's going for fast castle.
So, see, you're saying he's just gonna delay this a little bit more. Oh, that's why he has not started the Sanctity, because he can't. He can only do this in Feudal Age.
Yeah.
That's actually a very weird build. I really don't understand Delhi too well, so I'm very glad that I have a very seasoned Delhi player with me here. So this makes more sense to me now, yeah. So you're just gonna go up with this Dome of Faith, of course. There are actually 2 French... No, there's a scout and a knight actually taking down the single villager. That actually is gonna be traded for... I think it's a good trade for...
And it's a knight. Now, yeah, it's a perfect trade, because he takes out that knight, and there is no longer a knight threat, because the knight...
they're not gonna build up, right? It's impossible to build up the count anymore. There's actually also full wall, so any more knights that are going to be built cannot pass through.
So basically the raiding threat is gone, and he can just do whatever he wants, except that, well... he might get pushed now, because we see a tower, and we see the French player still making those knights. He has 3 knights already on the field, and both players actually have scouts on the opponent's side of the map, so they both are fully aware of what's happening.
Yeah, there's also Sanctity research, right? So he actually goes for Sanctity right now. It's going to be 4 minutes, so as you said, probably like a fast castle strategy. And yeah, those walls are, I think, are going to be very difficult to take down, because the fishing ships can, as you said, just defend it. So
he can just move with the fishing ships and absolutely deny everything.
I'm not sure if this is a good investment either, because the dock can repair against a single shooting tower. Plus, you can just move the dock, and it costs you like 50 extra wood. Whereas those 4 villagers could have been gathering at that same time. So
the tower is actually not going to be able to reach the fish that are right next to the dock.
Yeah, not here anyway. You can just move that. You can just fish elsewhere. And you can see that this is out repaired still, but maybe not cast. No, it is. It is. No,
it is fully out repaired. It is fully out repaired.
Not with the garrison knights.
No.
So that's gonna eventually just take down the ship. Oh, Beasty is fast with his mouse clicking, and he's actually fast enough to just get away with this ship.
With 1 HP. that fish was left.
And you were wrong. It actually reaches the fish. So well, you probably want to just move the dock elsewhere. There's gonna be kind of a
no.
weird...
See, look at it. It doesn't reach it fully. Oh, but here comes the second tower, and that's gonna be denying a lot more.
How much can you micro this? Right, you cannot just spend the entire game microing those freaking fishing boats to, you know, just use this fish deposit instead of any other one. So he's going to reposition the dock. I think the good response would be to cancel this tower and just kind of look for the second dock as well.
Yeah,
but
that's one basically 200. Wait, 100 resources plus the arrow emplacement, which is
arrow slits, yeah, which is 25 gold and 50 stone. But he's not gonna get it because there is no point anymore. He has denied this position. This being said, Beastyqt is slowly going towards the Castle Age up. I do believe Chrysaor as well. It's going to be a macro game, and I do believe that Beasty is going to have a huge advantage here. Because there are 2 TCs for the French, and sure they are producing more villagers, but at this time this is like full water domination for the French, for the Delhi. And the worst part is that you can actually just well, what am I saying here even? You can get multiple docks, right? So you can just get multiple fishing slots, and finally in Castle Age you can start producing those demo ships. And this is a huge threat because anytime you're trying to cross the river with your forces, you can lose the entire bulk of them. I actually did that happened to me. Like I was playing a perfect freaking Mongol game against another Mongol player, and they just explode shipped my entire army and I lost immediately. So you can lose like 80-90 supply to a single ship if you're not paying attention for a split second, which is very, very scary.
Mike, could you mouse over the Beastyqt's building, because it can be a really cheesy thing, because he's aging up. Could you look it up? What building is he aging up with?
Compound.
Oh my god.
There's gonna be stone walls, right? This allows you to build stone walls immediately.
It means that I think he's going for the sacred victory, because this makes infantry
able to build stone walls.
Enables the infantry to build stone walls and towers. So you can achieve a really disgusting victory. You can basically stonewall and make mangonels, and there's nothing opponent can do until they reach Imperial. Basically. Yeah,
I mean, you have to stonewall everything. You have to stonewall around this as well, right? Because otherwise, you can drop with the ship.
But he controls the water. If he controls the water, there's nothing that Chrysaor can do, actually.
But it's still the matter of reaching this part, right? I do think that Chrysaor is gonna realize he should catch the wind of this, right? He should be able to just kind of go towards that sacred site in the south and build a keep here.
Yeah, but look at Beastyqt, he's just scouting for that. He's looking for those villagers just to make sure. Like, if he sees those villagers, he knows that he can't do that.
Yeah.
But that scout is just having a look at whatever Chrysaor is doing.
So, yeah, the question is, like, what exactly is going to be the response from Chris? So he's gonna go up as well with the guild hall. No surprises there at all. Yeah, there's gonna be sacred site number 1 going towards his opponent, but I do think that you should, like, Chrysaor is already getting stone, isn't he? Or does he just have the excess from before?
I think he has the excess from before.
But yeah, you'd like
or
to
he
have
might be dropping a second
You really
TC.
want to have a keep there for sure, right? You just want to have a keep.
Yeah.
Even at the back, like here, that would be perfect because then the ships cannot reach it, and the traps have to kind of go all the way towards the water to reach it. So just getting the keep here would be just very nice. Just, you know, securing this location. Not really sure what Beastyqt's plan is, but it's a very passive, slow game nonetheless, right? It's just going to be... there's a lot of stables. So many stables, actually, 4.
Yeah, and also the relic placement on the map is also in favor of Chrysaor. He has 3 relics on his side of the map, even though they are right next to the river. It's gonna be impossible for Beasty to get them because Chrysaor has already walled and he has the military advantage.
You can still take the transport ship and, you know, just ferry those over. And it shouldn't be a problem because they are very close to the water too. Like, this one may be out of reach, but this one is kind of available.
No, both of them are very much available.
Yeah, just a transport
Actually, all three of them are available, but basically it's all up to Beasty to notice that.
How much he focuses, because you have to say, like, relics are a very large APM tax, just kind of getting them in, you know, moving the monk, also clicking the monastery. It's something that you just kind of have to keep in mind on top of a lot of other things that you're doing. So it's not easy to just kind of make that call, I believe.
And look at Beasty's production.
Nice,
I mean,
nice.
military production facilities.
And the Bagla.
He has a lot, yeah.
Whereas
So
his opponent, Chrysaor, is working on the Arbaletiers. Weird. I mean, yes, against knights they're okay, right? They're also good against any ranged unit, because the French crossbows get the shield deployment, where they can
they are also
immune to range damage
against. Yeah, but they are also extremely powerful against elephants, and I think he's gonna... Those elephants are weird. If he adds like 1 or 2 elephants, they can really disrupt the enemy.
Yeah. In terms of army count, you have to say Chrysaor has just 2 units now, right? Whereas Beastyqt is already on 7 knights. It's kind of a large advantage in terms of production, like depending on how this game develops. We'll actually see those knights just raiding very soon, right? 7 knights with some upgrades is just going to be very difficult to deal with. You can see actually they're going for the gate right now. It's going to be the first raid of the game happening. So this might be something. I don't really dig this. I'm not really sure about like attacking the towers with knights. I'd like to see them like, you know, distracting the forces of Chrysaor like elsewhere.
I think he's just trying to get that tower.
But it's a fortified tower right now. It's like, you know, it's gonna take a while, and this ship is taking lots of punishment.
Yeah, but ship's gonna get repaired, and there's like, I don't think that ship is gonna move anytime soon, because I think he's looking for that sacred site.
Knights are expensive
right now.
too. It's 240 resources for around the same in the tower.
Yeah, but keep in mind that Beastyqt has that sacred site, so he basically has, what, 6 villagers, and he's gonna snag that relic.
Yeah.
Yoink.
We might see another relic, honestly, over here as well. Like, these 2 are very much for the taking if you just build a transport ship, really. And you can probably just swim it under this tower, it's not a problem. So I'm kind of curious if Beastyqt just has enough APM to do this, to execute that maneuver while just macroing up. There are also those knights that we have seen before, you know, just moving through the north of the base of Chrysaor. And they're just going to see this, but Beastyqt is going to decide against attacking this woodline. I'm not sure why.
He can't see this woodline, because the way
but
that
he saw the
vision works.
There, so...
No, he saw only the tower building, and he saw that there are chopped trees and that there is a Langberg camp. See, there is no vision unless he enters the chopped area. You can't actually see the villagers. If he has seen the villagers that were there, he would immediately enter. But because of the lack of vision, he had no idea.
He doesn't see what we see, in other words. Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah, exactly.
There are 4 more knights. Actually, he's not microing them at all. There's actually something happening here that is preventing him from doing this. He has 4 knights over here. He's gonna charge again. I'm not sure that's a good idea, right? Against those crossbows, probably you should just stay away and just wait for mangonels or something. Because they're very difficult to deal with. Like, the French mid-game is actually quite solid with those really good Arbaletiers. If the fights are stationary, you know, if there's not much movement, they are very good, because they can just deploy the shields, which gives them 5 ranged armor. You can get the melee armor upgrade 2, I think, somewhere.
Yeah, it's in the archer range.
Yeah, here, Gambus. It's a Castle Age tech as well.
Castle Age tech, yep.
Yeah, so you can get it immediately. It's not too expensive either. Then your crossbows are almost immune to melee damage. Okay, that's an exaggeration again. They can do a lot more in trade.
Basically, the men-at-arms don't have any chance at all against Arbaletiers. So
they're very strong. Very good unit, guys. I do recommend making this if you're French. Yeah, it's actually very uncommon for French to go into... I'm actually happy to see this, because I do enjoy like the French mid-game. I think it's very strong. But many people just opt to, you know, just go for the early pushes, you know, just those early attacks, early fights. And you just don't see those cool advanced French units. Because French...
and Beastyqt's fish is going down.
Yeah. Oh,
no. He doesn't see it. And bada boom.
Oh no, that's what I said. That's disgustingly annoying, and you hate to see it if you ever experienced this. That's the most discouraging thing that can ever happen to you. This is about, like, I think 1,000 resources, even more probably, lost. In a matter of, like, you know, a single slip of mind, just seconds, you might not even notice this shit coming. And it just says so much AoE, it just obliterates the entire army of Mr. Chrysaor here. And Beastyqt is just going to use this opportunity to raid his opponent.
Yeah, and he had that crossbow army that would basically demolish the knights. But due to demolition ship...
If he got demolished,
oh my god, that's gonna be so many.
He got rammed, man. He got rammed.
Yeah, I think Chrysaor was actually really happy with that trade because he was like killing the fish. Oh, I'm just gonna kill that fish. Free fishing ship, denial. Oh yes, I have 2 TCs. I am gonna outboom you anyways. And then the demolition ship comes and he's dead.
He has 6. He has 6 military. He has no resources. He's dead. He's just absolutely dead.
He's absolutely dead. He can't do anything. And in the meantime, Beasty actually takes that sacred site.
Yeah. And I don't think this matters at all because like he's just gonna die to those few knights anyway. He can't farm because there are knights everywhere. He can't defend this position. Of course, yeah, that's actually very good. Like having those sprinkled emplacements is going to help you maybe survive a bit longer, right? Because they just are going to deal with knights quite well. Because those sprinkles on the tower, they have not been nerfed too much.
And in the meantime, Mike, do you remember what I said about stone walls and stonewalling the sacred sites?
There's a
oh
keep as
boy!
Well. There's also a keep.
And we're seeing the sacred site victory coming up for Beastyqt. He has 10 minutes to defend, and I think that with the damage that he dealt already with the knights, it's gonna be much easier.
Yeah, I mean, you have to say, like, the water has been denied from Mr. Beasty, right? So Beasty has no more food eco on the water, and his opponent does have a significant economical lead on the ground. Maybe not anymore, it must have been equalized to a certain extent. 65 villagers to 55. So yeah, he still has decent eco advantage, but it's the matter of like,
is it really an advantage? Is it really an advantage if you have 2 sacred sites and 3 relics, but the opponent has 0?
No, she should have definitely taken those. Oh, well, you don't want to be doing this. You have to micro like a god now. You have to just put on your, I know, blue suede shoes. Is that the phrase? I think so. And you really need to tango around those mango shots. If you don't do this, you're dead. And you just need and I'm saying this with full awareness of what it means. This has to be picture perfect micro to win against this army right now from Chrysaor. And from what we've seen so far, I'm not sure if he has it. He does not have it.
He does not have it. Oh no.
I'm sorry, Chrysaor.
300 Albaletiers
you
die.
have to kill those mangonels, and you cannot do this by charging head on. That's just not gonna work. That's not how Age of Empires 4 has been designed, fortunately enough. And this means that you're just gonna lose all those crossbows. Beasty is way too good at this game. He has seen too much shit in StarCraft 2 as well to just kind of, you know, make those mistakes and miss those shots. That's basically disruptor shots almost right now. And he's just going to, you know, do a lot of damage over here. He's gonna overwhelm those crossbows. He's just going to.
And at the same time, he is raiding with knights on the wood line. There's no way that opponent can actually mine any wood. Look at north of the map.
There's like a trail of the villagers here over this way. And there are more to die actually, because there's 3 knights over here just continually riding as well. There are those knights here. Chrysaor realizes he's done for. He has been done for a while, by the way, but this is the final nail to his coffin. And down he goes. And Beastyqt advances to the next round, whereas Mr. Chrysaor unfortunately has to, you know, wait for the next tournament probably. That's how it is.
To be honest, the play of the game was that demolition shot. Shot. It absolutely turned the game because Beastyqt had 7 knights at the moment, right? There was no army except for what was it, 15 Arbaletiers there, right? Yeah. He was just killing the fish. That was free eco that he wanted to be gone from his opponents, and the second he didn't look, he basically probably just moused over his town centers or something. He lost everything. Yeah,
I'm just looking at the bracket to see what we can watch now. Well, MarineLorD is still in the series versus running somehow after this grueling hour. So that's not gonna be a thing. Not sure what they're doing there, to be honest. VortiX still playing against Kiwian. I'm just looking for a cool matchup. They're casting MarineLorD on the mainstream as well, so there is that. We have Viper versus ZGLight. Maybe that ZGLight. I think that's a good game. ZG is good. Especially there is nothing else I'd really like. Let's go to the Viper versus ZGLight, shall we?
So, Mike, do you remember that when we wanted to watch VortiX against Jordan AoE? Well, Jordan got disqualified because he didn't show up.
Yeah, I noticed. I noticed it. Yeah, I said it when you were off, I think. So it's going to be the Viper versus ZGLight. And it's going to be a 0-0 situation. I believe that we'll double check it after the game. But without any further ado, let us introduce our players. So in the East, in the blue, playing the Chinese, it's going to be the Viper. And like, his games are always a treat. I do believe this one is no different. So it's just going to be a very hype matchup. Would you like to introduce Mr. ZGLight?
Of course, and his opponent is ZGLight playing as the French. Is it the Boulder Bay? I think it is Boulder Bay, right? It is
Boulder Bay, yeah.
Yeah. I've seen Viper play a lot of Boulder Bay.
Yeah, he's very good on the map. I do like his play on Boulder Bay, for sure, man. So that is going to be interesting to see how exactly they fare on this map. I'm just gonna very quickly change the stream title. So... Good. So, docks. There is no other thing you can do on this map, I think, other than just building docks in large quantities. I'm actually not sure how exactly Chinese do on the water maps. I haven't seen this played too much. Have you seen the Chinese on the water map before?
Yes and no. Basically, he went really quickly for that Imperial official to look after his food, and I think he's gonna be switching that Imperial official to wood really soon.
That's weird. There are many weird things in this particular map, like the fact that I don't like the Chinese on any sort of kind of, because let's face it, Boulder Bay is entirely about controlling the water. There is so much food in the middle of the map that the fishing boats can gather that if you can control the water, if you can win the war over the water, you essentially have every single tool to win the game, especially that the sacred side over here can be controlled from the water, and this one has to be. Which obviously means that if you don't control the water, you are basically setting yourself up for defeat. And that's why we see so much Holy Roman Empire played here, because HRE has the strongest galleys, which are just very good at winning those early game boat skirmishes. Also, the HRE's docks heal their boats. There is no HRE in this matchup though. It is going to be the French, right, versus the Chinese. So,
yes, sir.
What do we make of this? It's weird as hell.
I think that the French are just gonna go for a very early feudal age and just rush out that Hulk.
Yeah, but the question is, like, does the Chinese player go for the... Oh, see, that's not the play. So the play for the Chinese is... Yeah, I've seen this... I have to say this. I have seen this fail on multiple occasions already. Where, like, I think it was MarineLorD versus 3DB, where 3DB just basically dropped the free game because he decided he had, like, this super bright idea to build a dock, ferry over his villagers over here, just build quadruple barracks in Dark Age, and just, you know, he tried to just rush down the dock. It didn't work because he was late. There was a ship already out of the dock, and he did manage to... so MarineLorD managed to defend this, he managed to defend his base, and obviously 3DB was just done for in that game. So that was kind of the thing. However, in this case over here, it is going to be relatively early attack with those archers, and I mean with those spears. And you don't expect that, out of all things, you don't expect the Chinese to rush you with spearmen, like seriously. So that official must have boosted the production of the barracks for a second or two. And you know, two spears, if you ever played Mongols, 2 spears in the scout is way more than enough to take down the dock. Which is so annoying.
It's gonna take down the dog before he can actually make that Hulk, so...
Yeah. I mean,
at the same time, he has a dog. I mean, Viper has a dog himself, I think, right? No, that's just spearmen stuck on the water.
He's building it now. ZGLight on the other end, he's just gonna go up to the feudal now. So he's gonna go to School of Cavalry, so at some point he's going to be able to reclaim his position. Now, the thing is, though, the Viper is going to have enough on the water by then, right? I do believe. Unless that's what that's what I thought he would do. He just built another dock elsewhere, just kind of relinquish this position and say, okay, yeah, fine, I don't care anymore. I'm just going to build another dock. The thing is that the Viper does catch the wind of this once again. He realizes what's up. He's going to intercept this village, and the scout can take down the village in a mano-a-mano fight. So... obviously, also, the scouts do see more than villagers. He must have seen this one. Or maybe he didn't.
The villager did see the scout, but the villager was hidden in the forest, so
I mean, so this probably doesn't make it to fuel, right? So it doesn't produce the Hulk. Now this should be able to produce a Hulk, but there is a scout here.
But
probably just going
he was seen, yeah.
And so
that
ViPer
duck
is very
gonna
smart.
get
He
denied.
waited. He just is going to attack right now, and he's just going to take a nice advantage over here. So he's going to deny water play completely. That's such a nice plan. But honestly, I had to say something here. If you just put a few villagers, you just build a tower here in the range of this, and you can sneak a tower in because those spears don't have too much of a vision range. You can sneak a tower like here, and you can defend this dock entirely, right? But in this case right now, it's not going to happen, and ViPer is just going to have full control of the water. And I do believe that the ViPer is going to win.
Look at ZGLight's resources. He had just enough for a Hulk for a second, then he basically pulled everything from wood.
Yeah.
Because he realized that there's no way he can actually build a dock safely and make it a Hulk. So yeah. I think he's just gonna... Oh, he's still trying. Look at it.
The biggest... Yeah, for free, that does make sense. Now, another problem is that I mean, knights don't do well against spears. Archers do, sure, but the knights don't. So it's going to take a while for ZGLight to build up a decent archer count, or decent enough an archer count to just deal with this at all.
Yeah, ViPer's gonna have enough time to actually fish Broom a little bit, maybe. I don't know if he has any fish right now. He does very little because of the really bad dock placement.
But what you can do is the ViPer as well right now. Like, once you reach the field, you can start building military ships. And he just does it, right?
And he just does it.
You just secure the water permanently this way. You can just absolutely deny any sort of water play from your opponent. I do think that ZGLight is just dead here. What do you do? Like, how exactly do you play against this? So it was a very risky maneuver, because if ZGLight had actually, just been careful, like if he had been watching, he had checked for the barracks in the base of his opponent. This is going to be a very counterable play, because you don't start with the dock, then you start with the barrack. Sorry, you start with the tower. Then you garrison your units into the tower every single time the spears approach, right? And you can just definitely get the dock secured. Now, it was not something that was done here, and it's going to cost. I think ZGLight is going to pay for this with a loss, really, because there's already a junk.
ZGLight was trying to get that dock ASAP, but now, I mean, he's gonna get that dock up, but look at the amount of gold he has gathered.
Yeah.
He had enough gold to make 3 Hulks in this time, and he was not doing anything with that gold.
Yeah,
yes.
Very unfortunate. And the problem is that it's not gonna get better now, because I think ViPer is just gonna keep producing military ships, right? There's another junk coming in, and even if you manage to build a Hulk, so what, right? First of all, what are you defending? Because there's not much on the water left. There are 2 junks here. I think 2 junks can actually handle the Hulk, unless they're obviously fighting in the range of your own dock. But keep in mind that those Hulks are very, very slow, right? They are one of the slowest. I think they're the slowest ship. Yeah, right? Might be.
And they are very, very bad to maneuver. So even if he makes a Hulk, like what is he gonna do? He can't really move out with it.
No, not at all. And ViPer is just going to maybe at some point make a second dock. Just start fishing hard. He has full control.
Make it. He has 2 docks. He has 2 docks already.
Oh yeah, that's actually, I really don't like this. I don't like the way I have missed multiple docks on minimap already in my life. It's very frustrating. I don't like it at all. But there are like 5 military ships, right? There are 5 arrow ships.
Yeah, especially from the big player.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Mr. ZGLight here.
And those 5 ships, I think they can actually take down a Hulk underneath the dock.
Absolutely, because the Chinese ships are quite good. The junks from the Chinese are relatively nice, and the Hulk has lost a lot of armor in the nerf, so it basically just takes a lot of damage from those arrow ships right now.
Yeah, and I think he can just micro it.
Yeah, there is no dock healing this. Okay, there's 1 dock actually. Did you know that you can double heal with double dock?
Yeah, but there's not going to be a double dock. Villager got sniped.
Look at this. I mean, okay, you have to say, this is a large investment. This is a large investment from ViPer, because this is a lot of gold and wood on the water right now. But if he manages to clean up, he has to manage to clean up. That's not over yet, right? See, I think the ViPer realized he cannot fight this yet.
The thing is that ZGLight also invested a lot of gold and wood, but at the same time he didn't, because he kept all those resources banked, and he didn't do anything with them. He had 800 gold in the bank.
Yeah. So that wasn't great. But like right now, this game has pacifized. So yes, it looked like a one-sided match, but right now I think that the power difference Navy should not be underestimated. First of all, and second of all, I think there is good enough micro from ZG to actually just hang on. I'm not saying he is gonna win this game, he's just hanging on right now, he's still alive, but look at this fleet.
Yeah, the French Hulks are okay if they fight underneath their own dock, but they can really easily get chased down if, for example, ZGLight goes for an aggressive move.
Yeah, and they're also not...
He has literally one fishing ship at the moment.
Yeah.
He is not defending anything at all. While Viper, okay, he has the fishing ships, so...
That's not much
maybe
either,
no.
Yeah. The thing is that the Hulks are actually quite good right now, but if you go up to Castle, the French Hulk is the weakest attack ship in the game.
Because it
they
loses
lost
the
armor,
armor.
they don't get the armor back.
Yeah, you still don't get the armor back, so...
But this doesn't mean that you can just lose units like Viper did here. That was a very poor decision from Viper. He sees 4 Hulks. He had the similar numbers, he didn't take down 2. He should have just realized, okay, that's not my fight, I'm out. He loses like 4 ships or 3 ships here in this fight, in this exchange.
2 ships. 2 ships and one is like heavily damaged. But at the same time, French cannot do anything with it.
I mean, right now, after the loss, I think they can. Like, there's gonna be 6 Hulks now.
He can't move out. He can't move out. Okay, with 6 Hulks he can, but with 4 he can't.
With
no,
5,
he's fishing ships.
Yeah,
he's fishing ships.
I would really like to see him move out right now, because this is the moment in time when he has the advantage. Because if the China is allowed to go up to Castle, then he loses the advantage immediately. Because then, like, obviously the Chinese attack ships, which is going to be the war junk, they're just way stronger than the Hulks. They have just more damage, they have... maybe not the damage, but the armor is higher anyway, so they're just a better unit overall, I think. Because
yeah, they're cheaper, first of all. So...
Yeah. No, not so much, like 30 gold, isn't it?
30 gold.
Not much, yeah. It's nothing at that point. It's not much anyway, it's not nothing, but it's not much. This being said, like, Viper, I don't think anyone has any inkling towards going to Castle now, right? It's actually quite an interesting game, but nobody's actually just building up towards any big advantage. There's actually the sales upgrade done for the French. So those Hulks are going to be moving a little bit faster. They're going to go across the map, and they might just get a nice advantage here on this side. We'll see how exactly this pans out.
They will actually lose this battle, I think. He sees them, and the Viper's deciding to actually not to fight.
No, he can't. No, you just get one shot. Like those, if you have like 5-6 Hulks, you just one shot a single arrow ship with a volley. So it looks like it's a large number, but you can just keep rotating those. You just demolish the entire fleet in a matter of seconds. It's really hard to micro your ships out because they just
you have 14 arrow ships. While yes, they are really bad. The Hulks cannot really run, right? If they are very much committed. So if he loses them, he basically loses water right now.
Yes, Mr. Obvious, but I think I told you he's winning this. There is another Hulk coming in, and you see how thin the numbers are here for the ships on the water. But the Chinese, like there's actually those arrow ships are dying one by one. I told you it's just gonna be a meltdown, and it forces Viper to take a very bad trade, and it's just gonna force him to back away. He's actually trying to. I'm not sure if committing here is the smartest choice, but obviously those Hulks are very hurt too. But I do believe this is a nice fight that does favor ZGLight, because look, you can see the numbers are comparable right now on the water. There are 4 Hulks to something to the likes of 10 of those arrow ships, of those light junks. Like 3 to 9. Okay. I do think that in the end it's going to be an even trade actually, or...
Because of the reinforcements from Viper, it's going to be a really even trade.
But yeah, I think eventually ZGLight does actually lose this fight, because Viper can just go back and heal, but the numbers are basically the proportions of the ships are the same. The problem is Viper is going up to Castle, and I do not believe that ZGLight is doing the same. He's not gonna match it, so that's the problem. Viper makes that. I think he takes that fight just to distract his opponent and force him to spend the resources. And the problem is ZGLight hasn't been fishing much this game, so he's just very, very much behind. He
lost all those fishing ships early on, and he has remade them only recently, and that's a really messy game.
So the problem is now, like, what do you do if you're ZGLight, right? Do you go for fish and try to just desperately catch up to Castle? Like, what do you gain in the Castle Age anyway?
You don't get any advantage in the water on the water. I think he just understands it and he's just gonna wall.
And I think he should relinquish the water completely. Just you can't do anything. Like I don't see a reason to be protecting those 6 fishing boats with all your resources, all your production. And that's what is happening right now. Of course, like he's gonna have the home advantage now with the docks, right? So it's gonna be way harder for Viper to push in. But the
Still,
Viper is going to have
there's no way I think Viper is just gonna focus the fishing ships, right? No, he's flying. Yeah, he's focusing the fishing ships. See?
Yeah, but that's fine. Like ZGLight just needs to stay alive right now. It's the best thing he can do. So he takes. That's an okay trade again. We are not looking good though on the water department right now for ZGLight. Because every single second that passes means that, Viper might actually get an attack ship or 2. There's actually a demo ship, of all things. 2 demo ships being produced right now. So...
And because of the way that ZGLight is moving those ships, they're gonna be very, very stacked right next to each other. Because they have to be right next to the 2 docks. So if he can pincer those attack ships when they are next to the docks, then 2 demolition ships and all of those hulks are gone.
Yeah, indeed, and there's actually something that might just happen right now. This demo ship is actually kind of stuck here. Right, still stuck. It's gonna get an explosion off right now. Not much really down here.
Not much really, yeah.
I do believe that Viper actually does pay for this with the entirety of his water army, right? It does look like a cleanup for me. Like, I think ZGLight is going to eventually be able to just clean up the entirety of those forces. Though there are 2 extra demo ships coming in right now, so there are 2 explosive ships coming from the Viper here towards those fishing boats. Are you just gonna detonate both on the fishing boats? It seems like
one of them
was actually not that great. Viper loses the water with this. This is very sloppy micro, honestly. He loses everything. He destroys like one fishing ship, really, right?
Yeah, that was a really bad miss micro from Viper.
That was terrible. It was atrociously bad because Viper just had entirety of the control on the water, and now he just has nothing. Like, you can make 2 junks. What is your deal right now as the Viper? This was such a good play actually for ZGLight. He has he won the water right now with this. He has 5 or 6 hulks, right? 5 hulks right now to
7 hulks, actually, because he has 2 more hulks north of the map that he doesn't have on the control group.
No, I know. I'm looking at the entirety of the army. Now 7 because he produced 2 extra.
Oh no, see, there are 2 extra.
Yeah, but I was tagging them. There were 5.
Okay.
That's 7. Now I'm using the select all army button. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong play. Never mind. You're right. I was looking at the wrong play. There are 7. There are 7 for ZG, and there are like 9 junks right now for light junks, by the way, for Viper.
Yeah. I really don't understand why is he making those light junks still.
Yeah, no clue either.
They are very much not cost efficient when it comes to
No, you cannot trade with hulks, and I think ZG is gonna eventually go to castle. I would love to see. I think he might be going right now. Why is he committed to feudal age so hard? I mean, here's a solid.
There's no advantage. There's no advantage that he gains from being castle.
So he is going to, I think, win the water with this play, unless Viper just gets a miraculous demo ship hit. Right, it is going to be GG on the water. So, actually, no what?
No,
Wait.
no.
Is it the castle upgrades that are making this so hard right now? I think it is, right?
Yes, it is.
So the Chinese ships with the castle upgrades are going to win against the hulks because they have extra damage. I think he got the blacksmith upgrades too. Yeah, he got the double attack for the arrow ships. So it is looking
because the hulks have so little arrow armor. Yeah, they're getting shredded by those arrow
upgraded giants. Right, yeah. Oh, that's nasty. So it felt like ZG had it eventually. Like with that fight at the bottom, it's like it was such a huge blunder for Viper that it seemed like, this is basically going to be the water going towards ZGLight, but the reality is that with the upgrades, with the tech from the Castle Age for the Viper, having all those arrow ship upgrades, it is going to go the other way around.
Still, it's not very good if he wants to fight underneath all those docks. He cannot fight under those docks. They provide too much regeneration. And don't even look at those. The Karak sucks against ships, and
Yeah, Karak
the
is good
Castle
against
Age.
ground units, right? He has like those very short
Yes.
cannons, but it's shit on the water. And the second one is like a siege unit, it's like a trebuchet on the water. Yeah.
Yeah. So they are very bad against ships, but yeah, that's why I said there is no advantage for ZGLight to go into Castle Age and waste those 1800 resources just to get nothing.
I have to
really.
say something though. You go to castle, you essentially get the guild hall, which is free resource generation. You have lost the water anyway, so you're not denying anything from your opponent by being obstinate on the water. I mean, you're denying the production, obviously, so I think that's kind of okay. But you can just build a second TC for that, like a third TC even. Like you can go triple TC on the ground and just try to win via just, via the ground units. But that's not happening, right? He's just gonna commit even harder to the water, and he has no food income at all. Not sure if he's producing villagers at least, but
He has fishing ships, and that's his only food income in this game, and has been the only full income in this game for a really long time.
Yeah. So the villager counts are deceptively close, but the military count for the Viper is just staggering, right? It's just so many more ships.
Yeah.
And those are relatively cheap ones as well. They produce faster. If you have multiple docks at the Chinese, you can just produce a lot of those. And yeah, it doesn't look like this is a fight you can win as ZGLight, even in underneath your own docks.
Those hulks are gonna shred those ships at the same time.
Yeah, but look
like,
at they're all like low HP right now, and there's so many, there's so much navy for the Viper. Like, I think he overcommitted those explosive ships, but right now he's just winning this one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's GG.
It looks like.
If you lose the feudal age commitment on the water as the French, and your opponent is in Castle Age, and yeah, they just kind of take it down under your own docks, I don't think there is any comeback for you.
Yeah.
That's just GG. There's just so much from the Viper. Look at this. Viper has so much production as well, and those are very strong.
At first, I wasn't sure if Viper was gonna win it, but now I'm very much certain.
Yeah, especially that he can just keep adding ships, right? He can just keep adding extra ones. And yes, you have stone walls, but right now I think he lost like, I don't know, 7,000-8,000 resources in units on the water. Or maybe that's too much. Maybe like he lost like 6-7k anyway. Maybe 6k, but it's a lot anyway lost. Or in a matter of, literally seconds. I wish we
keep in mind that the Chinese are way better on land. That the Chinese cannons are just gonna shred through those walls.
I mean, we are not getting to cannons at this point, right? I think.
We might be. You don't know, because I don't know if Viper is gonna just finish it in the Castle Age. Even though he has a very slight water advantage at the moment, because he did lose a lot of ships to that tower.
You have to say, Viper is macroing up as well at the same time. He has Song Dynasty, he has the barbecue, and he has the Imperial Academy, so he's actually producing lots of villagers. I think he can afford second TC. He's actually, I think, gearing towards it because he has like 499 stone. He might have just forgotten about the villagers on stone right now or something.
I doubt that he needs it. I think he's at 100 villagers right now.
He's trading as well.
Oh my god.
160 gold and 83 wood on the trade route.
Yeah,
so
but at the same time, it's 2 population capacity per trading ship.
Yeah, but they're faster. I think they're good traders. I think they're at least as good as the ground traders.
Yeah.
He has full control, so he can afford it. So it's actually like 600. It's actually 800 per rotation. 1,000 gold per rotation right now. So he's gonna be in Imperial in no time. That's a lot. You have to say that's a lot of resources you gain. Like, this is super efficient.
That's indeed a lot.
If you can just keep control on the water, it's just amazing. However, it's a gambit.
After the first trip, the trading ship actually pays for itself. So that's pretty good.
He already has he has the efficiency. Now it's just going to be profit. Now he broke even out. Is he going to be able to win this water fight again? That's kind of the scary bit, right? Because obviously the Hulks are very dangerous. Even if they're slightly behind in tag. So that's a dangerous fight still. I do believe that getting that upgrade here, the armored hull in Castle Age, would benefit you a lot. If you are ZGLight, by the way. That's +2 armor.
Yeah, it does +2 armor against a ship that does basically like, was it 5 attacks? So that's gonna help you a lot.
Yeah.
Basically that's like 10 less damage per volley.
Yeah, so it's kind of okay right now. That's a nice position for... But that's so many ships, man. There's no way. Like, Viper has too much of an economy right now to be fault. Like, I don't think he can deal with this.
And he's really trying not to fight in the range of that tower that shredded him last time.
Yeah, I agree. That's not possible right now, too. I don't think you can win against this many ships. And the trade, he rerouted it. That's 300 gold right now per route. That trip.
Oh, that's
because that's like
so
geometrical
greedy,
growth, right? Like the further you are, the more efficient the route becomes.
Yeah, and I think that ZGLight can actually see that trade going right next to the battle.
Yeah.
No,
he's done for it. Especially there's a keep going up here as well, so there is no way for him to exit the base even. And there's a single palace guard here also just, you know, staying in the way. Viper has almost enough to go to Imperial. ZGLight has nothing. He is dead as hell. And this water trade is insanely good actually. Can you... I didn't expect it to be so efficient yet, and ZGLight just realizes what I think he should have realized like 5 to 10 minutes ago. He is done for. Viper is just better on the water, even playing the Chinese. And that early gambit, I think, that delayed the Hulk construction was really important, and it paid dividends. That was brilliant.
That was brilliant. Actually the play of the game, and it won Viper the game because those two basically had enough resources to make 3 Hulks. 3 Hulks that had got delayed by literally 5 minutes. That would have won him the game and basically forced Viper to play on land.
Yeah.
And Viper was able to just dominate on water, and here we go.
And our game.
Game number 2.
High view it is, and in the blue, in the... I actually don't know where they are. Look at situated like in comparison to one another. So let's say this is like northwest, right? And northwest in the blue, playing the Rus. It is gonna be the Viper.
And on the southeast as red as Rus, because it's a mirror matchup. We have you're playing. It's no longer a tournament game.
Shit. So that matchup is over. Oh no, that's DauT. What the? Are they actually playing? Is it the next game of the series? Is Viper playing DauT? Yeah, this is actually a tournament game, just a different... Let's watch it. I like Viper and DauT.
I like Viper and DauT too.
Let's watch it. Let's screw that. So apparently that was the end of the series. We're gonna go into another one where it's Viper and DauT.
No, it's not. It's not. It's no longer a game of the series, I think, right? Because.
So Viper went 2-0 versus ZG actually. So this was game number 2. So we're looking at the next series right now. It is no longer the same series, so Viper won that one, I think quite deservedly so as well. We're gonna go to DauT now, DauT versus the Viper. I'm just gonna change the captions very quickly. And we see Rus versus Rus, which is probably the most volatile matchup, the most random matchup in the game. Have you ever played Rus versus Rus, Kuba?
Yes, once.
And the problem is, there's like lots of volatility in terms of map generation. So map generation is never going to be even. Look at, by the way, they know the wolf locations like by heart. Did you see? He knew the next one was just gonna be there, and he knew there was gonna be a hunt. But generally speaking, the hunts are randomly generated, and the relics are also randomly placed. And those placements of relics can, generally speaking, favor one of the players. It's the same deal as in HRE matchups, right? You just need to be able,
I think they are actually fairly evenly placed. Maybe slightly favored towards DauT because they're slightly.
So this one is DauT, right? This is DauT to take.
Yes.
This is DauT to take. This is I would argue this is also DauT to take. This is Vipers to take, and this is Vipers to take. I think this one is the contested one. Now, do you think they will go for professional scouts when they know that they need to get the relics to win the game?
I think so, because that's denying the professional scouts from the opponent.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
I think professional scouts and the food income that you gain from it is way more important than just getting those 3 relics.
Yeah.
Because I think it's going to be a cavalry archer matchup.
Yeah.
Both of them should be spamming those cavalry archers. So the one to get more food basically wins the game. Oh, and Viper snapping the deer.
Yeah, he's gonna get the next one as well. Yeah, that's super bit micro. DauT didn't notice. I think DauT has not realized it until now. He just loses this. And that actually needs 5 more food to get the bounty, and Viper is kind of ahead. You have to say this is like actually a lot of gold that he has above his opponent right now. And this, this translates to Castle Age timings.
So basically, if you get, I think it was 345 or 325 gold from bounties, you can get advanced to the Castle Age slightly faster because you need one less trade from
one ticket fewer. Yeah, exactly.
Gate.
Yeah, that's the thing. So now Viper needs 1 fewer ticket, and DauT is not there. I don't think you can even get the food from the sheep, so it's just gonna be the matter. Maybe professional scouts can theoretically kill the boar.
I think you need like you need like a knife.
They can. I've seen Demu do this. I also have done this when I was playing Rus, but I'm not a pro, so I'm not really sure. But I think you can do it.
It just takes time. It just takes time.
But as you're researching the pro scout, no, you need professional scouts to actually do it. So that's the entire problem, right?
Yeah.
But I think you can.
And once you get those professional scouts, you're most likely looking for.
Denied. Poor Viper, GG, now you tap out, just kind of Alt F4, smash your desk, you know, you scream at the window, scream at your dog, and you just leave the tournament, because this sheep was all that mattered. Poor animal. Sheep carcass it is.
And that sheep carcass is gonna...
Yeah. Sorry.
That sheep carcass is gonna stay there until the end of the game.
Yes. This poor, helpless sheep, as the description does read, has been mercilessly slaughtered. Viper gets a better timing, I think, to Feudal. Or maybe it was just almost simultaneous, actually. They immediately start the Pro Scout, so this is like 25 seconds. That's actually super delayed. Whoa,
that's really delayed.
So that's super bad. I think he started another tech and just realized on time. I think he must have started survival techniques. He just realized, okay, that's not the right tech. And it's really bad in the mirror matchup because you're basically playing against the timer here. You're against the clock.
And you can already see the Viper parking the scouts.
Because Viper is done. Viper is playing the picture-perfect game, like super good micro here. Like you just get those deer immediately. I think Viper also didn't make 1 scout more than his opponent from the hunting cabin. He's not making more scouts, by the way. He's just gonna settle on 4, it seems. Yeah, and there is still, I think there is still some time that, yeah, there's like 30 seconds, 25 seconds that the DauT needs to get these there. So this singular scout here is going to steal additional resources as well. That's going to obviously be not too good. That's not going to be too great for of a feeling for DauT at all.
Yeah, but he does have 6 scouts.
Yeah, the mistake was huge.
But he's just gonna yoink those deer.
Well, how many are there? Like 4, 5? 4, 3 even?
5. You can double click, I think, carcass.
No, you can't.
You can't. Oh, damn it. I think there are 4 carcasses left.
4.
Yeah, there were 4 carcasses.
So he snags those 4. He's just gonna go across, and he's just going to play this nice, you know, fast cast strategy as everyone else is. But we have to say Viper is actually ahead. I think he's gonna be, as you said, like maybe not a minute ahead to castle, but maybe he's just gonna be like 30-40 seconds ahead, right? It's kind of likely to happen. Looking at the resources, by the way, that's kind of clear.
And DauT actually loses 1
Wait,
scout.
how is it possible? How does Viper have so many? He has like 300 food more and 300 gold more than his opponent. That's not small.
DauT is still not using the hydrate house.
Sure, but the food is like this 500 food difference. How the hell is it possible? How did he allow it to happen? That's my question.
I have no idea. DauT made 4 more scouts than Viper. So
but this means Viper is gonna
240.
Look, Viper is gonna go up at 7-11. That's the proper timing for this. You can probably take even more villagers if you're really eager to take all the relics. Or you can probably just take all those villagers just to finish the building faster. But Viper is also doing the next step properly, right? So he has the wood to start building archery ranges. So by the time this finishes, he will have 3. Because he needs 3 to just... That's the number of archery ranges you can sustain the production from, basically, at this early stage of Castle Age.
So basically that's a picture-perfect build from the Viper, and DauT's slightly sloppy. He's still not clicked.
Behind. Like, it feels like my Castle Age ups. That's because it's not because he's bad, I think that's because playing against the Viper just knows the map better. And that's all there is. Viper just knows the map, Viper just realizes what's up, he goes to castle before his opponent even starts the age up. I think that's the moment where you just say, okay, I'm dead. Because, look at this, he's gonna get a single monk already, like, even before...
Instantly,
Oh, that's again, that's the correct thing. You have to just go, make that monk immediately, right? And once you get it out, you're just gonna, you know, harvest all those relics from the map. You can even go for a far one like this one, I think. That's kind of a good play, because your opponent, unless you don't realize how far ahead you are, I think Viper knows. I think Viper knows how far ahead he is.
It's 8 minutes 30 and DauT is still not in the castle.
That's
I
me.
think he knows that.
Yeah, that's me aging out.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry, I do the same. I'm still bad as fuck as Rus.
Yeah.
Anyways, we have already second warrior monk in production.
And horse archers on the map. Whereas, yeah, DauT has nothing. DauT has, like, he has 3 archery ranges, like that. I'm gonna give him justice 4 now. So he's maybe going to make up for this kind of production gap in a way. There is this warrior man going towards... I'm kind of surprised he's not gonna snag this one. He should have realized by now that, you know, his opponent is so far behind. You should just go for the far one, honestly. You go with the second monk for this one. I think he's just gonna, he's gonna just auto-path almost. I think he's clearly going to get at least 3 relics here. If he's... What I would do is a greedy play, which is probably not something that a normal, like, reasonable player should be doing. So that's why Viper is not doing this, because he's a normal, reasonable player. The greedy play would be to get all 4 or 5 even, like if you were to just go around. DauT is kind of wrapping around those relics over here, just double-checking that they are here. I think you see on the minimap when the relic is picked up, though, so...
Yeah, at the same time, those scouts cannot really threaten that warrior monk.
We'll see about this in a second. So maybe they can. The problem is obviously those horse archers, right? Because they can just approach the bottom of the... No, they can't. There is no opening here, really, is there?
There's no opening.
No, so you can't really do much. But you can definitely help your own warrior monk to, you know, deal with those 6 assholes over here. Just move them somewhere else. Just force them to leave and claim your relic. Now Viper does get this.
Viper's just gonna snag that relic.
He's gonna get 3, or he's gonna snipe this far one and then just go back with this monk and get the 4 relics, which is essentially GG. Because Rus realized this build relies on having relics to generate gold, because they have no other gold income. Hunting cabins, yes, but you don't build them because I think they're not considered efficient anymore. It takes a long time for a single cabin to pay for itself. Unless you have like 500 bounty, then it's slightly better, but nobody does. Like in Rus versus Rus, it's impossible to do. By the way, there are 2 of those balls on the map still, which I would really like someone to take, because obviously this can propel Viper towards the 500 bonus, by the way, right? I think the board is 75, yeah. So
if he gets if he gets both, then he gets that extra,
which he could have, by the way, done. He would have just taken... I don't think he cares too much. He mostly cares about the relics, which he's going to take. Wait, is it going to be 5? No, 4. It's going to be 4, right?
Yes, DauT snag one.
It is amazing. It's just so good, man. It's so good.
Yep.
So he gets so much more income, and now obviously Sacred Side another point of contention right now, but
Viper has way more numbers, even though like DauT has more production buildings. He cannot sustain that.
No, he can't. Especially that he has no gold income at all. He should have maybe tried getting this one sooner, but like now Viper has more units because he was sooner to casting. He has been just producing consistently. Yes, there are some reinforcements here. I think Viper still has more. No upgrade differences. You'd like to see the boyar. Oh, actually, there's an upgrade difference right now. Viper realizes this, I think, immediately. He sees it that there's like 1-1 kicking in for those archers, and he just backs away because he knows he cannot win this fight anymore. He should not be able to because there are even numbers. I think there's double blacksmith then for... is there? Because there was 0-0 and they just went up 1-1. Is there any blacksmith here at all?
No, there was a warrior monk that procced the buff.
the blessing. Oh shit, that's what happened. And there was no... Okay. Yeah, I just sorry, I totally...
Oh, the Saint's Blessing. Because you can see the Saint's Blessing, there's like a golden aura again, around all your units. Yeah. Basically.
So that's what's happening here right now. We see those horse archers moving across right now as well. And it's going to be a slightly slower game for a while, but every single second that passes favors Viper, right? You have to just say that. Viper should probably not even be fighting, other than maybe trying to push off his opponent from this middle sacred side, which can equalize the income to some extent. He's also going to add 2 additional archery ranges because he can now sustain them. And yeah, with this gold income, he can also just, you know, start purchasing resources with the tickets using the gold, and he's just going to have a lot. I mean, a lot, seriously. It is going to be such a nice advantage over time. Generally speaking, 3 relics to 2 is already a big advantage to the one who holds 3, right? But 4 to 1 is just ridiculous.
And also 2 sacred sites to 1.
Yeah, that's just... I think that's GG. Like, it's just going to be a drawn-out GG at this point.
Yeah, he's going to be able to make so much more army, and just look at the numbers.
Yeah, look at the numbers, boy. There are 23
just look at the supply.
Archers. Yeah, 220. The supply. The soup doesn't lie, and yeah, the Viper. That's a bad StarCraft 2 joke. Is we are playing an Age of Empires game, but yes, the soup doesn't lie. The Viper is definitely in the driver's seat here. Even though he's probably kind of losing this fight because he's fighting next to his opponent's production, he's not rallying properly, is he? No, he's not.
Yeah.
No, he's still winning this somehow.
He's still winning. The DauT was not DauT's monk.
Upgrades.
Now, yes, but
Boy
also
Fortitude.
DauT's...
He has Boy of Fortitude, and he does have the +1 range. And DauT
yes,
has
also,
neither.
Mike, DauT's Warrior Monk was not able to proc that Saint's Blessing because he got 1 shot before he was actually able to attack one of the horse archers. So.
But they have 20 more HP as well. That's GG.
Yes,
there's 20 more HP and +1 attack. You cannot fight this in long run. This was just... Viper just showed us that he's a way better Rus player than DauT in every single aspect. Literally every single aspect was... Even though I think that the relic locations favored DauT a little bit, maybe.
But the build order from the Viper was actually picture perfect.
It was tight. It was tight as hell.
Yes, and the DauT's build order was sloppy. I'm not gonna lie, it was sloppy. Yeah. It was basically like if I was playing Rus, or no, it wasn't not that bad.
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad compared to Viper. Viper was like on time with every single thing. Yeah, it just didn't work for his opponent, who was not picture perfect.
Yeah, and it was just really beautiful to see, to watch Viper actually execute it.
Guys, I'm gonna take this minute to encourage you to support the stream by dropping a follow on Twitch and subscribing on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, you can actually see my YouTube link. At the very bottom below the stream, there is a button that says YouTube. You can just click it, smash the subscribe button, join the team, support me a little bit more. There's also a membership option for you. For those of you who are still watching, there's a membership option. You can purchase one for $3 or $5. And you can support the channel even more. You just click join below the YouTube stream. It works like Twitch sub, basically, just that it's on YouTube, and I get a little bit more money from this. So I do highly encourage you to do this. This being said, we're going to continue, of course, towards the next game as soon as the boys are ready to go. And they're in the lobby already, so it's not going to be much longer, I believe. Yeah, that's how it's going to go for now. I'm just curious who goes, like what series is going to be taking place next. Actually, I'm not sure what we'll be watching afterwards.
We could watch... Oh no, maybe MarineLorD? Yeah, because there's currently MarineLorD against
MarineLorD and Chrysaor versus Beastyqt, right? They're very good matches overall. But we're just waiting, I think.
Yeah.
The Viper match has not ended yet, right? No, there's gonna be game 2 for sure, at least. So we can wait for the Viper to start.
And there's a 55-minute game for doing cheese against GG Sitcom.
Oh my god.
Simcom, so Simtom. So yeah, before they finish the game, I think we will be able to actually watch it. I mean, winner of that match against Leenock, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
Though I'd love to. Yeah. I'd love to watch some Beastyqt.
Yeah, same, absolutely. But we just have to wait right now. So Viper is not starting the game yet, and I think we want to watch the series. I think that's interesting, right? Or do you want to just pivot to Beasty?
No. I want to watch Viper
Beasty's being cast on the mainstream as well, and sorry, the Viper is being cast on the mainstream, and Beasty's not.
I mean, Beasty is also streaming at the same time, so.
Let's stick to Viper. I think I like Viper.
Let's stick to
as well.
Viper.
Yeah, let's stick to Viper and just wait. Sure.
It might be slightly more one-sided than that, or we could also watch MarineLorD against Casva. That one for sure is interesting.
Yeah, but for now, I think the Viper versus DauT is something we should. Let's just finish the series. Let's just kind of finish the series. This is an interesting game for sure, and I'd like to see what Viper has to bring to the table. Anyway, we have not watched the Viper today, right? Have we?
Yeah, no, we have not.
How is Leenock doing, by the way? Because I do like following Leenock as well. I'm not really sure how he has done so far. Has he dropped or?
No. He lost one game against Matters and one game against Demon Sheep.
And yeah, he's going up. So he's waiting. Maybe you should watch Leenock actually. Viper's in the game, so let's watch Leenock later maybe. That's something that, yeah, not many people will be covering, I think, as well, so it's cool. Abbasid Dynasty versus the French. That's gonna be a treat. 15-second delay, so we're almost there actually. We are almost there.
Sure. Are the Abbasid Dynasty spears still bugged, by the way? Or...
No, I don't think you're not allowed to abuse bugs, but I think they have been fixed. So we have to pause because we're like at the very start of the game itself, so we have to just kind of wait for it to load. So we're gonna pause.
Just wait 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's what we have. I know. I've been streaming this game for a while. Continuing then. It is gonna be the Viper in the east, in the blue, playing as the French. And on the other side of the map, in the red,
we have the DauT, playing as the Abbasid Dynasty.
And the Abbasid, we have not seen them today yet, right? We have seen lots of French, actually. We have not seen a single Abbasid game, which is actually weird, because I do believe they're getting lots of play on the ladder. Have we seen that kind of weird spear build? I'm not saying that, I'm not talking about that broken thing that just means that the spears can reach throughout the entirety of the map. But there is, like, lots of people who are just going for spears and mangoes, almost exclusively. I've seen this done a lot.
I think DauT's not really a micro player, because DauT's a macro player. He is an older generation, so I think that he's gonna basically boom with the Abbasid, and the Abbasids are really good at booming.
Yeah, that's a boom build actually. So you go very quick double TC, and from there you just start building up the spear count into the Castle Age really. And you just end up with this composition where you just basically essentially have cannons and spears, and they're very, very strong, right? So, yeah, the Abbasids still have the best spears in the game. So that's basically the idea here.
And basically it's someone that's gonna try to boom up against someone that's gonna probably mass up cavalry and try to deal as much damage as they possibly can with those Royal Knights. And please see how DauT deals with it, because...
So, I mean, this is essentially going to come down to, or boil down to, like, how fast you can get the barracks up, how well you can distribute the spearmen early, and I think that's going to be the build, right? You just go barracks, then you go second TC, and you just build some spears to just defend against the knights, and you just try to kind of play safe, right? The only thing that can kill you actually is like I've seen this done as well against many other civs, like the Rus by the French, or the even the Abbasid. I think you just go for like archer knights and you just attack your opponent, harass their wood line. There are openings here, like for instance this wood line is very vulnerable from the north, and that's how we can scout. This gold is terrible, right? This placement of the gold, that's absolutely atrocious as well. Those berries are exposed. There's actually no safe resource other than the sheep for the Abbasid here. And the French, I don't think they had to worry about any attacks.
Yeah, the map for DauT is actually very, very bad. And we have already an age up, alright? School of Cavalry coming at 15 pop for the Viper.
And the economic
super early.
Same thing, right? The Abbasid have to age very quickly because their age up takes the longest, because they cannot just add additional villagers to speed it up. The thing is, though, they can actually use the villagers to do something. So they're not going to be, just building the thing. So he's just going to commit towards that stone immediately, just get that mining camp. And start
second
gathering
TC.
stone. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. So it's gonna be a macro game, at least from one side. We shall see what
Yeah.
exactly is done by the Viper. If he wants to play passive, just get the scouts, right? Professional scouts, that is, and just yeah, start getting the deer. You know, just get the nice eco up. Or whether he's just going to go towards the knights and harassment. I would like to see harassment, but I do think he might just on the side of caution just go towards pro scouts, because that's just a safer play.
Also, I really don't like the play from DauT. I mean, the approach from DauT, because he didn't go for the early berries. They are actually slightly faster in gathering than sheep, so
Yeah,
maybe it
but
was a build.
you have to commit 50 wood that you need to build the lumber camp and this camp 4, and then you really want to have a second TC faster, so it's 50 wood that you don't have otherwise. So I understand this. Because, like, as the Abbasid, you want to start with the fresh foodstuffs as soon as you just hit the age up, right? That's the very first button that you click. And immediately afterwards, you just want to drop the second TC. Like, very quickly. You can do it really soon. And what he's doing, he's actually, I really like it. So he has more villages than he should on the stone, but he realized that the knights might come later. So he's just going to harvest as much stone as he can immediately, right? Because he is not under pressure yet. And once he gets enough stone, he's just gonna pull away from this very risky position that, you know, he cannot defend in any way or form. So I do actually like, I really like this. Like, that's what you should be doing against French, because they can just, you know, mass knights very quickly. Even a single knight can just completely deny access to any sort of resource, right? If it is not within the range of a TC, which this is not, right? And the gold isn't either. That's terrible, actually. There's no secure side. The wood isn't. I think this kind of top part of the wood line is not safe either. So you see him actually just take all those villagers, and I think he's just gonna move them all towards like another the next TC location. He's just gonna harvest wood here as quickly as he can. I'm wondering where do you place the second TC? Do you just bury? Do you just go for berries, or do you just
might be berries, might be wood, might be
here
between
just
the
get
wood
the
and
gold
gold.
secured?
Yes, I think that's the spot.
Or just save spot for the wood line here, where you can't just lose it to a single ramp push. That's also a
And I was correct. It's between gold and wood, so
it could have been better. I think it could have been placed here, but I'm not gonna question DauT's choices here. I think he knows better than me.
I think he fears the ram range, so
yeah, everyone should. That's a scary proposition. It's an archery. There's gonna be an aggressive build from the French, so there's going to be not double. That's actually something you have to remember, right? You need to kind of have something that deals with spears, and that is indeed going to be, you know, a barracks dropped immediately by DauT. So that's what you need to get. Like, archers are just going to obliterate the spears, so getting this is the correct choice. Is there so many idle villagers actually from Viper? That's very
3 of them, yeah.
That's not common. Let's say like this. Viper is not a person who idles anything ever. He's super on top of things. Most of the time he's like super good in micro and macro, so seeing this is relatively strange to me.
If you watch his streams, maybe in Age of Empires 2, you sometimes notice that he is not pressing that button for idle villagers all that often, so if he does have it, he maybe presses it every 20 seconds or so. So maybe that misclick might have cost him quite a bit of resources. Maybe he just has it
in the rotation, right? Like every 20 seconds he just presses it, so that's why.
Yeah.
So that's why he just kind of idled them for a while. That makes sense. That's very in-depth analysis. That's terrible, because you make me look bad. Screw you. So,
I started. Yeah.
Go.
I started playing. I basically started playing AoE2 and watched the Viper and basically analyzed every single thing that he was doing before I actually bought the game.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you just generally speaking do this, right? You just pick the best player at the job and just watch them play.
Yeah.
Now, there's going to be a tower, so we get the outpost being constructed here in the south of the base of DauT.
And it's protecting the deer from the professional scouts.
Yeah, exactly. You can then take 5 villagers, right, to the deer, because they can just hide in the tower. Do we have textiles? Not yet, so that's kind of... I do think that's an important upgrade against the French.
Yeah, because it makes the knight charge require 1 more extra knight against the villager.
Or the auto
to
attack,
kill the villager,
yeah. Auto, which is very good later.
Two more autos, actually.
I think 1 more auto, because Okay, so you need, I
The
think you need a
outer
blacksmith
deals.
to charge auto kill a villager, right?
Yes.
So I think essentially that's it. I'm not 100% sure anymore because I don't play that much French. But
I do, and it's exactly the number.
okay, so I still remember correctly. He lost a knight, by the way, which is never good. So you don't.
Yeah.
Those are like, this is a permanent asset if you can just kind of care for your knights properly. They can be just alive for good. But that just requires you to be very patient and just not overextend. That's something that every single French player has to learn. And that's what actually makes the French really relatively difficult to play. Because you just have to, you need to understand how much damage your knight is going to take before you go in for any sort of aggressive play. Which in this case is going to be a small miscalculation costing Viper one of those very expensive units. You don't want to have that happen. And there is a tower that's going to very nicely defend this location. Viper is actually going to pivot. I don't really think you want to be doing this. Maybe there's just a bait to kill a single spear or two. But those archers are on the fire right now. This tower is doing lots of damage. And overall, I think there's a nice defense from DauT, who is playing on the back of 2 TC, you have to remember, right? It's not 1 TC.
Yeah, even though...
And he also has very cheap villagers, so...
Yeah, even though he's idling like 3 villagers, it's still worth it for DauT.
Yeah. I mean, DauT has more villagers than the French at this point, I think, or very, very close to having more. Yeah, he has 4 more, and he's just going to keep growing, right? That lead is going to keep increasing unless he messes up macro, or micro actually doesn't notice some sort of an assault, right, somewhere on the base, like, and the raid is successful, kills a few villas. But I don't think that's likely to happen anymore. Like, he has a lot of vision in the map. Also, this outpost gives him lots of vision. Look at this. Like, if you look towards the side of DauT, he sees so much. Like, this is impossible to raid those deer right now. You could probably just even have more villagers working them, because let's face it, it's impossible to attack this position. I'd probably like to see more villagers pulled here, because there's just kind of an exposed resource later that you can just exploit right now.
I mean, Viper cannot really do anything. Oh, is he gonna? No, he doesn't have enough scouts to just yoink all those deer. I think she's gonna kill 1 deer and just yoink it.
Is DauT fast enough?
No.
Yes, DauT is not fast enough. Actually, he loses 1 villager. That's not terrible. With double TC.
He loses 1 villager. He loses 1 villager and
kills a scout though. So that scout is denied the deer. So that's not taken away at all. That's fine. I think that's okay for DauT, honestly. Just villager for scout, and he is just gonna hold.
Is it really? Because that's 450 food down the drain. For DauT,
yeah, of course, yeah, but like
he
that's
did lose
not...
1 carcass.
He was gonna steal it, so he just doesn't steal it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Viper's gonna go castle, right? That's the thing that I said, right? If you are playing the double TC style, you are going to age up a little bit longer. Like, it's gonna take a little bit more time for you to be able to actually go up to the castle. Now, DauT is gonna also throw away some villagers, which is not optimal play either.
Some villagers and some spears, and we'll see how DauT deals with the mangonels that are most likely coming from the Viper.
Yeah.
Because I'm guaranteeing that there's gonna be a push coming, and DauT's gonna lose a few more villagers, because those knights are just gonna murder.
Yeah, that's not good. So all the advantages from the double TC play are gone for now. It's not like that's just kind of permanent, right? It's not permanent damage because you still produce more villagers. But yeah, those advantages are gone. The French are building the guild hall right now. There is no double TC yet on the field for the French though. And there's actually also a cleanup in terms of the army, right? So it's kind of nasty for the Abbasid, because you want to have, if you are gonna go for this late or late-ish castle age, you are going to require some sort of extra units on the field to just defend against those stronger next tier units of your opponent. And what DauT is doing is actually committing to feudal play, so he's gonna get a lot of extra barracks, lots of extra archery ranges. Viper is like 2 archery ranges, a stable, and the School of Cavalry. You see like 4 barracks, 1 archery range right now for DauT. So DauT is actually going to have way more production, but I'm not sure he should be producing right now. Especially when he does see that, you know, the French have gone up to castle. He might actually just hold on to some resources and just go up himself. So there's a lot of wood down the drain that is not going to be exploited in any way or form.
Yeah, and archer and siege workshops coming up from now, because DauT already hit castle, so there's not really that much.
Oh, DauT is also aging up. I didn't notice this. Yeah. Shit. Okay, so that's my bad. I thought he was very far behind. But
he is actually already in age 3.
Yeah, I know. I just noticed it. Yeah. I noticed, but it was just kind of weird because I did not know. I thought he was just going to build up towards that. So what we might see right now is going to be this aggressive push from the Abbasid, right? Because you can just build a siege on the field. So if DauT is able to produce lots of units, he can just move across the map, just build a few siege engines and start attacking. I think that's why he would have really liked to have all those units he lost in the trade over here.
Yeah, and he lost those units basically for free. Viper lost 1 archer in that exchange. He lost 1 archer for 5 archers, 3 villagers, and like 5 spears. That was a really, really good trade for Viper, and it delayed the push by quite a bit.
But DauT should have more food right now, because DauT is spending like 50% less food on villager production, right? So that's nice, but this might actually again try to equalize. This might be an effort to equalize the score. At least 1 villager goes down here for sure. Still no textiles, by the way, so that's kind of dirty play. 2 villagers go down.
3 villagers. 3 villagers. That
3
was 3.
Actually, yeah, that's nasty as hell. And this might not even be any returned damage, because those knights are super tanky, man. They're just really difficult to kill, and that TC is not gonna snipe shit. Those archers actually are going to kill a few spears on the way out. By the way, there's also a raid in the north, killing 2 villagers. Viper very good at multitasking. He finds extra damage here. And I think that double TC play has been essentially nullified right now. It is just basically...
Once again, we
see... There are so many... there are so many veteran archers here that it's hard to repel this attack anymore.
And we also see, like, once again, 3 groups of knights harassing DauT. We have 1 group that is, one main attack, where we have 3 knights to the north of his base, and we had like 1 knight on the berries that was basically dealt with.
That's good, right? So that's very good for Viper, because he's just getting advantages. The berries are gone, by the way, so now you have to expose your villagers to get more food. Which is obviously not what you want to be doing. Here, this is a massive force of men-at-arms of the Abbasid, but I don't really think they can deal with this. That's just... Knights are better than MAAs, and archers are better than spears, so...
And I think we'll be seeing quite arbaletiers from Viper soon.
I'm not sure we'll be seeing anything from anybody very soon, because I do believe that Viper is just going to close this game out very, very quickly now. I mean, he's done a lot of damage. As long as he just kind of keeps prodding at his opponent, I think he's just gonna win. He's also not stubborn. Like, lots of players who are just kind of in this position are just gonna spam knights ad infinitum, right, until the game is over. Viper is going to actually just add some variety, right? He's going to add some arbaletiers here. He's going to just kind of make a more diversified team composition, or unit composition here, of course, right? So we see some extra crossbows coming through. There is a siege workshop as well. He's not stubborn. He really just wants to close out the game and move to the next one. Move to the next series, right? This is gonna be over. DauT did lose the previous one, so it's gonna be over if he loses this one too.
Exactly, and we already see a Mangonel coming from the Viper. That's gonna be really, really hard to deal with.
This camel is late.
DauT.
This camel is late as well. I mean, let's face it. DauT can just drop a Springald on the field. That's not an issue at all. You can just drop a Springald as long as you have the resources for it. You don't need any siege workshops at all in castle, because they're just not gonna produce anything special for you. Unless you just, want to keep attacking with your unit, so then and don't want to stop, then obviously there is a reason. But right now, the upgrades are, I think, gonna favor Viper, because he has 1/1 defenses and some free melee upgrades too. DauT is sitting on +2 defense against ranged and +1 attack, so not too much really. And yeah, there are not really many things you can say that are going to be like the saving grace. You cannot really talk about the saving grace for DauT right now, to be honest. Unless
you look at that Mangonel, because you never know with Mangonels in this game. They can be so deadly
but you
sometimes.
need 2 shots. You need 2 shots to kill an archer, right? I think so, right?
Yes.
Or maybe in 3. 2 should be enough, right?
You need 2 shots to kill a single archer, and 3 shots if you want to kill the whole group. So
that's a long way
off.
Still.
That's one.
Not much
damage.
Right?
It's quite a bit. Still, there's 5 archers that got damaged.
I mean, that's okay, but it's gonna be a counter-attack right now, and knights actually don't... I don't think knights care about the mangos too much. It takes a lot of shots from the mango to kill a knight, so... obviously, you want to deal with those spears fast, so that's what is happening right now. We see that he's kiting away, just trying to shave off those extra spears. He's gonna use the Dark Forest to actually make a turnaround on towards that mango. Now, there is also... Viper is actually multitasking with the monks, so he has been able to capture a relic. He has been able to get the Sacred Site capture as well. He's gonna try to convert this MAI, not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen,
but that's
sorry.
still kind of clean. He's just gonna get away unscathed. He keeps the Sacred Site to his name. He's golden. Have you seen that crazy monk play that you can do with double monk relic?
Oh, I have not seen that.
So
one.
what you can do is you can actually you can convert at multiple places at the same time. So let's say you walk to the wood line where you know your opponent is harvesting the wood. You place your monk like here, okay? And then you use your second monk in the front line to start converting, pretending you're trying to kind of, you know, force your opponent to back away. So he thinks, okay, there is just one monk because he only hears one sound. So they back away from one location and then you convert the entirety of the wood line. I've seen this happen like twice or thrice in my games already, in 2v2s.
Damn.
So people have been doing this a lot now, and that's kind of nasty because this means like every single time you hear a wall or low, it's more than one wall or low. It's actually probably maybe even two.
Also, the Viper being really annoying with those knights. He forced the whole entire army to follow them.
But let's say the supply is kind of even. The supply doesn't lie. In this case, supply is fine. There are 2 mangonels for the Abbasid, but they can also just build some sprinkles on the field. So the mango that Viper has, it's not going to be relevant much longer, but if it gets many shots of it, doesn't matter, because it's just going to obliterate the forces of Mr. DauT. Now, there are 2 mangoes, though. There are actually 2 sprinkles as well from Viper. Viper is already prepared for this fight. You just really you don't want to lose the mangoes. That's your saving grace. You need to have mangoes to deal with the Arbaletiers.
One mango is down.
One mango goes down, the second one is going to just get one single shot of and die, because the sprinkle just deals with it. And now that is going to be just a mano a mano, just pure infantry versus cavalry. I do believe that Viper has enough to just clean up this fight completely.
Yeah, he has 8 arbalists, and that should be able to clean it up. Even though the fight looks like he lost every single Royal Knight, he can just kite those infantry units.
Yeah.
And there's nothing that he can do about it. Really. And look at the gather point for DauT. Basically, all the units that went into that gather point got slaughtered.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's not just good at all right now. So Viper is gonna take a very decisive victory. 120 supply to probably like 90 right now. 78. Oh, that's terrible. That's even worse than I thought. So economically speaking, Viper is ahead, I think. Yeah, by a lot. And in terms of the military,
you didn't focus at those knights that I was talking about, just running around the DauT base, but DauT got so obliterated by those knights. They were killing villagers over and over, just returning on the same locations. And
I mean, DauT is just a superior micro player, I think. Sorry, Viper is just a superior micro player to probably like every single other AoE for player overall. So unless we see Demo, I think the Muslim is very good right now as well. So he's not playing in the tournament today though, so that's kind of an unfortunate scenario because he could have probably won another one. That would be cool, but we won't see it right now. We are just seeing Viper moving up the bracket, I think. The score also doesn't lie in this case. There are no Mongols who are just going to artificially inflate the score here. I think the score is quite representative of the game state right now. We have 5k to 3.4k for the Viper. Viper is just going to probably obliterate the next fight and just... The GG might just be called very soon after. Viper also has huge bank. He has lots that he can spend and build more units with.
And there are no safe wood lines for DauT, because the northern wood line is being raided 24/7 by those 3 Royal Knights that Viper just replenishing. Basically, those Royal Knights have died, I think, 3 times already. I've been watching that all the time. Like, you're focusing on the important fact, on the main battle. I'm just focusing on those
small
blue
raids,
dots.
and he's actually doing this again. Look at this. Can you imagine these villages with textiles, though? You would have like 30% more villages with this, I think, right now at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's important. It's not an expensive upgrade, to be honest. Like, in the grand scheme of things, the textiles are not expensive. 25 HP goes a long way. For a villager, especially, it is just kind of... Yeah, I'm not sure like why he hasn't gone for extra... for the extra textile research. I'm really kind of baffled by this, but yeah, it is what it is. And Viper can go imp, because he just took he used the guild hall.
Oh my god. Yeah,
So
Viper can go Imp, and he has enough gold for 3 or actually 4 bombards once he reaches Imp. And those are
yeah,
probably gonna, like, 2 of them are gonna be Royal Bombards, and 1 of them is gonna be, or the other 2 are gonna be just regular Bombards.
yeah. He's gonna get Gambesons, so he can just melee with those crossbows. I don't think he needs it at all. It's just styling at this point. It's just style points.
Yeah.
Getting that extra, few points on the game over screen. Those knights have been dealt with, but there is a price probably that has been paid for it. I do believe the Viper did lose the knights for a couple extra villager kills, so he's fine with this because he knows he holds a huge advantage.
If you looked back, there were like 10 corpses of villagers back at that stone once again.
DauT is still below 100 supply. Viper is at 160, and he's just building up. He's going to Imp, and I do not believe that DauT is actually. And I have not missed out on this age up. So yeah, DauT is just gonna die. I think he just taps out once he sees this. I mean, it would have been worse if Vipers had been playing Mongols here, because then you'd have seen like quadruple bombers, so 8 bombers at the same time, maybe even produced from that siege workshop. Now it's just gonna be probably like 3. There's also a College of Artillery actually going up right here, so there's going to be a lot of very, very solid enhanced artillery units here, because those are going to do extra 20% damage. And honestly, if you go against infantry units, the Rebaldicans are very, very lethal too. But obviously, you have to clean up the Springles first, which...
And the Rebaldicans are really, really short range, so...
Yeah, but
it's really hard to get
they shred infantry.
Absolutely shred infantry.
I haven't seen them used though to give you justice here, right? I don't think they're practical units.
I've seen them. The thing is, I've seen them in team games, and they sometimes work, but mostly they don't. So basically, if one of the players sleeps up and doesn't look for a second at his entire army, then 5 Rebaldicans can easily shred even the whole army of Royal Knights. So
yeah, I've seen this like Trump. I've seen the guy called Trump AOE, that is kind of a well-known streamer from Trump SC. Actually, I think he plays StarCraft mostly. Used to play SC. He did actually do this. Like he had like a single Rebaldic and a couple of villagers, literally because he had nothing else. He went for fast imp, and he managed to clean up the entire knight aggression from the French on the opposite side. So one Rebaldikin was enough to actually just, and like 5 villagers repairing was enough to just destroy every single unit of his opponent. But in this case, I don't think there are any Rebaldicans needed. You just need some cannons, and you need to just destroy the infrastructure and say, just good game, DauT. You played well, but not well enough, and I'm moving up.
Yeah, as you could see, probably the Gambeson's Arbaletiers were absolutely shredding those men-at-arms. The men-at-arms didn't kill a single crossbowman during that fight. They're just tanking it. There was nothing
DauT just realizes there's no way he can win this. Like, he should have probably given up a while ago, but LEGGs can sometimes really just feel bad when you look at the score screen and you say, oh wait, I could have actually won this, right? So it's fine.
Especially that it was the last game of the series.
Yeah,
so
especially for DauT. It was the last game of the series for DauT, not the last one for.
Yeah, that's true.
So looking at the bracket, Beastyqt managed to just destroy Kalajur to 0 in the meantime. So he's awaiting the winner of VortiX versus 101. We won't actually go there because it's an interesting matchup, right? And we need to see VortiX. We need to see. Okay, we need to see the winner of the series to actually decide whom Beastyqt will be playing. But it's a 55-minute game, though.
Mike, you know what's funny? That 40-win cheese is still brawling with GG Simtom, and it's 84th minute of the game. The game that has been running for over 1 hour 24 minutes.
Poor Leenock, man. I wanted to watch Leenock, and we're not gonna watch Leenock at this rate because they're just fighting still.
Yeah.
They are like in a, like, I think they're getting like 2-hour game right now or something. No, they have been like doing very long matches anyway for the entirety of the series. It's 1-1, so yeah, reasonable. It's crazy. So we're kind of nearing the end of the tournament, right? We just have like a few pieces of the bracket that have not been solved yet, but majority of it has actually been completely resolved altogether. We'll just see what happens next. Like Viper versus DauT looks interesting, for instance, but looked interesting, but that's over, right? There is a Noob versus DauT. Probably DauT will win, and Viper versus DauT. I don't think is gonna go too well for the old man. Then we have Zertin versus iMagic, and Lucifer versus CMGIYC. CM is actually good, but again, I think I would favor Lucifer there. I do want to see Beastyqt versus VortiX, if that's gonna come down to that. But VortiX is in an hour-long game versus Wham01, so no, thank you for now, I guess. Let's see what the mainstream is watching. It's gonna be so the mainstream is watching they were watching the same game as us. So Viper versus DauT. Now we have to wait. We have to wait for Mr. Beastyqt, I think, to finish his game at least. Yeah, so looking at the bracket, so no, we have to wait for VortiX versus Wham. I'm gonna very quickly just cheat and see how VortiX's games have gone. Maybe it's game 2, so that would be, yeah, that's game 2. So VortiX won game. Let's watch VortiX, because we need to see anyway. VortiX needs to end his game for the match between Beastyqt and VortiX potentially to begin. I'm actually rooting for VortiX here. VortiX is excellent. So, would you like to introduce our players, Kuba?
Of course. In a blue, we have VortiX playing as the Abbasids.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And in the red... come on.
You introduced 2 last time, god damn it.
Yeah, go for it.
And in the red, we have Wham playing as the English.
Yeah, that's gonna be a cool match. I'm just gonna very quickly change the labels here, okay? On the stream so that they're not too confusing. So it's gonna be...
To be honest, it's a game that has been running for a while. We can actually skip, like, maybe slightly skip the early game by fast forwarding. Not fast forward to live, but we can, like, increase the speed.
I get this. Yeah, you can just skip the early game. Yeah, true.
Early game grinding.
You
just mouse over to see the build orders.
Yeah.
You can...
So that's just standard stuff, right? I don't think there's going to be any pivoting here. We have seen a similar, I think French versus Abbasid plays very similarly to... what am I saying?
English
here?
against
English
Abbasid.
versus Abbasid. Yeah, I think that's just kind of similar approach. You just want to go double TC as the Abbasid every single time because that's how the civ rolls. Obviously, you can just go for like single TC aggression, just multiple archery ranges against the English works quite well, because your archers are fast, you can catch up to longbows and maybe massacre them if you have good idea. But if you take one bad engagement, then you lose the game, right? So you're probably not advised to do this. You also want to control the game. I've seen lots of kind of the Abbasid versus English games go very much into Abbasid way, because they would just go for a very quick stable. Ha! See, I knew it.
You can.
Yeah.
You can go slightly fast, slightly slower. Yeah.
So that's the general play. You go even double stable drop, and you just basically anticipate this, right? So you basically just take care of those extra units coming out. You can make like lots of horsemen, right? Horsemen have extra damage against archers, against ranged units in general. So they can actually dispose of the English archers very nicely if they have like a large number of horsemen built, and the English don't have the critical archer mass. And this has not been scouted. This is going to be scouted now. Wham01 will realize what's happening very quickly now, because he is going
I think he scouted only 1 barracks. Was it 2 barracks that he scouted?
No barracks. He scouted the stables.
Sorry, stables. Could you show me
one, you think?
Yes, I think so. No, he scouted both. He scouted
he must have scouted both, or maybe he has seen this before, so I'm not really sure. But he's adding barracks right on the go, right? So there's gonna be
instant barracks drop.
There's the scary part as well for the Abbasid. If the opponent goes barracks, has some spears, and you're sitting on horsemen, you are usually toast. So then you would like to get an archery range, not the blacksmith. Archery range would be the play because you have to deal with those spears before you start attacking the archers. Or you need to at least be able to distract those spears with archers before you start engaging. Now longbows will reach the critical mass, then it will just start one-shotting the horsemen. It's going to be a very dirty matchup for our English, for our Abbasid player right now. So English should have an advantage here. Though you have to say like VortiX probably knows what he's up against, so he should have some ideas to how to play this. But I do believe that, you know, unless you can get on top of those archers very quickly with the Abbasid, the English will hold a nice advantage here, a nice and steady advantage.
He has to catch those archers out of position because he cannot fight under the tower.
No.
Basically.
So this would be a nice moment to strike if he had known that those archers were moving out. There's just one spear on the field. He has 6 or 5 horsemen. Where are the horsemen? Sneaky. So what he's doing instead is actually just, he's denying the production here. So every single longbow that is produced right now, we have to really consider whether he really wants to go across the map or not. But there is actually a very good trade. 9 archers, enough to kill a villager, as you guys probably all know if you have ever played against the English before. And those 9 archers are indeed going to kill 2 villagers. That's a lot of damage for the early state of the game. And you see those horsemen probably trying to return the favor, but you have to remember the English TC, very strong, and 1 villager will go down, but it is going to take some cold damage.
That horseman is gonna die.
No, he's just going to survive. I know my horsemen. I played lots of Abbasid before I stopped because they suck.
God damn it.
Yeah.
And that was really close though.
Yeah, now he's gonna die, so he's gonna move in. Now that's some denied harvesting, right? He's not gonna be able to get much. For a while he's gonna force them. There's also 50 resources wasted, right? Because you force the movement of that wood line, and there's actually a decent pack of horsemen here. 8 is a significant number. They can probably just overwhelm the archers and those 3 spears. That's enough, I think, to just take over any fight you want.
Yeah, I totally agree. We also see the first golden age from Abbasid kicking in, so that's slightly more resources.
10% food more or 5? I think 10, right? The first year is 10.
Yeah, it's 10.
So that's decent. That's a nice bonus, and yeah, it's kind of the normal build. I think that's kind of the flow of the game. The enemy gets horsemen, you get spears, you win the game. English is OP. I mean, the English are kind of strong against. The English are very, very strong against the Abbasid overall, I think. So that's what's happening here right now. Anyway, we see that those horsemen cannot pretty much engage on this. I don't think they can. That spear, that's actually a lot of HP loss. There's no. That was completely pointless. Because 5 spears is enough to repel the horsemen alone, so you need to have the archery range. He probably should, let's face it, he should have had the archery range for like the 2 or 3 minutes now. So not having that is going to be relatively painful, I guess. That's the one way to put it.
He would be able to actually overwhelm that army already if not for not having those archers, because spears, the horsemen alone cannot engage into those spears; they just get shredded.
Yeah, what we see is actually like he pivots again towards that base of his opponent. So, that's a lot of spears. Though, look at this; it's like 10 now, total 8 here against 11 spearmen. So I think spear wins 1-on-1, right?
Some vills are gonna die.
So if he rallies this, though, let's see, that's actually the problem. So he rallies on time. I think it was a bait actually. He baits and he kills a single archer. This is good. That's every single kill you can take in this kind of contained situation like this is good for you. So I do like it very much. The WAM is actually supply blocked right now. I've seen this several times already. He's also forced to keep some units at home, so it's going to be like a very weird situation. We have this kind of nice base over here, this proxy. But you're not really doing much with the proxy itself. You're just denying the gold pretty much, right? Which is kind of annoying for the Abbasids, of course, because they would like to have the gold access. But you can just go around. You can probably see, yeah, you can mine.
Just do that.
You can proxy mine as well. 3 villages, by the way, falling to the raid over here. That's very good damage, especially that the horseman number is not the highest in the world. So yeah, that's very good. He took some damage for it, but I think this is worth it, honestly. I don't think he has lost a single horseman to this.
Mike, there are 3 horsemen left on 1 HP each.
That's what you call good micro. And he's just going to basically dissuade this, this kind of fortified place. So it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna be possible for much longer for VortiX for WAM to hold this position, right? So I do believe VortiX is actually playing this game correctly. And WAM, by the way, WAM is still supply blocked on 60. He just escaped the supply block now, so he has been supply blocked for like a minute. Because of how much micro...
He didn't have wood. I think he didn't have wood.
Oh no, because he was denied the... Oh, it was a very unfortunate time. That's just bad luck, though. We have to say that that's just bad luck. But having the pressure is commendable anyway. I think you have to just say VortiX. This is a disadvantaged matchup for the Abbasids, and he's just doing brilliantly well here. He is holding his own. He is defending. He's getting resources. He's building up the bank. He has 860 food right now, and he's gonna probably just start working towards that gold for the castle age, because he has 4 villagers proxy mining over here, which is nuts, I believe. Like, you can lose some horsemen now, I think it's fine, because you do have a large quantity of units back at your base. He has produced like 9 archers of his own, he has 3 horsemen here as well, and he's very close to being able to go to never mind, he spent gold on something. Oh, another bloomery. I'm not sure I like it. I mean, yes, it's good for the horses, but overall I think you'd probably want to go to castle sooner and just get the MAAs, because that's just the ultimate response to the spear. Like, you get men at arms, like, you respond to the archers, you respond to the spearmen. They're not as strong as the English MAAs, because they don't get the +2 armor, but still a very, very good unit overall. I'm kind of wondering what exactly is going to happen here. Do we have Ram Ranch coming, or... because I think Wham just spent like 300 wood on those farms. So there is not going to be a Ram Ranch. He just gets the blacksmith now very, very late. So, yeah, that's going nowhere. Like, this attack is not going to go anywhere right now. Because you can't win it. I mean, okay, you can if you're Mongols, because you have like 30 spears instead of the measly 11. But you cannot win a game like this without a ram. If you are just playing the English here. I'm not sure that's the way.
Also keep in mind that the Abbasids, if they lose the 2 buildings, they lose, and you cannot increase the amount of buildings, right? So basically, they are very, very easy to get defeated by the game mechanics by losing their landmarks.
You mean that? Yeah. So that's the case, but also this is that's a shredded building. Come on, it has 7k HP. Compare it to the council hall, which is like 5k. Okay, that's not a big difference.
But all the landmarks are really, really heavily armored.
Yeah. So. Okay, so VortiX loses some horsemen here for nothing. Not good. I would say this is that's not a good play at all, but VortiX has a lot of archers here. I think he's just going to wait right now. He's just gonna wait. Maybe he's gonna get he has a market already. He can just sell some resources, like wood, maybe even just sell like some wood.
Or place a TC.
Yeah.
Where is the TC?
Oh yeah, I have not noticed.
There it is.
I have not noticed the stone income.
I saw it.
Wow, where did he get a stone from? From here?
Yeah.
So he was mining
that's a really nice mining camp, by the way.
Terrific. So that's why he has no gold. Okay, that makes more sense now. Okay, so those... I'm kind of not liking this right now. I don't think that those horsemen, very bruised by the way, can accomplish anything. I mean, okay, they're denying the mining time. That's important, right? Of course, that's just gonna delay the English age up. And I think the Abbasid is almost ready, right? The Abbasid player here, VortiX, is almost there towards the castle age. So that's actually very good for him as well. And yeah, we see actually a nice engagement here. Right? There's no protection for those archers for a while, so those horsemen will have some free reign over this. You have to remember the regular archers move faster than the English archers do. So you can see a nice bit of kiting here. 1-2 volleys actually free for Wham 01 in the end, so that's not gonna go too well. I do believe that VortiX has a net positive here in this play, and he's gonna be very close to going up to castle now. He needs like 15 gold, and he can just click up. And there is still, I don't believe there is siege engineering done. No, actually it is. So you can build rams now if you're Wham, but Wham has no wood. VortiX is the one who has lots of wood here, but yeah, that's not the case for Wham at all. I would really like to see some barracks dropped right now for the Abbasid, because barracks are just kind of the ultimate play here, I believe.
Yeah, if not for those horsemen that were running around in Wham's base, denying those wood lines, he would already have enough wood for a few rams. So,
yeah, he would have.
If you think about it, that's even though he didn't know it at the time, that actually probably saved him the game. To be honest,
let's face it, the horseman play has saved VortiX, and VortiX is just stellar because it's not supposed to work against the English. That's the funny part. So the horsemen are not a unit that is supposed to be efficient against the English. Just straight up, that's just all there is to it. They're just supposed to die to archers, die to spears. Story is over, right? But in this case, like, he was so nicely utilizing them, just kind of by cutting off the supply paths, by attacking, by harassing, denying resources, forcing some units to stay at home, that there is no opportunity for one to actually push with rams. So even though he used those resources to research the ram ranch tech, he has actually never been able to utilize it. And this wall is nice because it prevents any like immediate access to the wood line, but yeah, it's just going to cause some trouble in the mind of Wham, and Wham doesn't realize what we know, that his opponent is going up to castle, and Wham is nowhere near. He's missing like 1,000-something resources, 1,100 resources to go up himself.
He does have a nice farming eco though,
Yeah.
because he invested all that wood, instead of would have gone to rams, he invested it into food eco, so...
Wait,
Also
Wham
keep in
has
mind
enough
that
now, Wham has enough now, she's gonna go castle too. But the Abbasids are there, so Wham did actually eventually get there himself, but... yeah, he is gonna go up with King's Palace, but VortiX is there. I'd like to see something aggressive. So yeah. As I said, like that's gonna be the play. I think so you want to go for siege units. Just go across the map as soon as you can. Just threaten your opponent and try to just do as much damage as you can before they age up themselves. I think that's the correct play from Mr. VortiX, and he has double TC already. He has had it for a while, so he should have decent eco advantage. 45 villagers to 60. That's a lot, especially if a few of them have gone down to those horsemen. So yeah, you can.
Exactly.
They are not relevant right now anymore. I think they could have been a nice meat shield, but that's all there is. VortiX is sitting in a nice supply advantage as well. Shit, I said supply. So he has a nice supply advantage. He has better eco. Not sure about the eco upgrades actually. Just very quickly look.
Doesn't even have a wheelbarrow, but he has a mangonel. Doesn't
There are
really
no
matter.
upgrades for Wham.
Yes, but
And
he has a
there are
mangonel.
no upgrades for VortiX. You see how pros assess the upgrade value? It's useless. I literally have not seen those upgrades being done too often by anybody in the pro level. Like, if the game goes very late, you see like +1, +2 on wood, usually, or just the wheelbarrow, right? That's generally speaking all there is. Most players just kind of do not really value that too much otherwise, to be honest.
It's safe dependent actually, because the French, for example, I've seen Viper do the upgrades basically as soon as he ages up, unless it's the imp upgrades, and he doesn't really care. Because they are just so cheap.
Yeah, of
right?
course,
And,
yeah, that's the exception. Sure, I agree with you.
and of course,
that
the
makes sense.
Delhi that really don't really care about the cost of the upgrades, because you just do the upgrades and it's for free, right?
Okay, so back to the game. Springles is the answer to the mangoes. Mangoes are gonna just demolish those buildings over here. The Abbasids just have few archer crossbow right now, which I don't really like too much. I'd like to see some variety. Like, you need to have something else. You need to have some infantry, I think. I don't like
the
the
man
knights.
at arms.
I don't like the knights. I don't like the knight play because the English they'll have like lots of spears. They naturally do have them right now because they had to defend against the horsemen. They would be like useless units if you were to build those barracks. But on the other hand, you should note that there are 2 stables there already. So like why not use what you already have? And knights are good at raiding. So knights. Sorry, the problem is of course that the English are just going to fully fortify their position here. So that's not going to be easy to access. And VortiX is maybe not aware of this yet, but he'll be made aware of this very, very soon.
And as you could probably see, there were still some horsemen corpses in Wham's base, and I think there were like 2 villager corpses as well, north of the gold.
That's insanity. I really don't understand like how he has enough APM to handle all those kind of sneaky attacks. By the way, there are like 13 villagers exposed here, so if they were to be discovered, that would have been a bloodbath, but obviously Wham basically confined to his base right now. He's not going to be able to leave and do much
And that's
damage.
going to be a few dead villagers if they are seen. No, they are still not overchopped, so you cannot actually see them as VortiX,
No.
because if you could, all of them would be dead.
Yeah, the mangoes,
So-
but you can probably predict they're there, so you can just use the mangoes to blindly shoot, right? I think it's possible.
I don't think you can by
The
this shit.
trade is good for VortiX. He kills a single
Look at the
springle.
mango shots!
Oh,
Oh,
shit,
God.
beautiful. And obviously the knights are going to make short work of those archers, right? It's basically like a single auto attack almost, right, for a knight from the charge anyway, to kill an archer. And I would see like some pressure being put on this siege workshop. Of course, you have to remember the Abbasid. A nasty save, one of the 2 nasty saves that can do that can produce the siege on the field. The other one, of course, being Mongols, because there is nothing that Mongols can't do other than building walls. So here we go. That's why they're permanently banned in this game. This being said, right now we see double mangoes just shredding these fields of the English. You would wish that you could claim the free bounty like the Mongols can. You can actually destroy farms and claim the 50 resource bounty from those. Right now, though, you can see that those forces of VortiX are very, very large, and they're just going to basically force WAM01 to retreat. Now, WAM has actually a large bank. I'm not really sure what he's hoping for. Do you believe he has been actually just kind of trying to get enough resources to go up to Imperial of the Berkshire Palace? Is this... he's not gonna be able to have enough, right? He probably realizes this only right now, and he spends some of those resources to produce. VortiX is just making archers, knights. WAM01 is making pure knight. Look at this. Look at how many knights he has queued up right now.
Oh my god. Also, keep in mind that the only siege workshop that WAM had was under attack, so there was nothing he could do, because every single Springle that would pop out of there would just instantly get demolished. So,
yeah, I agree with you. And that's obviously
it's
not
looking
great.
really dire. And also losing 10 extra villagers because he wasn't looking.
Yeah,
and
he
all
could have
those
just
villagers
rallied them out on time. Yeah, but that's not gonna happen. It's like I think this is gonna be a GG situation also. WAM is sitting at
it has been a GG for a really long time, to be honest.
130 to 170 supply, and you know the Abbas is of course building those. That's unfortunate. Losing springs those are expensive units, right? And trading back is going to be maybe a trade? No, not really. And oh, there's an exposed Springle or two. But they don't take much range damage, do they? They actually, yeah, archers take 2 Springles down eventually. So one dies to Springles, the other dies to the archers. By the way, the Castle Age archers are actually very good against Ram. So this is wasted 300 wood, by the way. And the Springles, of course, as well, are going to add some value to this, but essentially the archers of the English are good enough to just deal with the Rams on their own. I know it from practice because I play a lot of those kind of defensive English games. And if you get to castle, you basically, if you have like a critical mass like this, you can dispose of those Rams easily. So I think VortiX needs to either go Imperial or just get some trebuchets to actually just put more pressure onto this infrastructure of his opponent. He cannot build trebuchets, by the way, so you need a siege workshop for this. Mongols can build trebuchets, by the way, guys. They can. Right? That's outrageous. That's just...
Oh my god, we see a massive mangonel shot on the longbow.
And the Springles actually kill all the Springles of VortiX, so WAM01, so WAM has
another massive shot.
Yeah, and there are going to be more to come, because I do not think WAM has enough micro to handle this well. So,
I think there's one more shot and GG. Look at it. And once again, we didn't even see it.
Oh, the shot goes through though. It is lethal, but it's lethal enough for WAM01 to give up beforehand anyway. He realizes he's completely screwed. Honestly, VortiX played a very clean Abbasid game. You see, 1 TC can actually work for the Abbasid as well, even against a relatively meta civ like the English. And yeah, VortiX is very, very nicely set up to the next game, which is going to be probably against Mr. Beastyqt, which we are going to watch. It's going to be Beasty versus VortiX. Yeah, they're picking right now. Guys, I'm going to take a 2-minute recess because I do need to use the restroom or, you know, nature calls, whatever. Kuba, you can talk to those people, advertise this stream.
I actually need to go myself.
So, be right back, guys. Be right back then. Remember, follow, subscribe. We're going to be streaming tomorrow as well. We're going to finish the event. So if you're interested in excellent AoE 4, just remember to drop a follow on Twitch. Go to YouTube, smash that subscribe button, and we will be back with the next game between Beastyqt and VortiX, which is going to be really a great game in about, I guess, 2 to 3 minutes. So they're
in the lobby right now already.
Derby. Okay, guys, yeah, going around the green screen, because I have a huge green screen behind me. Like, going behind the, like, over that one is actually quite difficult, because it blocks the entirety of the path. So I'm kind of trapped here in a way. But we're back. Kuba, are you there? Okay, he's still in the restaurant. Good night, sis. Thank you for sticking around, mate. I'm very glad that you were able to enjoy the casting. Yeah. So we're just gonna wait for the next match, I think, or we can actually just check out if they're ready. But I would really prefer to start the cast with my brother. They're not ready anyway, so we can just take a minute. I'm gonna change the stream title on Twitch Reno as well. It's gonna be Beastyqt versus VortiX. Yeah. And we're just gonna have to wait a minute or two longer, and then we'll obviously proceed to the next series. As long
Right, I am back.
Okay, lovely. They haven't started yet, so we have some extra time. Guys, another reminder, please subscribe, follow, yada yada yada. You know the drill. And consider becoming the members of this glorious channel. $3 a month on YouTube. Just go click join on YouTube below the stream, because I'm streaming on YouTube as well, and you can become the members supporting the stream, which would be lovely. This being said, we are just gonna wait for this game to begin, of course. And there's gonna be a very even matchup, I think. I'm kind of looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to this for a while, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so too, because most of the games that we've seen so far were either very much one-sided or just favored to one of the players by a lot.
Yeah. So it was just kind of, especially, I was kind of disappointed by DauT, to be honest, because I expected him to play on a way higher level than he did.
I kind of know how DauT plays, because I've seen him play in Age of Empires 2, and basically it's the exact same playstyle. He really likes to boom up, he really likes to just play the macro games, but TheViper just didn't allow him to play any type of late game scenario, because he just kept him at 70 villages for the entire game, even though that DauT was double TC booming.
Yeah.
It's just not possible for him to do anything, and he tried to be in his comfort zone, but Viper just pulled him out and said, no. Not
gonna happen, bro, yeah.
Yeah. That was actually very brutal.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how... I mean, Beasty is like... I'm a huge fan of him. Like, he has been super entertaining to watch in StarCraft 2. You know, he has reached rank 1 on the ladder of Age of Empires 4 multiple times. It's just gonna be really cool to see how he performs. So Walter, so for Mongols to be feasible, so for Mongols not to be permabanned, I think they would need to lose a feature or two. They would need to lose something. I think the most straightforward nerf for me will be to force Mongols to build houses. Just force them to spend some extra wood to construct houses so that they have to just be like every other freaking civilization. I understand they're supposed to be able to move their entire camps around, yeah, blah blah blah, but honestly, that's just bullshit. I would love to see that just taken away from them.
Either that or just increase the stone costs for all their units, right?
They've already done this. It's still not.
Yeah, but even more.
But this removes the unique mechanic. And if you just say, okay, you're just supposed to be like a regular Joe building freaking houses. Let's say you can move the houses. Let's say they're tents, right? You can just move the tent.
Yeah, it's like a massive 30 pop tent. Okay, let's go.
No, please, no, not 30 pop tent. A tent, okay, so 30 pop tent, no, that would be
15 pop tent. 15 pop tent.
Sure, yes, just make them spend that extra 500 wood throughout the game on something else, right? That's just what you need to, that would be very nice. Because right now, like, I think they have so much wood that they can do so many, like, aggressive plays that no other civilization is supposed to be able to do. Even the English have to wait with the towers for a way later stage of the game. That's something that, just tower push is a huge commitment for everybody except for the Mongols. That's the problem here. So that's what I'd like to see changed, right? That's just, yeah, that would be very nice if they were to kind of make that alteration here.
And every time you see Mongols, for example, in team games on a higher level, they're always going to be like tower rushes, because it basically eliminates that certain player from the entire game.
Yeah.
Because there's not much counterplay they can do against a Mongol tower rush, except for your own towers.
I mean, you have to be on point with your defense, right? You have to just pull villagers, you have to have some units on side, but the problem is Mongols will always have more. So if they're executing the towers correctly, they'll always have more units than you, and then you're gonna die, you're gonna lose villagers, units, just Alt F4, smash your screen and say, I'm not playing this shit game again. The nice part about Mongols is that nobody really plays them anymore that often, right? Because they're just too broken. So I think that's important to note, right? That the Mongols alone, I think they're just kind of... So first of all, the professional players don't play them because they know they're going to be banned every single time in every single tournament. There's no reason to practice Mongols anymore because you can just ban them and just have like one less thing to deal with. And you probably need to have... because Mongols are clearly overpowered, right? They're like the only civ that I would say, without any shadow of a doubt, that they're just... There's no miraculous build that can defeat Mongols because they just do everything better than you. Right?
Walter, I think that similar to Chinese villages, but maybe something that you can move, like, god,
like big tents. Let's call it big Mongol
tents.
Tent, yeah.
Big Mongol tent.
Where Mongols reproduce, and those tents can build villagers now, and they only cost 75 wood. Yes, so they can have like 75 TCs that just mass produce villagers, and they also produce them speedily. And they only cost 11 for each.
Yes, please.
That would be... let's buff Mongols.
Yes.
Too weak. But yeah, jokes aside, I don't think Mongols are... So what the developers said is that they're not going to be buffing... So they're going to be nerfing Mongols. They're just going to buff everybody to the level of Mongols. Which is reasonable, I think, because Mongols are... obviously, they're very frustrating to play against, but they're fun to play. They're fun to use as a civ. So if everyone's... like, every civ was like them, like, that would be pretty optimal. So that's not terrible at all. I don't mind it.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're nerfing the other civs. So it's like... the Delhi got nerfed really heavily. The Rus, I think, got slightly nerfed. Like every single other civ is getting nerfed, and the Mongols are getting nerfed as well. But these are really, really heavy nerf for the Mongols to be on that level. If you're nerfing every single other civ as well.
I mean, Rus horse archers, I think they are like calculated good. But they are bugged right now. They're just bugged. They have more attack speed than it says on the tin.
Because you can slightly abuse the animation cancelling. Yeah,
so that's the thing. So once they nerf that, I think it's okay. That's the only thing that is kind of relevant here. You have to see how they fix it first and how good the house archers are after that change, and then you'll be able to assess whether this is still, you're still required to change those archers or no. So whether they need some extra nerf.
Basically, I don't know if you know the case of horse archers in Age of Empires 2. So basically what happened was the Mangudai were absolutely unrivaled because they had no attack animation at all. They were instantly attacking, right? Up until the E, they were instantly attacking. I think 2 months into the definitive edition, they actually patched them. I mean, they nerfed the Mangudai. They nerfed the Mongols because now they had a really small frame delay, but they did have a frame delay of attacking, right? So we couldn't just micro infinitely and not really care about it. And what happened next was they buffed the regular horse archers, right? So sorry, cavalry archers, they are called in the game. So now the Mongols and any other civ had a choice. If they wanted to go cavalry archers. They had decent cavalry archers. For example, Mongols also had decent cavalry archers. They were
Look
not
at your
all
screen.
out.
Look at your screen.
No!
Look at your screen. It's gonna be the Mongoloid matchup, the Battle of Giants.
No! They didn't ban Mongols.
Yeah, I think that's good. Like, if they were to cost like 20 more gold, that would be nice. Anyway.
15 gold because they already cost foot on
Okay,
wood.
let's nerf them first and see how it happens and how it goes, and then just maybe slam another nerf on top. Anyway, guys, Beastyqt versus VortiX, game 1. It's gonna be Mongols versus Mongols, so it's actually a very nice introduction. Thank you so much, Walter, for that productive discussion, because we're just gonna go into a Mongol matchup, no less, and we shall just see how exactly this actually works. So, the map is going to be high view, and in the north, in the blue, it is going to be Mr. Beastyqt playing the Mongols. And I just kind of turned them up to an unbelievable edge, okay.
And in the south, we have VortiX also playing as the Mongols. We already see those TCs next to the wood line, so
next
really
to
hard
gold,
to raid.
because that's also great that you can move your TC so you don't have to build a lumber camp or mining camp or a mill sometimes. Yeah. You know the drill, right? Mongols doing Mongol things. Of course, they're doing them to other Mongols, so it's okay. It's fine.
Absolutely, it's fine. Also, the TC location from Beastyqt is slightly worse, but he does protect the berries. So, also his gold is very much forward. If you look at it.
What do you think they banned? Sorry. What do you think they banned if there are double Mongols?
I think Rus and
what has been banned?
What's the other high win rate civ except for Mongols? Wait.
English, Rus, other stuff. I'm not really sure actually, but
yeah, I think they both banned Rus or it was Rus English ban. Yeah.
Yeah, possible. I mean, still weird.
And they both look at it and like, oh no, Mongols are available. So they both went instantly Mongols, and it's a clown fiesta.
We don't know what it's gonna be, because it's actually Mongols are very nice because they offer a plethora of playstyles, because anything they do is overpowered. So they have a lot of possibilities. You see the stable opener here, actually double stable openers. But this seems to be the stable right now. People just go for the kind of stable scouts. Professional scouts, I guess, is gonna be the play for both players. And
yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, that looks like that, honestly. So it's gonna be a weird situation. I'm not sure there is any aggression possible, because Mongols just have every resource up under their ass. Oh, the problem here actually is
for Beastyqt is that I mentioned early.
Yeah.
Is his gold is very, very exposed. There's like no save gold for him.
How far is it from his spawn? How far can a gold deposit be from one spawn? I would ask for a remake, honestly. That's a kind of, please remake this shitty game, because his opponent's gold spawned like right here, man. I just saw you. I was kind of spaced out focusing on the builds, but that's preposterous. I mean, you have to just send all the villagers there right now and protect it.
I mean, he did spawn. Basically, he did spawn right when where the tree was, right?
So,
next to the green tree. No. Could you zoom out maybe a little bit or go to the right? Right. When he spawned where that green tree was in the middle of the field, right? Basically. Yeah. That was his spawn location.
He could have moved here. That would have been better, right?
Yeah, but he didn't. The thing is, when you spawn in, you see one wood line. You always see one wood line, your gold, berries, and your stone. So he saw this wood line. He saw berries. He saw gold, but he didn't know whether there was a wood line next to that gold. So it's gonna really, really scare game.
I'd really like to see him just get this with more villages than he's using right now. Just take all villages, just mine this gold, just say, okay, I'm done here, and leave, and take this gear with him. Because I'm not really sure he can defend this position well. I'm really not certain about this. There's a scout battle going on that's kind of micro-intensive, because you can reset the auto attacks, of course. There's actually horsemen coming out to defend this, which is obviously an unfortunate investment, because you would have preferred not to, just waste all the money on this. And there is an outpost. I do believe that VortiX realizes that this is going to be under attack very soon if he doesn't secure it somehow. So there is going to be an outpost. The villagers are going to be allowed to mine for Beasty. But of course, his opponent already going up to feudal, so it's going to be a very different situation. I do not think that there is much of a choice in terms of the landmarks anymore. People used to go for this cheesy trade route, golden tree, but this silver tree, right? So, but this is kind of the thing of the past, really, consistently kind of denied right now by everybody who has, you know, basically eyes and a keyboard, right? It can very easily be just destroyed. Now, Beasty is doing something peculiar, so he's just gonna go towards this Uvu. He's just going to force some villagers to come around, and he's just gonna try to destroy this. If he can do this, this should pay for his investment into those horsemen, who are actually, by the way, going to maybe... No, not really. At least put some pressure onto those villagers, right? Which is kind of fine. He's denying mining anyway. And there's going to be more villagers pulled towards this Uvu to potentially just repair it enough. Obviously, 2 villagers here not doing anything, 2 villagers here not doing anything. Generally speaking,
but he did lose.
I think
he did lose horsemen, two of them. So
yeah, so
I didn't like that trade. It was really close because those 2 villagers almost died, but almost is not enough.
Yeah. I agree, but I do think that putting on some pressure is fine. Also force his opponent to build those 2 useless-ish horsemen, I think, so it's not terrible.
The thing is that
VortiX
is already up, and he's gonna instantly go for that professional scouts whenever he can afford it, wood-wise, because he's still missing 20 wood.
He is missing more because he had to build the ger.
Oh, yeah. And here we go.
And there is a small attack over here. This cannon is exposed, but Beasty is already feudal too. He's fine. He has the ger. I'm not really sure about researching this there. I do think this is not a safe location for anything. So if he were to research the profit, he needs gold right now. He needs gold for personal. I think he needs 300, right?
Oh, that can is stuck.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
I mean that's fine. Can for a villager again. Trade would take any time because can respawns, villagers don't. So
yeah, but he respawns in. It takes 3 minutes for a can to respawn, correct? So those 3 minutes he's extra vulnerable.
No, it's less. It's like 2 minutes initially.
It's 2 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not that bad. And those horsemen are going to be chased around. Beastyqt is researching the professionals. I think he's going to be okay. So that bad start is just going to cost him a single villager, and he's going to be forced to build an outpost. You have to remember, though, his opponent was already forced to construct an outpost before. So there is an outpost here, just basically same deal. And the ger is also matched eventually, because both of them need the ger to actually research professional scouts. So all in all, I think, kind of even Steven of a trade, to be frank.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. We have engagement actually.
Yeah, there's a small fight over here over the game, right? There's just gonna need to be some animals killed, deer taken, horsemen just kind of exchanging early blows. By the way, there's an actual horseman upgrade here, whereas Beasty is still working with the regular, normal, traditional horseman right now, though he's getting the upgrade as we speak. Now, those scouts are gonna get away with those carcasses, and they're just gonna be happy to do so, I think. Beasty has a decently large numbers disadvantage here, though, so he probably should just get out as long as he has legs to do so. Beasty
but he does have a can up. He does have a can up, so he's gonna chunk those horsemen slightly.
Yeah, the actual feudal can is very frustrating because he gains a lot of damage, right? He's actually quite an efficient ranged unit now. So that's fine. Obviously, Castle can actually quite a decent fighter as well. We're kind of far away from that, though. Beasty is actually getting a lot. It seems like Beasty is actually just, sneakily getting towards that castle age, because he has 480 gold. He's mining the gold with lots of villagers. Like twice as many as his opponent almost. He has been doing this for a while. Actually, no, more than twice as many. And he's gonna go towards castle very early on, I think. There's gonna be a step redoubt being dropped very, very quickly after this.
Yeah, he didn't add that many scouts, I think.
No, he's actually... I don't like this. You should not be fighting if you're investing into fuel, which he clearly is doing, right? He's getting 1,000 food. He's not spending anything. So I think he has been kind of successful with the Pro Scouts play, and he's actually taking a very, I think that's a good engagement. I think he buffed the attack speed out. No, it's just for range, right? So there is no reason to do this. Yeah.
That was attack speed.
So just the speed, he's just gonna move around, and he's just going to get this done. Yeah, that's... I know. I have not played the campaign, but I know about the mechanic with what this is. That should be implemented, I think. The scouts are too fast with the carcass on their back. I think that should be kind of in the main game as well. And I know lots of pro players also say this, like they're just kind of in agreement in this regard, that you should actually have the slow movement, so you have to protect the scouts as they transport the game. That would probably be optimal.
Yeah. No, that would actually be a really nice thing to update.
Yeah. Now VortiX really far away from no, never mind. He's actually there as well. I always look at the wrong player. So VortiX is there. Beasty is going after Castle. So you see a Castle Mongol versus Mongol. That's cool. I don't mind it at all. Actually, it's gonna be interesting to see how those guys do. What compositions they go for as well. Do you think it's just gonna be knights? Or will they shake things up a bit?
We'll watch and see. I'm actually really curious for what they'll...
Because there's no infrastructure. There's a blacksmith going down for VortiX, and Beasty is going to probably just... hello? Oh, that's a hostile operation here. Oh, we're gonna have the... Oh no, the heist, the deer heist is happening, man. It's going to take some scouts' lives, but it doesn't matter as long as you get away with those deer carcasses. That's a very expensive loss for Mr. Beastyqt. Of course, there might be some extra losses, but you can see that the only scout that is about to die actually is the scout that is not carrying anything. So that's a very nice heist operation happening, and indeed Beastyqt going for those knights. We don't see a blacksmith here yet, however his opponent is actually doing a blacksmith upgrade already, so he's gonna get more done. Now Akan does actually snipe, Dekan does actually snipe a single scout, maybe a second one will also go down, so this operation looks successful. Just 3 carcasses actually are going to be transported away, and that's a large loss of scouts. I do not believe that you need those scouts anymore, though. You can just kind of, you know, they're not a fighting unit unless you're playing Rus, because Rus get the extra bonuses from the monks, and you can also tank for the archers. Generally speaking, I don't think the scouts are that important. You can just kind of move them around the map right now. Potentially, that's probably the only possible good play here. The step redoubt is gonna be weird, packed up actually, and this Jerry is gonna go back home, probably to get some, I guess, wood here? I guess this is just gonna be the play, right? Just getting the extra wood.
Sure.
So yeah, the Jerry is going to be used for that. There are 2 barracks, by the way. That's what I was saying. Like, maybe there is a pivot for one of the players, also archer range and the blacksmith. So kind of an all-around infrastructure for Mr. Beastyqt. And on the other side, we just see pure cavalry. So I do think that's a good choice. I think getting like, it's going to be a while, because you need to upgrade all those spears if you're going to go spears. But then it's just going to be MAAs actually after all. And you'll be getting some extra infantry to top off those cavalry units. What happened to the knights of Mr. Beastyqt? That's the question. So VortiX has 5 knights, Beasty has 2. And where are they? Can you see the knights? Oh, by the way, Beasty is also microing the monks, so he's gonna go for the relic play. And it's very important, because of course getting any advantage in the mirror matchup is going to pay dividends in a large way. So having that extra gold trickle early is going to probably benefit you quite a bit. You see another shaman actually going across the map trying to get another relic over here. However, there's also some harassment coming from VortiX, so some of those villagers very likely to go down because there is not enough space in the TC anymore almost. By the way, Beasty didn't rally all villagers back home, so not a good position
and
to be in.
He didn't notice it entirely until now.
No, yeah, that's the late... It's very... This shaman is gonna get the relic though again, and there's probably gonna be another relic captured somewhere. Here are the knights, by the way, so it's kind of sneaky. There's some fighting here, just kind of some irrelevant exchanges. I think they're not gonna fight forever. Obviously, this is not a nice position to be in. You probably would like to reinforce this with spring golden placement to make sure that, you know, knights cannot spend too much time underneath this tower. I think that would be a nice choice.
Exactly.
This being said, still you need to get some extra relics to make this investment into the prayer tent wherever. I think those are 2 shamans they will not pay for themselves immediately, so you need to kind of get some extra juice out of this. Now he's gonna bring the relic right now, or he might just do it soon. He might just kind of be waiting for this fight to end.
If he waits too long, then that shaman's gonna get eaten alive by that wolf.
By the bitey infantry, yeah. Now this is actually a nice fight for VortiX. He's gonna take those 5. That's just 5 scouts. Never mind, it's not a big deal. Beasty just gives up. He realizes it's too many knights.
And he didn't have access to gold at all anymore.
Yeah, he was cut off completely. Maybe if he had built more barracks, like maybe, I don't know. It's actually surprising how fast this ended. I thought Beasty had a chance, like a fighting chance still, in terms of the timeline. He was, actually, no, he lost everything. Shit, he lost so many villagers then to those raids. Yeah, he lost, look at how much he lost actually. He was down to 26, I think? Maybe 28. And his opponent was like safely sitting on 50. 28. It's actually, yeah, I didn't realize how bad it was, but it was quite terrible actually for him. So, yeah, just very nice decision from VortiX, actually just costing Mr. Beastyqt a game in the series, which is...
Yeah, the raids won him the game, basically.
Yeah,
there's 3 vills falling on woodline, and then, again, I think he raided woodline.
Yeah.
And at the same time, he was fighting at the next to the gold. So basically, Beasty had to micro in 2 places at the same time. He had 2 knights that were not doing anything to the north of his base, and it was a mess.
Yeah, messy game, but cool one overall. I think it was interesting to see Mongols. Yeah. For the very first time on the day. Of course, they're so weak that nobody picks them, right? So that is out of the way now. We'll just see a normal regular match coming in next in the series. So it's going to be pretty cool to see what exactly those 2 guys can bring to the table right now. So we just have to wait for them to start another game, of course. So it's going to probably be a few minutes as they pick their next civilization. Maybe this might be the last game of the series, right? Because every single series here is a best of 3. So if VortiX just manages to eke out another win, he's just going to win the series, and that's all she wrote for Mr. Beastyqt. And now, I'm kind of curious what they do now, because I really do not know about the bans. Nobody does, I think. Maybe I can click the matchup actually and see. No, there are no bans posted anywhere. So we can't really tell. So we just have to wait for a while. I guess just for the time being, we'll just have to sit down and wait patiently to see what exactly those players do.
Yep.
I'm gonna take a shortish break again. I'm gonna get some snacks because I think
God damn it.
Yeah, VortiX is going to take his sweet time now picking the civ, and there is also like a short delay. So we'll be back shortly, guys. If you haven't subbed or followed yet, I encourage you to do so once again. This being said, just be our bay, and we'll be continuing the cast very, very soon as those players get into the games.
Yep, exactly. I really wanted to get some snacks myself too, so BRB.
Hey folks, I'm back, and so are VortiX and Mr. Beastyqt, so I think we can just get into next game.
Glorious.
Can't seem to observe it though, I'm not sure why. That would be terrible if they were to just kind of... No, okay, it's just the regular thing. So
it's just a game is starting, basically.
Yeah, it's just loading, yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna wait for them to load. I'm gonna mute myself and munch on some crisps as we wait. So BRB. Okay, so we are back, guys, and we can continue into this matchup. Okay, cool. Second Chinese game of the day.
Chinese against English.
Yep, and it's gonna be spicy because it is
What's
the
map?
Danube River, and so in the blue, in the east, it's gonna be Beastyqt playing the Chinese of all things. He opens with a scout, by the way, so worth noting.
And in red, we have VortiX playing as the English.
Now the interesting thing is that I'm kind of used to Delhi. Have they both banned Delhi, maybe? Or one of them must have banned Delhi. Because this map is like a Delhi map. There's the Delhiest map of them all.
If someone would actually ban Delhi, I think it would be VortiX. Because Beasty was playing Delhi quite a bit, same as Viper, I think. And we've seen Viper's Delhi already, it's completely something else.
Yeah, it's true. We also saw Viper's Chinese, so that is also something else, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So, we have wood commitment coming from VortiX. No, from Beasty actually. Beasty is gonna commit to wood, and this means he's gonna build the dock very early. His opponent, actually not doing so. He's gonna rush feudal. He probably will just try to harass those docks with archers. That's very good because you can actually do a lot of damage with those English archers. And it's actually hard to stop because no tower has enough range to essentially just have the opportunity to attack those archers, right? So you can basically just harass anything on the water unless the opponent just walls off somehow meticulously, like maybe here. That would be crazy to do though. So I don't think we're gonna see
it would be too costly, I think. It would cost way too much.
Yeah. So I'm kind of surprised. I'm not sure what the Chinese are gonna achieve here with that dock. It's obviously kind of a short-term investment for now, so it's gonna give him a decent amount of food. But you have to say like every single dock play you do, right? This dock is going to delay you by like a minute 30, maybe even 2 minutes to feudal, right? So it's going to be quite an issue. VortiX doesn't kind of have the courage to contest it, by the way, because that's something you can always do. You can just drop the barracks. You can maybe take him. You can probably take a villager, like here even. Build the barracks, just start attacking this, and I think Chinese actually are kind of unique in this regard because they can actually just build a very quick tower, 5 villagers, right? And this, since they construct things so quickly because of their unique civilization bonus, they can actually probably get a tower up and defend. But most other civs just kind of die to this, right? You can lose the dock and then you have some useless fishing ships. You move the dock, you lose again, you get the drill. This is not going to happen here, though. The English are going to be very quickly going towards that feudal, right? So
they already clicked up. I mean, sorry, not clicked up. They're constructing their council hall and pumping out those longbowmen.
Yeah,
and I think you need at least 2 longbowmen to actually start damaging a fishing ship underneath a dock. So basically, you can move out as soon as you have just like 2 of them. Yeah. Because there are not gonna be any units on the side of Beastyqt.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm kind of curious actually how well this does, because I kind of expect it to do very well. And oh, that's a crazy good play. So you can place a tower here. I like this so much from Beasty, yeah. So that's the normal response to the English, right? Obviously the problem is they can just go through the river now, right? They can just go around this. Also, another thing is the scouts can just deny this villager the construction rights. So it's actually going up very fast and there's a scout on the other side, so maybe not gonna happen too quickly. Beasty doesn't realize this though, so his scout is not working on this. Do you think this can be done? I don't think it's gonna happen on that.
Yeah, it is gonna happen, yeah. He's gonna lose the villager.
For nothing.
Because of the... yeah.
And that's trouble, because obviously you will see some archers coming up quickly or very soon, and you really need to have this tower up. So losing the villager, that's why I always say that if you're gonna build a tower that is important to you, just take 2 villagers instead of 1. Because 2 villagers, especially the Chinese ones, are first of all going to be able to fight the scouts, and second of all they're going to be able to build a normal tower like they're supposed to. So there's going to be outposts going up, but it is going to be paid for in blood of those poor Chinese vills, of course. Beasty, by the way, nowhere near age up yet, but of course you can get the barbecue of the sun relatively quickly with the Chinese construction speed, so it's not going to be too terrible all in all. So overall, I think Beasty in a decent position, though he is going to have to rely on a minor miracle right now before he's able to age up, because if he doesn't get that, he's so far away from this. Is like, I don't understand how he's super late, because I guess he committed to wood so hard to get those towers up.
And you need to place. You need
oh,
to
no,
remember.
Villager going. That's terrible for anybody. Like losing villagers in Dark Age is just so painful. Oh, that's awful. Like you really should have. I think you should have walled it first.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
like it at all,
really,
because
really
he
bad.
lost like 2 villagers already, right? He's already lost 2. And
but at the same time, he does have the fish, so...
yeah, but archers can still find those sneaky angles, I think, and you know, this...
I think he's gonna lose another villager.
Because that's super nice body blocking. Oh! Wait!
What? What?
I think the corpse disappeared? Did he
What?
lose the villager or no? Oh, there is a barbecue coming as well. This is going to be significantly harder to hit this right now. Oh, no, not villager did.
He did lose it.
He finishes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just water. Water just consumes the corpses. And that's all she wrote for Mr. Villager number 3. Now that is actually a significant disadvantage in terms of vills, but you have to say
that's 4 vills.
That is also how many? 10 fishing boats too? How many? Can you count, Kuba?
0.
Let's
yeah,
count
I
the
see
fishing
0.
boats.
Sorry.
0, zeros, it's still nothing, right? So it is actually, I think, decent trade overall. It's actually a nice fishing boom here for the Chinese. So it's not bad. I don't think it's too bad at all. I think it's kind of okay. And you have to remember, this generates taxes, right? Of course, it's not that relevant right now, but it does generate taxes overall, so...
yeah.
You can probably just harvest some extra gold from here if you really want to.
Actually, I think you can use the Imperial Official on the dock, and it both increases the production rate
you can't.
and...
No, it's impossible. No, I tried. Because I used to try playing Chinese before I realized it's just not my APM range. That's impossible for me to do. By the way, oh, that's actually something that you have seen before as well, probably. That is aggressive dock placement, right? So instead of building his own dock, he's just gonna build an aggressive dock over here. Very likely to be followed up by some sort of arrow ships. Yeah, that's the galley, right? That's what I was looking for. So galley might just come out. Not yet, because I do not think VortiX is just absolutely freaking broke right now. So because the problem with the English is that both the fishing ships or the warships and the archers do actually require a decent amount of wood. So you can, even if he is using about like 15 villagers, maybe even more, to harvest the wood, he has 17 villagers on the wood line right now. He's still not getting enough to supply production of both the military ships and the archers, so he has to kind of, you know, divide and conquer, really. Now, I think the English galley is slightly stronger than the junk, especially that there is a support of the archers from behind.
And especially that it has 1 more range, so...
So the galley's strong ships, guys. They're strong AF, but this is a different play. So it's not going to be a galley. I thought this guy is actually a transport ship. So what happens here is we see like a lot of archers loaded up, and Beasty has nothing. That's a very creative approach. Beasty actually has no. Beasty has stables, so he may actually. They think Beasty knows. They think Beasty is so good that he realized what was up, or what was going to happen.
I think that he's just making those horsemen just to anticipate, because I think he thought that those archers were going around, right?
Mm-hmm.
I very much doubt that he thinks. Oh, he actually might know right now, because there are no warships coming his way, right?
Yeah.
And there would be one warship at least.
Yeah, because there's
already.
a dock which he scouted. So he probably is aware of this, or he kind of felt at least that this is a reasonable choice. So it kind of looks inspired almost, because double stable is super good right now for him. There's enough horsemen to deal. No, not yet. Maybe 2 more. You need 2 more, and especially if the Imperial official is going to be a very quick production. So he'll have enough horsemen very quickly, very soon, to just dispose of those archers. He has 21.
But those archers are gonna do some damage. I think it's gonna be either an Imperial official.
No. It's actually official is safe. Safe, yes, easy. I'm very good with my predictions. It's safe.
Appreciate. Oh,
safe.
Sorry, 3 HP.
Safe AF. This is the safest Imperial official. Now the problem for VortiX is he's losing time. He basically walked up with all those archers. Actually, all those archers. He built a transport ship that has not returned much value, because this is an investment. You have to remember that, right? That's a large investment into that ship, and then into moving those archers who might not even make it through back alive. I don't think they trade favorably against this. So it's a very bad trade from VortiX overall. I think Beastyqt is just gonna pounce on this. Because so many, that's no longer critical mass. I think, yeah, that's no longer.
Yeah.
You'd have to be 2-shotting at least, and they need like 4. Oh, that's just a massacre. So that's a terrible move actually. So yeah, it's so bad that VortiX just rage quits the game altogether. So because this is so much invested. Look at this. He loses the dock, the 3 warships or 3 arrow ships of Beastyqt, 3 of those junks.
Oh, and Beastyqt did have the income advantage of food.
Yeah.
If you look at the income,
of course.
like.
Yeah, it was obvious that he did, right? He had like way more food all along, and he won every single fight. He basically repelled the attack that was supposed to do the damage. It never did anything. I think what VortiX could have done potentially was just kind of go with those archers, just go all in, like especially when he saw the stables. Like, okay, so okay, these archers are dead. Okay, I have like 13 of them here, so I can lose 4 and keep one-shotting villages. You could have probably sniped like 7, maybe 8 villages altogether, and that would have maybe been enough. But the way things are, I think it was like very good defensive play from Beasty. Very solid, like Chinese play against the English. I would have not expected this to happen. Like based on the matchup, I would say like VortiX had the upper hand, but yeah, just
I really like the outpost.
Yeah.
Play from Beast, even though it was costly, but I think the longbowman investment was more costly because he was not making any fishing ships by himself, right? So all in all, it was basically more eco. Even though Beastie lost 4 villagers in the Dark Age, it was still not enough. VortiX would have to deal a lot more damage to Beastie to justify not having any fish.
Yeah, he needed so much more than this, and the dock placement was just so bad. Because what you can actually do is you can just place the dock on your side and just wall off that passage between there's like one shallow that you can just wall off across. And then you cut off the access for the ships to your base. Like, so you can just, even if you have, like, some military disadvantage of the water, you can just wall it off and, fish safely. I think this was the right play. Because he could have, instead of just losing all those archers and losing that fishing boat, he could have just, had, like, I guess, like 10, 12 fishing boats.
Change the score. It's 1 to Beastyqt.
Yeah. I'm on it.
Not to VortiX. Yeah.
No, VortiX won before. He won the Mongol matchup. Hello.
Oh, he won the Mongol matchup. Yeah, so it's 1-1. Yeah. Yarov.
Yep. So I think they're loading again. So here we go. Oh, spicy. And that's a decider game. That's a decider game, by the way. It's not like any matchup. It is actually a decider game now. So whoever wins moves up the bracket. And I'm not really sure how exactly you win versus French as HRE yet, but I think Beastie is gonna show us. I've actually seen also the pros practicing the matchup a lot, so yeah. So, without any further ado, in the West, playing the French, it is going to be VortiX. Oopsie, I was supposed to just go like, that was supposed to be the fancy move here. So VortiX on the French with this lovely TC here, and he's gonna go for wood because the map is actually Boulder Bay, which we all know and hate.
And
oh, that's why it's HRE!
Ah, yeah, and in the East we have Beastyqt playing as HRE. Oh boy.
And that's spicy because galleys are so strong that the galleys that, you know, you can produce as HRE, they're like the strongest attack ships in the game, I think. I mean, arrow ships in the game.
Still, I think they kind of cost efficiently lose against hulks.
But you can defend because you don't need to attack. You have double repair in the docks. Touche,
yeah,
right?
Of course, you can defend, and I think that's gonna be the play for Beastyqt because both sides lose when they have the opponent has the defend disadvantage, right?
What's wrong with Beastie and gold spawns today?
I have no idea.
Because...
I mean, he does have... both of his golds are actually close.
No, that's terrible because you want to have Akenchapel, and Akenchapel needs the gold and the woodline to be together on the water maps.
No.
So he has to
that's
play,
right.
So I think this is just poor placement of the lumber camp here. He could have just placed
he doesn't know yet.
He doesn't know yet
because... No. Look at it.
Oh, that's so bad. I would be so frustrated. I'd be livid if I were Beastie. That's the second time he gets shafted by RNG. And yeah, that's just gonna be really annoying because I think he needs to have the Akenchapel here because I do not imagine him mining gold from those two locations, like getting lumber without the prelate, right? So he needs a prelate he needs the chapel here, so this means he might have to invest another 50 wood to get the next lumber camp. It's not bad, 50 wood is not terrible, of course. You would prefer not to have invested it into something useless, so... That's also weird, like why would you not rally this onto the deep water fish where it definitely gathers faster? Does he know something we don't, or...?
No, he just built a dock while not having the full vision, basically. So once he
looks back, you should just...
Yes, but the thing is, I think he automatically targeted the shallow fish while the dock was building, right? And he just is not gonna look...
For a while,
right now,
so he's losing some income because his opponent is actually gathering from the actual deep water fish deposit. So, small disadvantage to Beastyqt, and that is... Oh, no, that's bad.
No,
so this means he has to decide, or he might have to build another prelate. So one prelate is here. You get this lovely prelate. So, prelate, of course. I know the pronunciation, guys, I know the pronunciation, so this epic prelate is standing here next to the woodline. And the other one, I probably skewed it, sorry, it's wrong, yeah. The other prelate, so you have to park another one at the gold. So he needs another one right now, so the Akenchapel is not going to be efficient. He would have needed to just build a camp here and just, you know, get another lumber camp for it to work. So that's actually a worse trade because he has to invest 100 gold to get this to work now. If he is willing to have both those kind of sides buffed fully, so it's not good at all. And of course, if you have VortiX, like you have just gold over here, so you can just, you know, lumber camp this and just... Actually, both golds are very far away. Is he long distance mining gold?
I think he just doesn't see, because I think
WTF,
he's looking...
sir.
He's looking at his water. No, he's looking at his dock, I think. And he didn't realize yet. Oh, now he makes it.
He was looking at his dock indeed. Like you all should sometimes.
Nice dock.
Nice dock, sir. Yeah. And Beastyqt did also look at his dock and he noticed that he needs to move those fishing ships. So both docks have been looked at and inspected thoroughly, and yeah, he's gonna start fishing from the proper spot. I'm kind of... Oh, see, so he is smart, but this is weird. Why would you use this if you can just... I'm baffled, man, I'm baffled. Yeah, nice dock, mate. So, what is wrong with Beastyqt? Has he just scouted this very late? I think this must be the case, right? So, he just scouts this location later, then he builds the mining camp. He's just, okay, fuck, I misplaced my entire infrastructure here. Because I could have... He could have saved 100 resources. Oh no, that's fine actually, he doesn't have to move the lumber camp now. So he was okay actually, he just needed to place a proper mining camp there, he was gonna be absolutely fine. So that's kind of unfortunate. We also see the Chamber of Commerce over here from the French player in the west. So he's gonna go for this one. He's gonna be late though, he's gonna be late, isn't he? Yeah, absolutely, he's gonna be like about like 20 seconds late, and that's actually bad because it takes 40 seconds to build a galley. So yeah, the first galley is gonna be there, it's probably gonna do some damage. I'd wager. Especially that actually the Hulk takes more, right? Hulk takes like 45 seconds, yeah. So he'll have some extra free time with his opponent's fishing ships, which is always appreciated, I guess. The problem is, of course, that there is a second dock as well, so we might have 2 Hulks at a time. Which I'm not really sure VortiX can supply at this point. Probably not.
He can, but he'll be slightly short on wood.
No, he needs like so much more. He needs double the wood right now. He needs double the So the answer is no, he can't. No. He's gonna need way more than unless he sells his no. By the way, Beasty's floating a shitload of food. He has so many fishing boats here.
Yeah.
How is he floating so much food actually?
He had 5 villages and sheep.
Why is he, so he has a different look. He has a different plan here, I think, because he's going for food. So he's committed to food. Is it just the play to survive and go? He's fast casting still.
Or fast imping.
Like big time. Oh yeah, that's gonna be the extension of it. But maybe he's just going to say, okay, screw the water, you know, man. Like I'm just gonna defend this with my single galley, hopefully. But by the way, there's just a Hulk and the upgrade, expensive one at that, because those sails are not cheap. They don't come they don't grow on trees, man. So he's gonna get
but if you don't research the extra sails, then your Hulk will be very easily chased down.
I know, it's just they're just really expensive, and frankly, like if he's just able to hold his dock for a while, he's gonna be fine.
Absolutely.
So because I don't really think does he care about the... I don't think he cares about the water. If he were to care, he would have built another galley. He has not built a galley yet. He's not building a galley, and he's actually fighting the Hulk over there. I think he's just gonna use this to slow down his opponent. I think that's the gambit here. So he is not efficient with this galley. He's gonna lose it for nothing. That's terrible. Actually, it's awful. It's just disgusting to watch. That was the worst play of the day. I think that's terrible. But he has enough to go up.
I think it was just a distraction, to be honest. So
just
that
to slow
Hulk
down
wouldn't
the
go
galley,
to...
so the Hulk, so he can actually go up and because if he doesn't lose this immediately, he can just start building his own Hulks.
Yeah.
He can save like 3 ships, so he's okay-ish.
Now the dock will die before the Castle Age kicks in. I think he's just gonna get that food.
It's just a single Hulk though.
Still. I think he's just going for a Pulse of Swabia, to be honest.
I mean, he can just go... Yeah, he doesn't care about wood anymore. Look at this. He's not getting any wood at all. So Beastyqt just doesn't give a shit.
I think he's just going to park those prelates as relics, get those relics, and then go for Pulse of Swabia.
By the way, walls. Walls, like boats. Look at this. No boats, just walls.
Yeah, just
have,
walling the relics.
He gets 4 relics for free then, right? 4?
Yeah, 4. Because 1 to
3, 4.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Damn.
You have the emergency repairs, but it's not. You need influence for this, so it's gonna be a little bit off. I think he just ditches this completely. Yeah.
Yeah.
40 seconds, 45 to build a Hulk.
It's not worth it for him. Look at his food bank.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
He's doing something else. He's doing something else.
Beasty is always this crazy. This man is just insane. I love this so much. Actually, it's just so genius. Like I actually have always been supporting this this attitude where you just decide to drop the water for something else. Of course, like the nice thing is VortiX is not MarineLorD, because MarineLorD lost a very important match in the Genesis tournament because he just overcommitted to water. Like VortiX is just going to have a single Hulk over here, and that's all she's going to have. So he's not going to actually... he's not going to actually just, you know, overcommit to water, spend like, you know, 3,000 resources to just be there. Oh, there's Wallow Low. Okay, there's the Wallow Low here on the scout arena of Mr. VortiX. Those villagers are just in spears. They're just running around, doing nothing, I guess. But there is a single prelate right now getting the relic as well here. So it's going to be 2 relics at the very least. I'd really like to seem to... I think you could have just gone for this one very quickly. Like, as soon as you get this... Like, the sooner you do this, the better, right? So, he should have probably just... I generally speaking, like to prioritize the far relics, especially that he has a wall. So he's kind of aware...
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter because he has the wall, right? There's nothing...
Yeah, but, like, if your
can
opponent
do.
just commits to some army, right, then you obviously just kind of lose out on this. I still don't think this is a... I know... I don't think there's a zero-sum game for Beasty. I think Beasty is still slightly behind in terms of eco, because look at how many villages, quote-unquote, his opponent has produced. So, for now, of course, because later, like, if you have enough... If you get the Schwabia Palace, right, you have enough to basically produce any number of villages within seconds. So it's not a problem later. It's like villages spaghetti, you know? Just kind of,
yeah,
just
and
kind
here
of
we
roll
go.
out
Actually,
of there. Like madman.
He's getting really, really close. He's getting really, really close when it
Yeah.
comes to getting that Palace of Swabia.
Just 400 food right now. Does he have market? No. Yeah, ha. See, my man Beasty just knows what's up. He's just gonna spend the 300 gold, buy the food, Schwabia the hell out of his opponent, and then it doesn't matter that he doesn't have the water anymore. Because like, why would he need water? If he has infinite production, the only issue that's something I would really like to see from VortiX right now, because that's the way to kind of match the relics, I guess, in a way, is actually getting trade ships. We saw how efficient that was. It was crazy good of a play. I think that's like something that you should really kind of not underestimate on Boulder, because if you can get like a deck over, like a deck, that was a close one. Dock over here, you can definitely just get like plus 200 gold. So that's good.
Especially that you already have the tech for faster ships.
You have lots of docks here, so you can use those to, you know, just
No,
further.
He already researched the faster ships tech, so it would be actually really beneficial for him to actually start trading.
Full agree. So why he isn't doing this is a big question. The reason might be that he's just going to commit to knights. But Beasty is kind of step ahead again. He's gonna build a wall here. But this, it's 9 knights, and there is nothing here that stops that for now. There are 3 spears against 9 knights that are just gonna die, and this is exposed mill. So yes, he's going to have that, but it's just a matter of how fast that ship can reach the shore. The answer is very fast, and he has 9 knights in his opponent's base, and his opponent is not ready to work against this. He has some barracks, yes, but there are 9 knights who are gonna split as well. It's gonna be lethal damage, I think, for it's so good. This is such a great play.
No.
VortiX has to just produce... He has no units on the map at all right now. He has 3 spearmen, and that's not enough to work against those veteran royal knights. He's Imperial Age, right? So he might just kind of make up for any villager losses he incurs. But he needs so much more than 3 spears. He needs like 15 spears, I think, to deal with this. Those are regular veteran royal knights with upgrades, right? No?
Hell yeah.
And those villages are gonna be all for feet. Like, you can lose villages, like, yes, you have Schwabia, so you can lose some villages. But how many can you lose is the question.
He's
like,
40 pop right now. 39.
And his opponent's like 70. 91! Oh my, Beasty's dead.
Beasty is very much dead.
This is the play that just wins him the game, I think. There's just insanity. One knight falls to... I don't know how many units of his opponent. Like, Beasty's just bleeding army left, right, and center. Yes, he has... I mean, he has 20 villagers. Where is it? Here. And knights are gonna take a while to kill it. So, if you can just rally some spears, that's fine. But honestly, like, you can transport more. That's 8 more knights coming. That's
There's
the thing,
nothing
like,
that can stop it, actually.
He's just gonna die to this eventually. I mean, yes, you're producing spearmen. Like, those should be Imperial Spear, not hardened. It should be at least veterans. Like, not... Yeah, it's just awful. I mean, Beasty can buy resources, right? He can use the market to some extent. But it's just terrible situation. Like, he's in a terrible spot right now. Because there's another raid just right at his gates. Look at this. There's 8 more knights. And, you know, you can just keep doing this. Like, you can just keep doing the castle aggression. Basically... indefinitely, right? It's just not gonna be a stop to this.
Yeah, and his eco is actually pretty good right now because he is playing as the French. The French have better eco because their TC work faster. So
and they have more. He has ships. He's fishing like crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
He has so much income, and like Beasty is idling like the majority. It doesn't matter if you produce like billion villagers per hour. You are losing them all anyway, and you're idling every single. Like he has 30 left, I think, and they're all idle right now. And yeah, like I'm not sure what you do right. Look at this. There are like more knights regenerating here. Those knights are obviously attacking the barracks, so they're just gonna get rid of the military infrastructure as well. BC has some gold, but that's all there is, really. You can complete the wall. Oh, that's too. Oh! Just on time, just on time. He's gonna complete
just
it.
in time.
And he is enough. Like, he has lots of spearmen right now. He can almost fight this. Almost. He's supply blocked though. He's heavily supply blocked on 60 supply. Oh no.
Oh no.
There are knights coming in as well from here. There is no wall off over here. This wood line is still exposing, so this kind of infrastructure is exposing Beasty, right? So he's kind of trying to get some control backs, like some semblance. There's 8 more knights ferried over though, 8 more.
There's nothing that can stop it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, what is this shit? That's a house, okay.
That's a house.
20 idle villagers, 20 idle villagers, and
a dream.
And a dream. Oh my god, that's brutal. Like the end of Beastyqt, you know, oh my god, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, and Beasty's falling like a rock into a pond right now. Like a bag of rocks, honestly. Like a bag of docks.
Like a boulder, I think.
Yeah, boulder. Yeah, ha ha ha, yeah. Oh, look at this army, by the way. So.
Because haha, boulder bait.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you. I mean, okay, so right now he has enough to protect the villagers who are harvesting wood. And wood is as useful to him as... Oh no. I mean, yes, you have a lot of spearmen right now, admittedly. You have a lot of gold income, so you can just kind of produce spears continuously right now. That's kind of fine. And you could probably go for the elite spears as well eventually too, so that's not terrible. And honestly, this wall off is kind of effective. So he's been able to just completely wall himself off. The problem is that there is like archery ranges coming. There is lots of knights kind of being continuously built right now, and the only unit that Beasty has is spears. And now it's going to be triple archery range, quadruple archery range as well dropped. It's going to be very rough to defend this, and those knights are going to break through. I don't think these villagers are on time. Oh shit. No. Yes, they're not on time.
They are not on time.
But they're elite spears. So the spears can deal with knights, but they cannot deal with archers, I think. Even elite spears, they just do take too much damage to actually work against that stuff. And there is no blacksmith, because Beasty's build has been so disrupted that he has not been actually able to produce any sort of, you know, research infrastructure yet. So he has no barracks, I mean, he has no blacksmiths. And does he see that proxy, by the way? No. I guess he smells it, right? He smells blood in the water because he's getting those archery ranges of his own, so this might be actually kind of important. I think this wood line is intact, so it's difficult to penetrate the base, you know, outside of this, but this is being also walled off. Does the villager see something? No.
No, I don't think so.
So that's the problem, but you have to say, Beasty made the best out of the worst situation in the world, because I thought he was dead completely, like he was dead to rights.
Mike, I am really sorry, but I got a
okay, sure.
at the moment. So I'll be watching,
yeah,
I
sure,
might be commenting in the stream, but I can't really cast anymore.
Sure, of course.
It was a pleasure though. Bye!
Yeah, thank you so much, it was lovely. It was lovely having you. Crossbows, huh? There's gonna be crossbows actually being built, so Beasty is going to go... Oh, there's a hole in the wall as well, so it's very... So I thought Beasty had him here, so he could have cleaned up those 4 knights. That's actually not the case. And right now, you know, VortiX is adding rams. VortiX is ferrying over like massive numbers of knights as well. It's like, how many is it? He has like 15 knights over here. BC has 31 spears, that's all. VortiX has 32 knights. So he has more knights than BC has spears, honestly. That's crazy. And yeah, I don't know what you can do right now. Those are veteran archers, those are like veteran royal knights. You are sitting on spears. Not even a keep to your name. Keep would have really helped here, I think, but that's just not happening because, yeah, he's just... Beastyqt has no resources to build a keep, and those archers can just basically delete even elite spearmen, right? So it's not going to be efficient. By the way, Beastyqt is just donating units at this point, right? He's just donating units. He's just dead. So I was kind of thinking Beastyqt was the favorite in this tournament. Honestly, this knight play from VortiX is insanely effective, and those 8 knights, like, they just did so much damage. If there had been a wall from the get-go here from Beastyqt, yes, that could have been maybe salvaged, but right now it's just over. I think VortiX just got this. VortiX is just so insanely strong. Beastyqt taps out, and that's all she wrote for the series. So Beastyqt eliminated in the early day 1 bracket by VortiX. Cool stuff. Very good stuff. I'm actually very hyped by this. This was a good matchup. I loved every single game here, though this last one was kind of anticlimactic. Again, like the greedy HRE play can be punished, and punished it was by the French cavalry, no less. So, very cool stuff. That was a good game, man. And we can go to the last match of the day, I think. We'll just watch one more game today, because... so it was Beastyqt versus VortiX. We can go to Leenock versus MarineLorD, because I love Leenock so much. So let's go, let's watch Leenock right now. It's gonna be fun. So the last series of the day, guys, is gonna be Leenock versus MarineLorD. Okay, without any further ado, since I'm solo casting this, in the blue, it is gonna be Mr. MarineLorD playing the French, and in the south, it is going to be Leenock playing the English. And that's a very fresh game again. We have seen this matchup before. It didn't go too well for one of the parties involved. I think it was the French, but I'm not really certain. No, actually it was the French who won, I think, in the end. So it was a kind of failed pressure, alleviated, and English did win. It's an exciting game nonetheless, right? It's going to be cool to see this. I think everybody loves Leenock from SC2, like he is a real veteran here. And MarineLorD, of course, also a seasoned SC2 veteran who says officially on the record that he hates StarCraft 2 with all his heart. And he is looking for a way out, the way out being apparently this lovely game over here, Age of Empires 4, where he is actually probably one of the top 5 players in the world, easily, right? I think like Demu, Beastyqt, MarineLorD, Viper, maybe Hera as well. That was my top 5. Like off the top of my head, probably I missed somebody important, but he's really good anyway. He's considered at least top 10. Then maybe let's say he's top 10. Yeah, he did, and that's gonna be kind of interesting to see whether he's eliminated by my personal favorite, the retired veteran from SC2, Leenock, because he hasn't won much in SC2 recently, but he has found a lot of success in this game here, and he has been actually very competitive even against the likes of Viper, so he is going to probably be able to exert some pressure here in this game. And you know, Leenock is a very solid player. As I said, like he took Viper to game 3. He almost won. Had he not been so stubborn, I think he would have easily won. Lots of gold being mined, by the way. This is not a standard. Oh, this French actually. I thought he was the English player for some reason. That's a standard French opening actually. That's a very foul woodline rally as well. Weird. Why? Why not here? Is it just because of the English harassment? Because it's immediately scouted. And actually attacking this with archers is easier than attacking this with archers, because this is in the range of the TC, and archers are very squishy. I'm not sure how defending this goes. I mean, you can just wall this, right? You can just kind of wall this maybe, and then this, and then you're fine. MarineLorD going up to to Feudal with his School of Cavalry, and his opponent not yet there. Actually, no, he's hello? Interface. Why are you doing this to me? So there is no mention of this in the interface, but he's going up with 3 villagers to this council hall, of course. I don't even know the design of the other landmark, because I've never seen it placed. That would be interesting to see how it actually goes. Might actually make, like, I don't know, we could do like a Smurf series where we just go, you know, the other, I'm not even sure what it's named, actually. We could just go with that second unoptimal landmark and try to win. I mean, that's actually kind of nice proxy landmark, I think. We can just kind of proxy it in front of your opponent's face, and you can just heal your units indefinitely. Maybe it would be interesting to do this in low elo or something. That would be kind of cool, I guess. That would be fine. But in here, not even a possibility. I think there's one. Again, for the French, the Chamber of Commerce only viable on those kind of large water maps, or the maps that are just kind of not... I'm really short. I'm trying to say here. Maybe like the Hill and Dale can also be fine for that, but on Hill and Dale you probably want to go Pro Scout, so then you probably do go School of Cavalry because of how strong professional scouts are right now. I do believe this is probably the optimal choice on most maps as well, because you can just produce scouts. French are generally speaking on the defense here. I'm not sure how it's gonna go over here in this particular game, but I do think that there is not enough gold for a knight, so it's an indicator that this might be a professional scouts play-ish. Okay, I'm confused as hell right now. What is he doing? So because generally speaking, if you go up, if you click up as the French, you should always have gold for a knight. And he didn't have that gold. He only has it now, so it's kind of late production. Oh no, he just forgot, I think, because he had gold for this. I'm not really sure why he didn't start immediately, but he did not start immediately. On the other side of the map, we have barracks being built, and we also have the council hall being built, which is going to be countered by the archery range here from MarineLorD, of course. So he's going to have archers, knights, versus what seems to be spears, archers. And from my experience, the knights archers do win those exchanges if the English player does overextend and does something silly. Now the question is the English player going to do something silly, right? That's obviously a very high level game. So, and Leenock is really good at playing the English too. So, I'm actually curious, right? Leenock is one of my personal favorites, honestly, like in terms of like, not SC2, but Age of Empires 4 pros, and I'd really like to see him succeed. So, yeah, rooting for the Korean guy over here. The Korean SC2 pros are so scary, man. Like they're absolutely insane, and I really love to see, you know, some of this insanity today, right now. Even though I do like MarineLorD a lot, he's super fun, and he's a pleasure to watch, even though I don't speak French. So that's actually cool. Actually, there is no wall, by the way. So what I said is, like, you know, if you wall it like this, you probably can have like a safe wood gathering location here, but there's no wall here at all. But Leenock is being very conservative. I think Leenock has decided to play defensively, right? He has a blacksmith dropping, but he's not getting double TC because obviously that might be a suicide against the French here. So he's just gonna get spears. He's just gonna get this kind of safe opening here, just getting a lot of those normal units. Maybe he's just waiting for a nice number of the military before he goes through the map. Goes across the map, because if he does go too soon, he's obviously going to maybe lose those units in transit even. So obviously losing that like this would be kind of unfortunate. He has relatively few though, because you have to remember this council hall can just kind of continuously produce units. It can, generally speaking, produce more than your economy can handle for a long time. So he could have had like maybe 10-15 archers. He only has 4, which is an indication that he's just gonna go for a slower game maybe. Not really sure how slow it's gonna be exactly, but it's going to be a slower game nonetheless. Mr. MarineLorD on the other side is going towards those archers. He probably has more archers than the English player, which is a bit baffling, but he does actually have a lot. He has 6 to his name right now, and a probably significant force of units altogether. So yeah, he has 6 archers, 3 knights, and he's getting scouts, and he is actually going towards very, very late professional scouts indeed. So he might actually get some of those hunts, but at a later stage of the game, no less. So it's going to be a bit different approach. Obviously, the English do not quite benefit from that. It's kind of wasted money for them because they just can farm, and farms are so cheap that it's no good reason to kind of waste all those resources, right? 300 gold is something that you should just value more as the English then. Saving up on those deer, especially that your opponent is going to steal half of that. The problem, of course, is that this means that the French player gets every single deer on the map. That's what we have kind of discussed before. So not going professional scouts against someone who does is going to put you at a decently large disadvantage, because this is just permanent food source, and his opponent MarineLorD is not going to be forced to spend a single a single piece of gold on sorry. He's not going to be forced to actually spend a single unit of wood on farms for a while. So he has kind of the safety of his own base. And against the English, of course, it's quite nice because this means you can defend a little bit more efficiently. And does MarineLorD see this, by the way? He probably must have seen this with the scout, so he might just wait a little bit longer to approach it. But I'm not really sure what this is supposed to achieve. Like this, maybe no, he must have not seen this because he would have definitely attacked it already. So they don't see each other, I guess, right? They just don't see each other. No. No, Leenock abandoned it, actually. Leenock stopped constructing, because he probably thought he was seen. But yeah, MarineLorD is just gonna go across the map right now. I'm not really sure if Leenock is ready to respond to this at all. Because it's a large force, 14 archers, 4 knights, to 12 archers, 7 spears. I think it's okay. +1 kicks in, by the way. And Leenock is an SC2 pro, so just like all SC2 pros do, he is going to go towards that second upgrade. He loses 3 villagers immediately. That's a lot, by the way. So actually the French player aggressing on the English is not a good sign, right? So that is going to be relatively costly loss. 3 villagers down, of course, is not something. Villagers don't grow on trees, right? Unless you are playing HRE, where they eventually start growing on trees, right? That's kind of the thing. So losing 3, relatively a big deal. No stone being gathered, by the way, so those archers, those spears are just gonna probably go across the map and try to do some counter damage. There is a villager in the scout, there are villagers in the scout hidden in this tower, and there is a small force of Leenock actually moving across to maybe try to go on a rescue mission. I'm not really sure if they managed to get there on time with the number of units here for MarineLorD. I think MarineLorD has actually a very good, read on this game. He has kind of good unit composition to deal with what Leenock has been able to build. And those English archers, I don't think they are, the numbers are high enough actually to do anything here. The cavalry of MarineLorD doesn't have any upgrades yet. They're going to get the archer, so there's going to be +1 range damage. There is no archer defense yet, so those knights are relatively squishy, especially against the Strelbora. So those are going to do a significant amount of damage to those knights. It's not too terrible, of course. That's not a bad trade. It's actually decently traded by Leenock, but actually he's losing some archers right now. He has lost the majority of his spears. So some knights fell. I think like 2 knights did actually fall, and he's fighting inside of his TC zone of influence. He's obviously producing a lot as well, so that's not a bad situation overall. I'd really like to see this knight die, by the way. I'd really like to see this knight die. That's very bad focus fire, and they're gonna heal. So I would have really liked to see this, this being completely handled. Sorry about the spam, by the way, in the chat. It's not me. I'm just banning those bots. I have no idea how to handle them yet. I need to figure out that, because they have been just kind of very obnoxious recently with those kind of weird messages that they're posting on the chat. So I'm dealing with that as we go, but that's just the best I can do. It looks like Leenock is actually behind here right now. He has no double TC. The French are kind of building nice infrastructure. It feels like those early games that we had, just we used to get very, very early in the meta, like in the Genesis, where English were just getting smashed and basically just demolished by the French. It seems that Leenock is in that spot. MarineLorD also relatively close to edging up to castle, whereas Leenock really far away actually. Unless there is a back and I don't see the King's Palace, but it's not there yet. And honestly, it's kind of scary because if you can get that extra tier as MarineLorD, you're actually going to have such a huge advantage over the English since they have not gone double TC, right? I think this is 12 minutes into the game. There's no double TC. There's another barracks being built. I really don't like this for Leenock right now. I think he realizes as well that he's somewhat behind because English also have less villager production because the French come with the bonus, right? 33 vills to 40. Hey, what the hell? Hello? What is there? Like, that's... Did Leenock forget to build villagers? He lost some, right? He lost some villas there, but not that many, I thought. Maybe there was a raid I didn't notice. This is like, Leenock is just dead, man. 50 villagers to 36. 15 villages behind. That's disgustingly bad. There's no Strelbora in the world that can save you against this onslaught, I think. Not anymore. Like, if you fall 15 villagers behind the French, it's just so bad. Especially that, you know, the French do have more units. I think that the army advantage is also going to favor the French here. I think Leenock started the pressure very late. That's the problem. He should have just maybe had this tower from the get-go, just, you know, used it as an anchor and just, you know, try to attack, because right now he's losing the series almost, feels like. Like, it feels like there's a tier difference between the players in this game, sadly for Leenock. MarineLorD is obviously getting so much food from those hunts as well. The investment does pay dividends in the end. I think he did click up, right? He's actually going up to the guild hall. And Leenock has very little, right? He gets one villager, not even a single villager falling here. There's no textiles built, but it doesn't quite matter, right? And this is such a massive force for MarineLorD. I think he doesn't even need to go up to castle to win this. Now, if he does, you just get those veteran archers, you get those veteran knights. Like, it's crazy good for the French. So yeah, Leenock is just kind of on the clock right now. If he doesn't take a fight soon, he's gonna lose 100%. If he takes a fight right now, he probably is also gonna lose 100%. Because he's so far behind. I'm not really sure what you do right now, because it's just terrible position for our English player. There's a hunt here, there's just 3 animals remaining. There's another hunt here. I guess like MarineLorD does never have to build another piece of infrastructure to secure the food, and that's just terrible. It's just awful. So I'm not really sure what you do as the English right now, because you are economically behind. Like, you can start your. This is gonna be the White Tower. It's gonna be the King's Palace. So he realizes he needs to catch up in terms of economy. This is 57 vills to 42, so still 15 villages difference, right? So he goes up a tier, that's fine. So he's gonna get those veteran archers, he's gonna have maybe veteran spears. I'm not sure he can afford it though, and he might catch up with villagers eventually, because he is going to have the double production or double TC, right? So it's not bad. But ML is gonna go Siege Workshop, he's gonna go Monastery as well, so he's gonna get the relics that are very conveniently placed around his base. And it's gonna be rather scary. By the way, he's doing lots of damage because those archers did catch those villagers off guard. So we see, like, I think like 7 villager corpses. That's awful. So it is 60 villagers right now to what, 35? Yeah, 36. Now this is terrible. This is just absolutely unrepairable damage. So this was like actually an inspired move out almost from MarineLorD. He does sense where that TC might go, I think. And maybe he's just going for the wood line anyway. He just attacks it and he takes a lot of those villagers out. That was a committed defense from Leenock, but obviously no committed defense can help against this force, I think. And he was committing to finishing this King's Palace, right? That's 30 archers to 24 of the English ones. English archers are a little bit stronger, but these are faster, and obviously the knights did slaughter additional villagers at this mill of Leenock's. So Leenock has no food income sources. He has essentially no military as well. His 70 supply to something that looks like 110, yeah. Crazy. So I think it's just a matter of time where, you know, MarineLorD just brings some mangoes to the table and he just chops up Leenock and harvests his organs almost. There's gonna be a brutal, visceral attack that is just, I think it's just gonna smother Leenock completely. I'm not really sure what you can do, really. Like, if you're Leenock here, so what the hell do you do to defend this? It's completely hopeless, I think. MarineLorD is, by the way, sitting on a nice bank of food once again, so he has 1,000 food, 700 wood. He is producing units consistently. You can see the queue here. Not so much, actually, there. I would prefer to see more. Leenock queuing up a lot of the infantry and archers, as he should be. But I don't think that's enough. Like, even with the defensive bonus of the English, like, he would have needed a keep here, maybe. The keep would have saved him, but again, like, he needs villagers too, so he cannot just kind of go for that. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that is a brutal game, man. Like, MarineLorD is just so far ahead. It's just gonna be absolutely just the full kidney harvest, man. Look at this. There's gonna be a chopper. is going to be absolute, complete, utter obliteration if this, you know, just goes down. By the way, at the back of this, MarineLorD is going to build a priest here, getting those relics back home. Another one is going to be secured probably somewhere else. And he's going to have a steady, nice income. Almost uncontestable as well, you know, taking the sacred sites soon after. So nothing that is going to happen in this game, I think, is going to make it easier for Leenock to come back. He's just going to have a harder and harder life as the game progresses. I do not really see a way for Leenock to efficiently defend this. There are lots of knights here, by the way. It's a nice split. That kind of formation change and movement is very good, so he does actually split his archers evenly. They're not going to take too much fire from the Mango, but that is actually nicely aimed Mangonel shot as well. You see those actually kind of trying to desperately kite back, just trying to survive this onslaught. I really do not believe this is possible. Those siege runs, by the way, working on the siege workshop on the back. I would really have preferred this to kind of go against this Mangonel, maybe. That's just the last desperate attack, though. I do not think that, you know, the English can survive this onslaught at all. There are like basically a dozen archers left. That's not enough to sustain this defense anymore, and yeah, that's just the ram did go down. There's actually a single Mangonel still alive, but the villagers did not even kill it, and Leenock is just dead to rights. And the organ harvest has been completed by our French player. Beautiful, clean game. That's really reminiscent of those early French versus English matchups that we saw in Genesis, right? That was just exactly the same deal. Lots of pressure from those knights and just very decisive attack in the end. Obviously, those small piece of harassment here and there helping a lot, as you can see, just making this entire ordeal even harder for Leenock, who was already kind of struggling. And yeah, it was just, I think there was no hope here. Sorry, excuse me. So Leenock, unfortunately, 0-1. And I hope he's 0-1, because unless MarineLorD just played another game against Leenock, then it's not going to be 0-1. No, he has not, so it is going to be. The Chrysaor is out. I did not realize that. So Chrysaor is dead as well. So do you guys think we get another organ harvest? Say one on the chat if you think so, if MarineLorD just stomps this cleanly 1-0, sorry, 2-0. Or do you guys think it is going to be Leenock taking game 2? Then type 2 on the chat if you believe that our Korean pro is going to be competitive in the series, because he didn't show us much here, honestly. I'm kind of disappointed. I love Leenock, he's a great player, but here in this matchup he didn't quite show up as well as he should have, I think. So that is that. And we shall see how that actually develops later on down the line. And yeah, we see 1 and 2. So people are divided on the calls, apparently. We shall see how that develops later on down the line, of course. And I'm kind of curious, honestly, to see whether it is something that can be bounced back from. You have to say, like, however, that the French are probably the staple diet for MarineLorD. He has been maining them for a while. He is really strong, and I do believe that, yeah, maybe this is like his strongest civ in a way. I think it might be his strongest civ. There's like one crazy guy on the ladder who's also playing lots of French. Give You Anxiety, right? It's Give You Anxiety, who's also like very, very good on the French altogether. I think they're like the GUA is kind of lower on the ladder. He's kind of less. He has less in terms of elo, but he is very strong altogether though, so I think he's also like maybe top 2 on the civ. We are waiting for those guys to pick the next civilization. I think Leenock is kind of sloppy in terms of picking civs, by the way. Seriously, he is. So he might take a little bit longer to do this. We shall see how that actually develops for him. So yeah, that's what we might see here very, very soon. He might eventually just decide what he's gonna do. We are actually loading into the game right now. Leenock versus Mr. MarineLorD going to start, and my game just died. Hello. My game just crashed, sorry guys. It just made this weird sound and it died. Did you hear that? Do-do-do-do, right? It was some weird sound that AoE4 made, and then it just... It just... Oh, I know why. It was Discord. Like, it stopped streaming because I lost the source. Okay. We can observe now. I'm sorry, there was a crash. There was a crash. I hope we can just get a normal game. Oh, that's cool. I love it. I love the Abbasid of Leenock. Leenock is super good on them. And obviously, Rus versus Abbasid, not a common matchup, I think. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. So, sorry guys, I was eating. Without any further ado, once again, in the east, in the blue, it is going to be MarineLorD playing the Rus. And in the west, it is going to be Leenock playing the Abbasid Dynasty. And the map is... It's Altai, right? Or High View? It's Altai. Yeah, it's Altai. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of... Yeah, those two shapes confuse me. But it definitely is. Like, you have those two mountain passes here. And this is the map that Leenock lost before when he was playing the Abbasid against the Viper. But he had a very good idea as to how to play the match. And you can definitely just have a decent, like, stellar defensive play. You can expand quite a bit on this map. I'm actually not sure how exactly he's gonna approach this. Against Rus, of course, there's always a possibility that the Abbasid just go full Ram Ranch mode and just demolish their opponents. It's a given. You can always do this. Like, to the Rus is super vulnerable to pushes, though. Obviously, MarineLorD probably going to be ready for this if he does decide to. So if Leenock does decide to be aggressive. There's a scout of Leenock, but it's actually very cool because he gets like 4 deer before there is any possible response from the Rus scout. So he's gonna contest this entire hunt. He might even manage to steal 2 wolves from his opponent and just, you know, drive them away towards his base, which is kind of annoying because obviously it's 50 gold denied. And there's obviously the second scout of the Rus somewhere, so I'm just gonna very quickly switch. And MarineLorD has 1 scout over here just trying to contest those few remaining there. And the other scout probably cleaned up this hunt over here, and he's just gonna move around to see where Leenock's hunts are. I think they just remake the game. And if my game gets disconnected, I can just kind of, you know, speed up to 8 times, and it's gonna be fine. It takes a while. It's manageable. So, now, Leenock is actually very, very frustrating to play against if you're the Rus, because he knows where the wolves are better than you. And he takes 3 of them already as it is. He has 3 wolves on his back, just kind of gonna ferry all them back home. I'm not sure there's there's no other wolf available, but I think Leenock killed a lot of those hunts on a sleigh. So it seems like, yeah, Leenock has been able to just contest a lot of those kind of animals on the map, especially that he had 2 close hunts. So he was able to take over those 2, and he actually killed a lot of the hunt over here as well. MarineLorD is actually working with 115 bounty, which is not good. Guys, 115 bounty barely affords him feudal age up, really. And that's super low. You need to have at least 150, so 252 to actually make it worth playing Rus. And Leenock just denies everything. Look at this, those 3 wolves, they're dead. So MarineLorD has a wolf over here, another one over here. That is all really that he can get, because this scout over here, nasty guy, is going to be able to fare, or nasty lady actually, not sure. I think it's a guy, because we just heard him scream. He's going to ferry all those 3 wolves to the TC, and that's obviously not a good sign for our Rus player right now, who is going up to this golden gate, but at the same time, yeah, there is also the age up for the Abbasid, so it's going to be even Steven. I'm not really sure what the play is going to be here. We don't see a large commitment to stone, so I don't believe there's going to be this kind of passive macro playstyle that some Abbasid players choose. I do believe it's actually going to be pure wood right now, so he has enough for fresh... No. Hello. Hello, Mr. Leenock. You don't have enough for fresh foodstuffs. You need one more villager to carve his... Okay, never mind. Wait, what? No, he does. It's a MarineLorD's goal I'm looking at, of course. So he does have enough. He knows what he's doing better than me, of course. And he gets that kind of balanced economy here. And he's getting lots of wood. And this is kind of... I think this is going to be a push then. I think this is going to be a push. He's going to still get the economic win because it's going to be something that is worth it. But we might see some sort of aggressive play in Feudal Age from Leenock, I would assume. So this Scout of the Rules is actually going to be able to get additional wolves here. Just 175 bounty right now for them. And there are some sheep here. I'm not sure this is enough to get 250. No, I don't think so, yeah. It's just 5, so I don't think he can get enough. But... a boar would solve it, but obviously like minus some percent anyway is going to be bad. Leenock does actually catch the wind of this as well. He might be able to snipe the wolf. He doesn't commit for that though, so he's just gonna run away. Oh, he's gonna... Is he gonna go after the wolf? I don't think this is... No, it's not... Yeah, he could have actually killed it, I think, if he had seen it on time. Now, both players are in Castle or in Feudal right now. Leenock is, as I said, going to play aggressively here. He's gonna drop the archery range and a barracks. No, double archery... What? So double archery range play, that's... I would say that's something relatively uncommon for the Abbasid players, because they didn't get any bonuses for playing archers, right? They are just kind of meh units overall, and I have to say, like, a wooden fortress is going to basically, you know, give enough shelter to 8 villagers, right? So you can basically keep getting the wood, keep getting the food, and eventually you'll just reach your age up nicely. And this is also scouted, so MarineLorD does see that there is going to be some sort of aggression coming out, because 2 archery ranges, no, actually it's barracks and archery range, never mind, is generally speaking indicative of some sort of aggressive play, which might actually force him to go for some defensive units himself. So that's what's happening here. We see the stable being supplied, so being used to get knights out, and obviously MarineLorD is not really kind of too happy to be doing this, I think, because what he would like to do, I believe, is... I'm a teacher, sis. I'm a teacher, so I can speak for hours. So what he would like to do is go fast castle, right? But since he saw the infrastructure from Leenock, which might have been a mind game, by the way, because he's a StarCraft 2 player, mind games are commonplace in that game. I think this might be just something that he's using as a distraction, because he's gonna go for stone now. So he actually does start gathering the stone. He has enough wood for the second TC. So what MarineLorD thinks is that he's gonna get attacked and ram-ranched, right? Because he saw those archery ranges, the barracks, right? And those are not producing anything right now. So he's getting lots of units. That's a classic StarCraft 2 misdirection, by the way. People just build a building, fake something, and then just kind of pivot to something else. Look at this. So he's spending so many resources to double archery ranges. He's getting a stable, right? So many units invested. And what his opponent is doing is actually a very simple thing, which is called second TC build, right? Double TC is going to be the name of the game here. We have almost enough right now. We have enough right now to actually supply it. And yeah, MarineLorD is producing archers, right? He's using resources. He is not castle age. He's not getting castle at all. He has produced archers, like 4 or 5 of them. And if he sees the forces of Leenock, he's just gonna laugh at himself, I think. Because Leenock is a genius right now. This is such a different game from the previous one, where Leenock's English were kind of uninspired, to be honest. I was not really happy to see what he was doing with the English, right? I think he can do way better than this. Now on the other hand, here in this game, it is very different, right? Because he's actually playing a very creative style. Like, he basically deceives his opponent into thinking that he's going for a highly aggressive playstyle. Look at this, like this double archery range archer production, and only now I think, yeah, look, he scouted that with the knight. He says, oh shit. He says merde, probably because he's French. He realizes, okay, no, I have been duped. This guy has 2 TCs. I just made 9 archers. I cannot really use that. I'm just gonna cancel the last 2 because, yeah, that's just the best I can do. And he's just really faking everything. Like, he has 5 archers of his own. He his 2 TCs right now, he's definitely going to be able to defend against me, because what the hell can I do with 7 archers and a knight? And yeah, MarineLorD is forced to mine gold right now because he needs to go up to castle as soon as possible, and he wasted the possible opening. He could have been castle if Leenock hadn't done this trick. MarineLorD could have been castle like what a minute ago almost, I guess. Maybe like no, not with this opening actually. This was a terrible, atrocious opening, so not really. But you can use those archers actually. Like I would like to see, because this is not gonna accomplish much. There are towers, there is TC, there are units here as well. What I'd like to see him do actually is go for those boars, because he desperately needs to get that second tier of the bonus at least. So he might just do this right now, just, you know, say, Mert, I'm gonna go for the boar and I'm gonna get it and I'm gonna be happy with henchman. I do not believe he can do much more. Because, yeah, what exactly do you do as, yeah, you have a tower here, you cannot take a favorable trade. You lose an archer, kill an archer, run away, whoops shit, right? And your opponent is getting eco at the same time, so your opponent is just building up large number of units. And yeah, MarineLorD is gonna go up to castle, and Leenock is not there yet, of course, because his double TC probably 11 minutes is gonna be the mark at which he's going to be able to advance. Of course, he's not using that much food to produce villagers, so he might be there sooner, or slightly sooner anyway. Of course, those horse archers might become an issue then, right? Those small little Abbasid archers are not really that great against cav archers at all. But you can actually have a decent number of them because you are producing from 2 TCs, you have lots of economy to work with, so you can definitely get some nice units of your own. There's a blacksmith coming down as well, so the Abbasid might actually just kind of start doing something on the map. Of course, there is a lot of food brought back over with those scouts, so professional scouts of course paying dividends once again, and allowing our Rus player to basically have a steady supply of food for probably like the next 5-10 minutes even, I guess maybe close to 10, given how many carcasses have been actually brought back. The only hand that has not been actually just kind of contested fully is this one over here. So I guess MarineLorD kind of happy with how it went overall, though he has not killed the boar, so he's working with this kind of shitty bonus, and he's not getting much food generated at all. So not much extra passive bonus done. Leenock handling this game quite well from the opener, and yeah, he is in a nice position right now. He might be going up to fuel very quickly, right? So he has enough resources except for food, so he's just going to probably just cancel some production or just wait, you know, for a few seconds longer. And then he's just gonna go castle. He's gonna be relatively comfy here, fighting against those horse archer forces. There are quite a few of those actually. So I'm not really sure how it's going to turn out. What the? Oh, God. Okay, so this is the assault. There's the scout assault. And there's actually some stuff here that's going to defend this, but honestly, that's kind of annoying for Leenock, right? Losing some of those deer carcasses here. That's so many more scouts than I would have expected to say. There's just one. Right, there's just one hunting cabin producing here. He has so many scouts, I did not notice this. Like, why has he not killed the boars? It's just free money, and it is free resources, like, it's free income later. He could have definitely just done this. He has so many scouts. Yeah, the Abbas is obviously, Leenock has clicked up. By the way, that's actually funny because this is the only civilization in the game that can literally click up to go up to the next stage. And he is getting lots of those spears. He's getting a decent number of archers probably behind this as well. So he should be fine defending against this, especially that, you know, horse archers, they're quite strong, but they're not the strongest unit in the world against towers, right? So those kind of static defenses, they are going to be relatively painful to deal with. Some villagers go down again, fresh foodstuffs, you know. The Abbasid not really caring too much about this. 54 villagers to 44, so it's a decent number. There is an archer here actually just getting executed by those archers of Leenock. And obviously there are going to be some monks probably going around the map very, very soon to gather those relics as well. Let's see if there are any available. By the way, two monks actually already placed on the map, deployed that is. And there is also a singular relic already in storage here for ML, so he has enough to probably just be happy about the situation as it is. Leenock on the verge of hitting castle, just probably a few seconds away, and he does actually get it right now. There is actually a large force of units though, and I'm kind of surprised there is so little to counter this. So there are some archers here, but there is no spearmen, and those villagers are just gonna get obliterated. I'm surprised he did not actually garrison them at all. I'm not sure what Leenock is doing this series, because he could have just easily moved them away. Instead he just body blocks with them. He loses so many, he doesn't garrison those on time either. This is actually super bad. He loses so much economy for nothing. So it's sounding like 46 villages, like what, 40? 46 is even. See, MarineLorD equalizes the score, but he has so much more in terms of like the potential in this game, honestly, because he can just... He has the relics, right? He's going to have the passive gold income, he has the sacred sites. You know, Leenock just threw away like 15 villager lead that he had into nothingness. I'm not really sure why. Why, Leenock, why? Why have you done that? I mean, Leenock gives, Leenock takes away, I guess, but son of a bitch, that was very unfortunate. He had such a good opening to this game as well. I am really baffled by the fact that he's not able to sustain this anymore. Guys, if you're newcomers to the stream, by the way, please remember, follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, very much appreciated, free for you as well. And yeah, I'm very glad to be your host. My brother had to go, so I'm casting alone right now. Sadly. So, anyhow, Sis, if you want to hop on, by the way, for the cast, you're very much welcome to do so. This might be my last cast. I'm kind of tired on the throat right now. Anyhow, that's a large force, and I do not think Leenock has anything at all. I mean, he has 2 mangoes, right, so it's better than it was. But he's gonna keep hemorrhaging villagers if he doesn't do something about this. And there's also Sacred Site victory, so actually MarineLorD has... 1 relic? Hello? Why do you have 1 relic? You could have had like 5 already. So, ML has a single relic on the map. He has a large force of units, actually. Probably more than Leenock can muster up right now. Leenock does have the mangoes, so as long as he can just rotate them on time, he should be fine. The problem is that he's on a timer right now, so 10 minutes from, what, 15:20 or something, I guess? So at 25:20, I think the game is over, and there are 3 relics here right now, and MarineLorD can easily claim 2 more. I do not believe Leenock has a way out of this, man. Because, yeah, those are veteran camel archers, but they're not great. Like, compared to horse archers, look at this. So, these guys are way more expensive, they have less attack than horse archers, they have slightly more damage, so they have slightly more HP, like twice as much almost, right? But they are not really that great. They obviously decrease the damage of their opponents, right? Because the camels are going to make the horses afraid, as allegedly is the case in real life as well. But that is another raid from MarineLorD. I think he can just keep doing this over time. Like, he can just kind of keep raiding. And yes, he's going to lose some horse archers, but he's gonna do a lot of this economic damage in the meantime. So, and obviously he's growing very fast because he has 3 sacred sites and 5 relics right now, which is absolutely disgusting. You need to get another monastery though, MarineLorD, because otherwise it's not gonna work for you too well. So he is actually going to survive, but I'm not really sure for how much longer. You really need to muster up a large force to deal with what is coming right now. You have to just take this the sacred site by storm, and you need to do it relatively soon. What I would really have liked to see actually is having this wall but moved over here. Like, if you were to wall this, right, this would mean that you can just kind of take this site and dismantle it safely, but right now it's not gonna work at all. There are scouts, remember, so they're just gonna be very good at dealing with mangonels, right? You can just go on top and just disregard everything else. And that's basically the only line of defense that Leenock had. By the way, all the villagers here are also gonna get cleaned up. Leenock is gonna lose everything that he has. Rus showing the power. Even though Leenock had a very good clean opener, I do not think that Abbasids were that great against the Rus at all. You see that those camels are fighting quite fiercely, but I don't think they can hold the line for much longer. This TC has not been garrisoned, by the way, so this means that those villagers are not used to shoot. They're instead just kind of dying. And I'm not really sure about the purpose of those crossbows either. They do not have any use against non-armored units. That, you know, they just don't fulfill the purpose the archers do. So they're just expensive gold sig if you are not fighting against knights or MAAs, which Leenock isn't. Leenock survives, but man, he is so bruised. 68 total supply, 55 villagers to 59 now. So he has been working with double TC, but he only has 4 villagers more. Now, he obviously is not gonna it's not gonna cost him much to replace those, but every single villager you lose is a very large expenditure, of course. And now all the scouts have been cleaned up, though, so I guess that's not bad, because you can kind of build another mango right now and just be safe. Like we have, like it might be kind of safe, because horse archers are good against mangoes in large numbers, but I don't think this is kind of critical mass yet. Now you have to remember we're kind of going closer towards that sacred site victory, aren't we? So there's also something you have to remember, right? They are going to be slowly. Obviously, like this is a nice gold income, right? MarineLorD is getting lots of gold from this, but primarily it is also going to be that kind of clock that Leenock is on, and Leenock doesn't have much time to basically refill his forces. And ML, since he has such nice gold income right now, he's gonna be able to field a lot of knights with very little gold mining overall, so that's kind of sweet as well for him. He's not mining any gold, he's just steadily producing knights from 4 stables right now, which is disgusting, honestly. It's so much gold income overall. He's getting 800 gold without a single mining villager in gold. So it just shows you how good full map control can be. Like, you can just get all the relics. And I think this is gonna be basically the end of Leenock, because this push is just gonna be very hard to stop. We have 50 military to Leenock's 27. There is no. He wanted to build a keep here, but that keep is just gonna be late. And yeah, that's just terribly bad for our Korean player, because I think he's just gonna get absolutely obliterated in this case over here. There is nothing that can be done anymore. He has no units, he has no economy left, he is going to bleed out all his resources, and he's just going to lose this series. And MarineLorD is going to be 2-0, emerging victorious out of this bracket of the tournament. Okay, so I think we have closed out the day, guys, because there is nothing else left. Beastyqt losing to VortiX, MarineLorD taking Leenock out. DauT actually killing Viper to 0. Crazy stuff, guys. DauT actually did win in the end here. So that's insanity, but it is also the case. So DauT did indeed clean up the Viper 2-0. That's insane. And he's going to move to the second day. So apparently second day is going to be MarineLorD, VortiX, DauT, and the winner of Lucifer versus I Am Magic. I'm not sure who this guy is, but he just beat Zeritin and Black Widow on his way up, so he must be a solid player, I guess. I'm not gonna watch that series because I do not have either of the players added. Guys, this is it for me today. Please, I hope if you enjoyed yourselves, that you consider, I hope you consider just kind of supporting the stream a little bit more by, you know, just dropping me a follow or something. We are just gonna host Leenock, so I hope he's not ending the stream himself. So I'm just gonna very quickly chat to him. I'm gonna give him a host and a hug. I think he's just gonna ladder more. I will see. We'll see if he actually does play one more or not. If he doesn't, then we might as well just find somebody else to host. Not sure whom yet exactly. Maybe the. I'd love to host Leenock, to be honest, but I'm not sure if he's gonna keep playing. Not sure whom else we can actually host. Let's host Leenock. We have so few viewers left, though. Guys, if you're on YouTube, by the way, we can migrate to Twitch so that you can support this a little bit more. So there's so much spam, by the way. I'm so annoyed by this. My god, it's so annoying. I need to moderate this chat. That's so frustrating to see this garbage. I can't really do much about it though. Like that's because it's YouTube that's getting kind of copied over to restream. How do I delete this message even? Even my mod panel doesn't have the ability, doesn't give me the ability, because it's a moderator, so my restream bot is a moderator, so it's just copying garbage from YouTube. Fuck. I can't do anything, I just need to somehow find a way to ban it later on YouTube so that it doesn't kind of keep happening. Because those are very annoying bots. I hate those messages so much, man. Okay, let's just host someone, shall we? Let's just host Leenock. I think he might just keep playing it, although he's probably not actually. What other possibilities do we have, huh? Maybe there's another small streamer actually just doing the same thing I was, so maybe we can just do this. Blackadder plays. Let's host him. I think he's still casting something. Let's see. It's Magic versus Lucifer, so he's actually hosting this, so... We're gonna raid, actually, not host. So guys, I hope you can get the closure for this tournament on Blackadder Plays stream. It was a pleasure to have had you. Thank you so much for watching once again. And yeah, see you around. You can watch the rest of the tournament there. So enjoy yourselves and see you.